She's in the drama. That's a drama kitty.
We're talking about Pookie.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Yeah. Well, because she just came in here, and Tom's like, man, she looked like real guilty about something.
Yeah, she saw me and went, oh.
And I said she always looks like that.
froze,
Even when she's doing normal shit.
something.
Just like, using the litter box or something she's supposed to be doing. Like,
drama.
if you see her doing it, she's like, she gives you this look like...
You caught me.
Like, like you just caught her, like...
She must have been thinking about something.
Boosting your wallet or something.
Yeah, she must have been thinking about something. Like, I'm going to tear up a book.
And then she's like,
oh, he saw me.
He knows what I'm thinking.
He knows what I'm thinking about. Yeah.
That's probably what it is. She wasn't doing any mischief directly, but she was
it.
thinking about doing mischief. And she realized, and she thought that you had caught her thinking about it.
They're all piling in. DVD Dragon, he says he washed his crotch. He's all fresh and ready to go.
Just today? Like, how long has it been since you washed it last time?
You can't report to my audience with a dirty crotch.
I mean, hopefully everybody's not like we would know.
Yeah.
We're going to have to do mandatory crotch inspections.
It's just spiritual. Spiritual. I have like a spiritual connection to the audience. See, I know when they're dirty. I know when they're bad. I know when they're dirty.
Just like Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Rasa Claus. Yeah.
Rasa Claus.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to make that for Christmas.
Yeah. Man, I fucking cut the shit out of my head today.
You guys.
I was shaving my fucking skull and went, and fucking pulled a huge fucking piece of skin off of me, man.
Yeah.
The skin was in the razor.
And he had it in his hand. He's like, look
at that fucking thing. It was like, it's like an inch and a half long.
I was like, oh my god.
And it bled for fucking
like
ever.
Crazy.
Yeah.
He bled through like...
Skinned myself.
We ran out of gauze pads.
I was going to go for a fucking motorcycle ride, and I did that, and I had to call it off because I can't put the head in the helmet.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So I know you had to stay home.
Yeah, it's scabbed up now,
though. You cut your head open.
Wish I had some of that powdered aluminum or magnesium. I think it's powdered aluminum. You put it in there, and it just...
Like I said, you can put deodorant on there. Some kinds of deodorant
burns too
will
much.
work. But, because I've done that before on shaving
It burns
cuts.
too much.
Oh my god.
See what everybody's doing.
Other than washing their crotches.
Zach's in here.
Yeah.
Dirty crotch and everything. fresh from the fucking from the gay bathhouse. He was in that steam bath, being passed around like a fucking joint. He's in here asking about wanting to show fucking about P Diddy, which maybe we can.
Yeah, we might do one of those events.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think it's going to be kind of like an Epstein type thing. Yeah, I think he was getting dirt on people, controlling people. It might have been mostly for his own. I don't know. Might have been for his own control, his own power.
Yeah, I haven't really been following. Like, I know kind of the broad outlines of it, but I haven't really been following it all too closely.
But you could also, an intelligence agency could use a guy like the Diddler to run celebrities on remote control, to get them to say whatever you want to say, to back whatever political bullshit you want. Maybe too. It's the same tactics fucking cults use, like fucking Scientology.
CB says, Jenny, have you done a Wednesday episode on Jack Unterweger? If not, you should. He's one of the worst serial killers of all time. That name sounds very familiar.
Never heard of it.
So I'm going to have to go back and look, because I thought we had done a show about him, but it's possible we hadn't. But I have heard of that guy before.
Yeah. Tell me some stuff about him and see if I remember who it is you're talking about.
Because like I said, we've done
the name
something.
doesn't really sound familiar to me.
Where the fuck? I swear to God, I just wrote it down. Okay. Thought I was losing my mind for a second.
Sounds like something European.
Well, I mean, he could have German immigrant parents or something like that last asshole did that we talked about. Like, his mom was a German. So I guess that's why he was, like, so into the Germans.
Yeah.
And the Yahtzees.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yahtzee. Yeah. CB's talking about the cut on your head. Said, tell the truth, Tom. It was a sex game gone wrong.
Yeah. Trying to tunnel my head in between two of the hugest fucking ass cheeks you've ever fucking seen. I was just putting it in there, shit got swallowed up, man. It was like putting your head in between two water-filled fucking black trash bags. You know, like big fucking trash bags. It was like that.
And then randomly there was a razor blade in there.
Yeah, it got this skin. Well, she clenched up and the friction got me. Pulls the fucking hair off.
Wait, are you talking about somebody else? My butt's not that big.
Yeah, no, this is another one. It's another one. Jen likes me to tell stories about other women. So.
That's what I figured.
It's another one.
Because the one you came up with the other day involved like a woman with like an abnormally huge ass.
Yeah.
That's a good story.
She tries to get me to tell stories about other women, so I had to make shit up. And fucking, I like you got to put some extreme body features in there, you know. I was telling her that story. Amusement. People are like, "Fucking, what the fuck are these two about?"
Yeah, sorry if you're new here.
Yeah. Jen asks me to make up stories sometimes.
Yeah.
It's not just Jen, but Jen asks me to make up stories sometimes when we're like kind of like having sex or getting ready to have sex or something like that. So it's good, you know. It's just kind of like she likes to hot husband me.
Yeah. But, like I said, not necessarily in real life. But
not real life, but just fucking.
But I like
yeah, just like mine.
So I like him to come up with good. So he comes up with good stories. Like he's good, like an imagine and stuff.
She gets jealous, and she's kind of sexualizes her jealousy in a certain way.
Sometimes it's
overcome
it. Sometimes it's people we know, but sometimes it's just random ass people that he made up.
Yeah, just people I made up. The other day I said I was in Starbucks. I said I was texting her.
Because you were at Starbucks that day and you were texting me.
Yeah, and then I said this fucking chick started blowing me while I was talking to her. and I said she had it was like she had the oddest body style. She was skinny from the waist up. From the waist down, she was fucking huge, man. Fat as hell. I thought she had like elephantiasis or something. And she goes, "As that picture," she says, "Yeah." She said, "Well, nobody saw it." I said, "Well, she was underneath the table."
I said, "Well, wait, her ass was too big to fit under the table, Tom." So already I'm kind of like
yeah. And I said, "Yeah, it was outside the table. I put my drink on it." See the rat?
So it's kind of like wiggling around.
Yeah.
I was like, I can picture it. Because I know because I've been to that Starbucks, the Starbucks that he goes to, so I could picture where you were sitting.
Yeah.
And then like stuff like that happened. And the thing about that Starbucks is just all open, like so it's like obviously
it's a big long thing. Yeah.
It's like a big long thing, so it's like obviously nobody could really, especially a big ass sticking out.
Just making up.
But I just thought that was like
making
super
up
funny.
shit to entertain you.
I just thought it was super funny that you said, "Yeah, I put my drink on it."
Yeah, stick my drink on it.
Everyone just thought it was like a weird table or something.
They're scared to look at me. Afraid to.
Maybe that's what it was.
They're scared to look at me because they knew me in my trend days.
Oh, okay. They're still afraid of you because of that?
No.
You don't think?
No, I just made that up.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, they didn't know.
Well, now I don't know.
Yeah, they don't.
Because I was like, that's possible. But that was a long time ago.
No, at that particular Starbucks, they didn't know I was on trend. They knew I was on trend at the other one because my friend.
That was the Sanford one, right?
Yeah.
The one by our old house.
Yeah. Yeah, they knew there because I'm friends with the manager. Yeah. Almost beat a dude up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For complaining about
how loud my bike
loud
was.
your motorcycle was.
Yeah, so I went up there and slapped him, tried to take his phone from him and shit. He ran off. It was one of the Indian guys that worked at the IT company across the street.
Yeah.
He ran. Bitch, give me that fucking phone. Give me that fucking phone. I tried to yank the phone from him. I was going to throw it on the ground, stomp on it. He fucking ran though. Yeah. I was lucky I didn't get shot or get the cops called on me.
Yeah, like...
I was doing shit, on trend, I was doing shit like that kind of regularly.
Yeah.
I thought the dude in the car next to me at the fucking in traffic was fucking was laughing at me.
Yeah.
And fucking, I was like, what? He's like, no. I almost jumped out of the fucking car into traffic, fucking tried to pull him out of his car. I never left the car though.
Yeah.
I stayed in the car. And I was by myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, it's not good, like I said.
Yeah. I thought he was laughing at me. It was in my imagination though.
Yeah.
He was laughing at something. Like he was on the phone and he was laughing.
Yeah, he's probably just like laughing.
He was laughing and he looked at me and I said, "That motherfucker's laughing at me." Yeah.
Or like you're in the car, you could be like listening to a fucking podcast or something and laughing at something on that. You know what I mean?
Shit. I've done a lot of good drugs. LSD.
That was the best.
I've done powerful drugs. Fucking opium. I've tried that. Smoked that. Fucking off and on. Weed. That's like nothing. I don't like that. There's nothing like tread. Yeah.
Yeah, that changed.
It takes a long time though. You know, I was on that shit for near like 5.5 months. Okay. And you're only supposed to be on it for like 3. That's like maximum safe. So I was way in the danger zone.
Yep.
And I would say that it's like LSD in terms of mind bending, but it's all emotion. It's not visual.
And it seems like it's all anger and jealousy, kind of.
Kinda. No, that's not really. That's not how I would describe what it feels like. It feels like you're Superman, but you're also very insecure. You feel like you're pregnant. because you've got a lot of progesterone in your system, like a pregnant woman.
Yeah.
So you think you're diametrically opposed. You become like a split personality. Where on one hand you think you're unstoppable, on the other side you think everybody hates you.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's a magic combination.
It takes time for
sure.
it to build up to that. You know, it's not instant. Fucking, I was just. It was another time. I was fucking doing business with this fucking other bodybuilder that was making all this fucking porn. And this is before I had the ability to fucking get shit myself with crypto and VPNs and all that. And I said, "What is it that you got in there right now?" And he goes, "Oh man, I got some good shit right here. It's from something or other, Pharmacom Labs. It's a ready stack. It's got everything. It's got test in it. It's got Nandrolone. It's got trend in it." I was like, "What?" And I says, "I heard." He goes, "Oh no, it's great. He even do it all the time." So it was already like pre-mixed blend. It came in a really nice bottle, you know, holograms and fucking holographic fucking shit, fucking nice box and everything. It was somewhere in Thailand, I think is where it came from. So I started doing it. It was great. Injecting that. And he had a fucking steady supply of it. So I didn't really choose to go on trends, just that that's what they had. That's what he had. Now I knew about it. I was like, this shit here, some guys say it's great. Other guys say that, you know, most guys say that this shit after a while fucking drive you crazy. And so I did some research on it, and the cycle was 3 months basically. I said, well, I'll just do the 3 months and get off of it as recommended. They said that, you know, if you're on it for longer than that, you could have psychological and emotional side effects from it. That's an understatement. Yeah, well, I'd seen some fucking programs, you know, fucking people telling trend stories, you know, on fucking more plates, more dates and shit. Fucking, what's his name? Fucking, Fucking reading stories from viewers. And yeah, if I was younger, it would have been much worse. I think some of the stories from the young guys, they would fucking drove them nuts. But I did 3 months of it, and I thought it was great. And I says, man, there's no reason why I should come off of this. I feel amazing. I feel fucking amazing. I was already starting to slide off into the fucking deep end by about month 3 anyway, you know. Month 4, I think I'm the fucking one of the xenomorphs from fucking Alien. I can jump on a car and punch through the windshield and shit. It's crazy. And it took me a while for them to talk me down out of it. Yeah. Jen and Sophie, yeah. And I said, yeah, I guess I am crazy. Because, yeah, you're not acting right. And I go, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it was really frustrating because you were acting like a lunatic, but like you didn't think anything was wrong with you.
Yeah, and I thought I was great. I thought it was great, even though I was feeling terrible.
Yeah.
You know, I was feeling like I was in constant conflict, war with the self type of deal.
Yeah, you kept like going in the man cave and like hiding.
Yeah, hiding from myself.
He'd go in there and like sleep in his sleeping bag like on the floor.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you doing?
Just fucking going, hiding. Yeah. Hiding because I was fucking tearing myself apart mentally.
Yeah.
And then, but enjoying it. It's like sadomasochism, you know. It's weird. Yeah. You're just like fucking Osborn in fucking Spider-Man, the Goblin. You're just like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of a dual personality.
It was, like I said, I think I've said before, it's like it wasn't a fun time going through it. But
it was mostly the last 3 months, I think. Though.
Yeah. I mean, but you seem to have come out better on the other end. Sort of.
Yeah, I know.
You got some insight into yourself as well.
Yeah. It was like being a werewolf for a while.
Yeah.
Very much so. Started wearing like werewolf fucking themed jewelry and shit.
Yeah, that's what like it went through. Like he went through like a
I did. Yeah, it's like having my fucking Ranger tab or something. Fucking my fucking airborne wings. Fucking I got werewolf. I got that. My werewolf badge.
Yeah, with the Girl
werewolf.
Scouts.
Yeah.
Boy Scouts.
I was a werewolf for about fucking 4 months. Yeah. Yeah, you get weird on that shit.
Yeah, you do get real weird. And like I said, and it's not even weird. Like you act like a complete psychopath.
Yeah. Evidently, according to fucking Joe Rogan, he knows a lot of those MMA guys. He says they love it.
Oh, I'm sure.
They love it. They fucking get on trend and go fight. And I was like, oh yeah, because I've been getting fights on it. I never fought that freely, where you don't fucking care. You love it. It's you're a sadomasochist. You don't have any fear. There's no decision to fight. You just see the need to. The dude grabbed Jen's ass, and I was already trying to beat his ass. I had a hand by the fucking throat. And he was fucking over 6 feet tall, and he was with 3 other dudes. There was no decision for me to attack. I just attacked. Next thing I know, I'm flying through the air like fucking Conan, one of the fucking Frazetta fucking paintings and shit, where you got a little fucking Jack Conan coming out of the sky, fucking landing on a giant. You know what I mean? Fucking fighting this giant, fucking
little mini Conan.
Yeah, and they ran because there's no warm up period. It's just 110% out of nothing. There's no monkey dance, no warning. Like, hey man, there's no fire. It's just instant, like something out of the animal kingdom. Yeah, and you love it. You love it. And rage.
Yeah.
And you're really strong on it. Super strong. I was fucking doing lifts that I couldn't do now. And I wasn't as strong then as I am now. I've gained a few pounds since then. But still, when I was on that shit, even at a lighter weight, I could do 335, a 335 pound bench press easily. I can't do that now. I can do about 320. But that extra 15 pounds, and that was over a year ago. So I've gained like 3 pounds probably, 2 or 3 pounds of muscle. That's just a weird drug. But I can see why MMA guys use it.
Well, yeah, I mean that would be good for their
great.
Purposes.
It makes you fight really well.
But like I said, I'm sure everyone around them in their lives, like their wives and whatever, their significant others,
kind of know what I know now about it.
Are probably like, oh, here we go.
You'll have some guys, oh no, I'm great on it. You know, it doesn't bother me at all.
Don't ask them.
But I'm probably thinking like, do you live alone?
Yeah.
do you fucking, you must be living alone because that shit fucking makes you nuts.
Yeah. And everybody notices but you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm like, that's why I don't really trust them to self-report. Yeah. Like, ask everyone around them and see what everybody else says. Like, if they're acting like a loon all of a sudden.
I saw a fucking body camera footage of a cop, and it looked like it was around here somewhere in Florida. Just pull a dude over at random. It was just a random stop. I think it was a random stop or brake light or something small like that. And as soon as the car stops, the cop gets out. The dude in the car runs directly at him with an axe, a hatchet. And the cop goes, whoa, 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 for just totally unprovoked.
Like, what the fuck?
And the cop fucking barely made it in time. Cut the dude down in a fucking hail of fucking 9mm rounds.
What else can you do?
And I saw him coming out of that car. He was probably like 240-pound bodybuilder. And I instantly knew, I said, that dude's trend out. Yeah.
Yeah, probably what that was.
He was going, ah, running like a fucking Viking with a hatchet. And I think what happened was he was like, man, they're fucking with me. Everybody's fucking with me. So I got something for that ass. He's got the hatchet driving around. The cop pulls him over. See, I told you they're after me. Fuck you.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing.
He didn't really think it through.
No. He couldn't think. It's just all emotion.
Probably not a great way to go through life. You know what I mean?
I wasn't that bad. That dude must have been on it for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, you never ran at anybody with an axe that I know of. Mm-mm. Unless you did and you didn't tell me about it.
No.
But you did kind of like think about, I'm going to go tear that dude's head off.
Or cut his head off. He used to say that a lot. I'm going to cut that dude's head off. I could see it. It sounded just like a good idea, too. I was like, I'm going to cut that dude's head off.
I mean, it's like, don't do that. Zach says, apropos of nothing, but I watched a movie the other day and I kept getting distracted by how an actress's boobs kept looking like they changed shape. Like on her. I don't know why
that might be attractive though.
That made me think, wait, like, are we talking about change shape from like what? From like boob shape to like cube shaped, or or just kind of like different? She probably just had different bras on. I guess
it was that straight. It was that straightness in you trying to come out. You're just focusing on the woman's boobs. You're becoming fascinated. You were trying to earn your little doctorate of boobology. Studying them too hard.
Tom gives those out for a certain fee.
Yeah, here. Doctorate of Boob. Yeah.
I'll design a little certificate and everything with little titties on it.
Yeah.
I don't know why that made me think of it, but you remember, like, she doesn't wear it anymore, but, remember, like, at the AMC theaters, like, the previews, like, with the commercials and the little movie trivias and shit like that, and how they have that chick on there, what's her name? Maria Menounos.
Yeah.
And for a long time, they've changed it now, but for a long time, she was just kind of wearing this sort of white t-shirt kind of thing, but the poor woman's bra was clearly too large for her.
Yeah.
Like you could see the
padding,
like and the cup like coming out like that. I'm like, that's not how that's supposed to look. It's supposed to be like, and it's like, and every time I saw that, I'd be like, why didn't
give this woman a bra?
Give the woman a bra that fits. Jesus Christ! Like, didn't the stylist like be like, hey, that bra's like 1 cup size too large? Because it looked like there was like a gap. Like,
there was
you're
a
not
gap.
supposed to have that.
All I can think is that was the bra she showed up with.
And maybe nobody wanted to tell her.
Nobody wanted to tell us, look, babe, you're an A cup. Okay?
It was so distracting. I just kept. It's like, what's with the bra? Get it back.
Yeah, and the bra was not. I would say the bra was not an impressive bra. We're not talking about a D cup or.
It was just like
probably like a B.
Yeah,
like
she
a
looked
B
like
cup.
about a B cup, I'd imagine.
Yeah, well, that was the cup that was. She was an A cup, but the fucking bra was a B cup. It was. It was not fitting right. There was no cleavage there. There was just the cups. You could see the top edge of the cups, and then an empty space.
A little bit, yeah.
Underneath them, and every time that shit would come on, me and Jen, fucking AMC, going, "There's that bra." She's in there
because it's a massive screen. It's just kind of like. I mean, any little flaws like that are going to stand out. And I'm just like, look at that fucking bra.
And she was like a fake celebrity. She was just a fucking... She's always on there. She even says her name. Like, you care what her name is.
I don't know how... She might be super famous in certain circles. I don't really know.
Not famous,
like, she's got a podcast, I guess. But everybody does nowadays.
Yeah, okay.
So I don't really
I thought she was artificially generated.
No, she's...
By AMC.
No, she has a podcast.
Okay. They should have told her, look, that's not the bra for you.
Yeah, like, just get a better fitting one. That's all. Like I said, I don't know if it was her bra or that's the one they gave her. Or that was the only one they had around or what. But I was just kind of like...
It didn't fit.
No. But the more recent ones, she's not wearing the same thing. You know what I mean? Because they kind of had a stock recording of her saying, like, hey, like, here come the previews or whatever.
Colette's here. What's up, Colette? Since she hasn't seen us in a long time.
She hasn't been here in a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, they're talking about that serial killer, that Unterweger guy. Unterweger. Yeah. He's from Austria. He was a children's book writer that got released after he killed, I guess means killed some girls in Europe. Then he came to the U.S. and killed more until he was caught.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like, I know that name, but I don't know, like, much about him. So I guess we didn't do a show about him, unless it was
what made him the worst? Was the shit that he was doing? Or?
Well, I guess we'll find out when we look it up. Yeah, Zach is saying about Trent, it says, I have friends with bipolar, and it kind of sounds like when they go into a manic state.
Yeah, probably.
It might be like that, yeah. Like I said, it was...
It's not a dangerous chemical in itself. It's just nandrolone, which has fucking been around since the 60s. Trent has been around since the 60s. It was one of the fucking laboratories. It was a drug company. Just took modified testosterone, fucking turned it into 19-nortestosterone, which is nandrolone. All right. And the first one was NPP, or nandrolone phenylpropionate. The market name that they had was called Durabolin, and it was, make you durable, Durabolin. But they wanted a longer ester. It was a short ester. Half-life was only like 2.5 days, 3 days. They wanted a longer one, you'd only have to inject it once a week. And it was called Decadurabolin. All right, they're just another type of nandrolone. Well, they came out with another one called Trenbolone, another form of nandrolone. They just rearranged some of the proteins on it, and it was going to have greater muscle building capability and not have water retention. It's in some ways like a perfect anabolic agent, really. You heal up quickly. You get strong quickly. Problem is that over time it does something to where it strips every bit of estrogen out of your fucking system. That's one of the things that it does. And the brain doesn't work well. Even the male brain or the female brain doesn't work real well without any estrogen in it. So, and estrogen is something that's kind of like neuroprotective. It protects your fucking neurons and shit. So you have a lot of fucking testosterone-like substance in you, and your body kind of reacts by putting out a bunch of progesterone, and you have much more progesterone than a man should have, and very little, if not almost no, estrogen in you. So you have fucking a hormonal imbalance, and I don't know if it starts to destroy your brain so you go crazy because, like I said, estrogen is neuroprotective, or if just the imbalance itself causes, manic episodes, I guess you could say, and fucking. Yeah. But what that did was, all the other ones, they're nothing like that. All those other little steroids there's no roid rage or any of that. That's mostly kind of a myth, but not with Tren. Yeah, Tren's fucking nuts. Well, when Trenbolone came out, it wasn't on the market long. They pulled it off because people had a hard time with it. And one of the advantages of it is it was cheaper to make. So they're like, well, fuck, Tren's cheap and very effective. It's 5 times more anabolic age than testosterone, and you can take a lot of it without fucking gaining a lot of water bloat. So it was perfect in a lot of ways. It was cheap, but it's not safe for human consumption. So they pulled it from the market and they labeled it as not safe for human consumption.
But when did that ever stop anybody?
Yeah. Well, what they did was they remarketed it. They remarketed it as an anabolic steroid agent for cattle. So when they did that, the price dropped even more. You could get a gallon of that shit for maybe a couple $100 and inject it into all your cattle. And they were mostly injected it into cattle before they sent them off to slaughter, because they might be on a train for a few days, 4 or 5 days, 6 days. You don't want them losing weight. And anabolic steroids keep you from going into cannibalism, where your body starts to consume its own tissue in order to stay alive, So you'll hold muscle tissue. So they were fucking injecting those cattle with it.
And the cattle were going mental.
Yeah, the cows were like, that bitch is cheating on me.
No, right? Mad cow.
They're laughing at me.
All the other cows are laughing.
They're talking about me.
I'm going to kick that cow's ass.
Yeah. That's how the cows were. But they can't tell you.
Yeah. There could have been all kind of drama
Yeah.
happening with the cows that we weren't aware of.
They don't seem to react to it by getting mad. But what happened when they did that is that dudes on cattle farms had access to fucking large amounts of very cheap steroids.
There's like, hey, don't mind if I
do.
do.
So they were like, okay, let's fucking put this in smaller bottles, sell this over at the gym. And that's what happened. So it ended up getting back into the market through like backdoor channels. But now in other countries, we're talking about back in the 60s and 70s and shit. Back in the other countries, they never really banned it. They didn't say that you couldn't take it. It came with warning labels, but in other countries that shit's over the counter. Here they treat that shit like it's toxic waste, it's poisonous, it'll kill you. In other countries, they're like, yeah, you want some? Here, you go to the pharmacy, buy it.
Knock yourself out.
Over the counter, yeah, it's on you.
Zach is talking about the boobs. It's like they went from flat to round to something else. It was odd. I always forget they're real malleable. Yeah, she might have just been wearing like a sports bra in some of the scenes. Yeah, that'll smush your boobs flat. Well, that's technically that's what it's supposed to do. So your boobs don't flop around while you're exercising. You know what I mean? Tickly says, "Do you guys ever go to the beach?" Not so much. No, I used to go. My mom loved the beach, and she used to take us a lot when we were kids, because I grew up in Daytona Beach, so we lived like literally right by the Atlantic Ocean. So we used to go to the beach all the time, but I kind of liked it when I was a little kid, but as I got older, I was like, it's too sunny. and there's too many sharks in the water. It's kind of nice every now and then. It's nice at night, for example, but where we live now is we live in central Florida, so you'd have to drive like an hour and a half like to get to a beach from here, even if we wanted to go. But they're nice sometimes. We just don't usually go. I don't think we've ever been to a beach, me and you.
We're not big beach people.
No. I don't want to fuck up my beautiful pallor. You know what I mean?
You look good with the tan, though.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, hello there said there was a supplement called Renutrient. Is that how you pronounce it? That I used to order online in the late 90s that would make you so high. It was eventually banned when they realized it was being abused so much.
What was that?
A supplement.
Which
called
one?
Renutrient.
I don't know that one.
From the 90s.
I don't know that one.
He said he got it online in the 90s. But it's like they had to ban it later when they figured out how high people were getting on it.
Yeah, I don't know that one. I know that here in the U.S. in the 90s, parts of the 2000s, the 90s, I think maybe early 2000s, I don't know the exact date. I wasn't into it at that time. They were selling pro-hormones. And a pro-hormone was like a hormone, like testosterone, but it wasn't quite chemically the same, or the molecular structure was different, so you could get around fucking like controlled substances laws, so you could sell it over the counter. You were getting it at GMC and shit, but it was evidently crappy, really crappy. Fucking, you'd have hormonal imbalances, you know what I mean? Fucking zits, your nuts would dry up, so fucking you'd lose fertility temporarily. Which you'll do that if you'll take testosterone if you don't take precautions. And evidently not build a lot of muscle on it. It's just more like hope. You know what I mean? I hope you don't know. You don't want to do anything that's fucking, you don't want to take anything that's kind of experimental or unknown. Like, I'm not really convinced that fucking peptides are a reality. Maybe they are. I don't know. I have to ask Grok 3 about it more. But I know that some guys were taking peptides along with other stuff. But they were taking so much other stuff that how would you know that peptide did anything? You know what I mean?
That's the problem.
On top of all the other
shit. They
shit.
only know if they isolate.
You gotta isolate.
Like, you have to control for every other variable.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's so difficult to know how people react to different things, because one, everybody's different, and two, it's hard to say, like, what else are they taking? Even shit like regular ass vitamins and stuff like that can interact with stuff in certain people, so you never really know.
Yeah.
They can come up with, percentage, well, this is probably, but, they can't ever be 100% sure.
There's no reason to get involved in any fucking experimental shit, because they basically all had it figured out by the 70s. Pretty much. Only certain people knew, though. That shit was fucking super secret, how to take steroids and which ones to take. Only fucking downs over at fucking Muscle Beach knew. And there were doctors involved with that. It wasn't like they were just making this up as they were going. They had endocrinologists, doctors that were in the fucking gyms. Some of those doctors owned fucking laboratories, drug companies that were across the border in Mexico that would make the shit. They would bring some of it in and they'd sell the rest of it worldwide. They wouldn't tell the average person how to actually take it, because they were trying to win championships. So so they were kind of like testosterone. It's well understood. It's got a fucking great safety margin. There's different esters of it that you could take it. If you're over the age of 35 and you want to look decent and you're fucking going to the gym, you should be on testosterone. Everybody over 35 should be on testosterone if you're a man. Just sorry, unless your body can't tolerate it. There are some people that just, you inject that in them and they just fucking get fat, or have fucking bad zits, or fucking get gynecomastia, which is bitch tits. There's some people it's just bad genetics for you. Sorry, not everybody's the same, and some dudes do not have the proper receptors, androgen receptors in their bodies to take that. They just can't take anything. Some people don't react at all. Just give it to them and nothing happens. No reaction. Most dudes, there's a reaction though, and it's pretty positive. Some guys will hyper respond. They'll fucking have an awesome response to it. Me, I think I was just more like on the good end. I didn't have any side effects. Didn't have to worry about gyno. Didn't have to worry about fucking high blood pressure. None of that happened to me. All that shit they warn you about, none of that happened to me. I didn't have to take all the precautions. The only precaution I take is to take Clomid, but to keep my nuts working, so I can shoot live rounds. That's it. And you can take.
And you never know when you might need to knock someone up at a moment's notice.
I just like to see shit flying out. Yeah, I just like to see.
He likes the visual.
It's like visual. Yeah. It feels better too. Because I've let it shut down before. It's just hormonal birth control. It's the same thing. Same thing when a woman takes estrogen pills. The body sees that estrogen and goes, "Oh, I got plenty of estrogen. I don't need it. I don't need any estrogen, so I'll shut these fucking ovaries down and all this because I got plenty." And then her menstrual cycle stops. You know, some women live like that. They don't tell them the side effects. They, birth control, hormonal birth control is HRT, and they don't educate women what that actually does to them long term. I'm not a great believer in female hormonal birth control now, knowing the side effects and what that actually does to a woman. It'll cause you to gain a lot of weight. You'll be kind of mentally crazy. You'll be attracted to guys who are overweight. That's another thing too. Overweight, sluggish-looking dudes. Oh, he's cute. You'll be like that, and you won't be real. You won't have a strong sex drive. Now, there are other forms of birth control that won't do that to you, but hormonal birth control for women it fucks their mind up too much and their bodies. You can be on it for a little while, but not for years and years and years.
Zach says, seems like a lot of foods from the 70s weren't fit for human consumption either. Yeah, I agree.
A lot of who? A lot of what?
A lot of food from the 70s.
Yeah.
What was the deal with savory dishes encased in Giallo back then?
What was that?
Savory dishes encased in Giallo.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
and then Oracle brings it up. Yeah, check out a Victorian cookbook sometime with all the weird dishes involving aspic.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was because it made everything look all colorful and fancy. And aspic used to be like a rich person thing.
That was Victorian?
Aspic was.
It was Victorian? I didn't realize that.
As far as I know, yeah.
I knew they had it in the 50s.
Yeah. No, it goes back a long way.
It goes back that far, okay.
Yeah.
It was made out of horse hooves. That's where the gelatin was coming from.
Yeah.
They had lots of it, so.
But it was time consuming to make. That's why, like, when Giallo came out, and I can't even remember. I know that they did a show, I think, about Giallo on Foods That Built America. And it's, like, older than you think it is. Like, it came out, like, a long time ago. But that was kind of, like, the big deal about it is that it used to be this really super time-consuming process to, like, make gelatin and make aspic and stuff like that. And then when you made it, like, kind of instant, like, everybody got super excited. But a little too excited, obviously, because they started putting, hey, let's cut up some hot dogs and cucumbers and whatever the fuck and little curls of carrot and put that shit in there. Like, what the hell are you thinking? I don't know. The hilarious thing, there used to be a website, I don't know if it's still there or not, it's pretty old, but it was somebody that had all those Weight Watchers cards from the 70s, because Weight Watchers back in the 70s, because my mom was on it, and they had all these, like, recipe cards, and I swear to God, every single dish on there looked like nothing you would ever want to eat, which I guess is maybe why it's like, hey, it'll help you lose weight, because all this shit looks so disgusting that you'll just be like, yeah, no thanks, I'm good. But, they had a lot of, like, aspic kind of stuff. And they were trying to make stuff look super fancy. Like, one that I remember, too, was this one... What the fuck was it even made of? It was, like, munched up, like, tuna salad or something like that. But they munched it up, like, into a fish shape. And then, like, it had, like, black olives for eyes. And it had all this other kind of horrible shit going on.
It was just like a tuna fish salad?
I don't remember. I remember, like, reading about it and being like, I would not eat. And I like tuna salad.
Yeah.
But it's like there was something else in it that
I could make a badass tuna salad.
You do, yeah.
I could make a badass tuna salad, a special one that we haven't had before. I could make that and shape it like a fish, and it would be good.
Well, yeah.
You just have to know how to make it.
It's just, why would you shape it like a fish, though?
That's just the way they thought.
If you're being fancy.
Yeah. I wouldn't shape it like a fish. I would shape it like two big old titties. No,
tuna titties.
I'd make it geometric or something. Was it Full Metal Nosferatu asked me if I took any vitamins and supplements? Yes and no. I mean, if you got a good diet, me and Jen try to eat steak meat, you know what I mean? Like good meat, fucking pork tenderloin, chicken, and fresh vegetables. All right. Try to stay away from carbs.
Which we grow a lot of vegetables.
We grow vegetables here. Yeah. Stay away from shit that's. I like potatoes, but you don't want to eat a lot of them.
Yeah, we eat them sometimes.
I love bread, but you don't want to eat a lot of that.
Yeah, we eat that sometimes.
I love fucking pasta, but you gotta watch it with that. Okay.
We still eat it, but just not
that much, not that very often.
Maybe just like once a week or something.
No, once a month.
Or maybe
pasta once a month.
Yeah.
That puts a lot on you. If you're eating right, you know, you shouldn't need any dietary supplements unless there's something wrong with you. Now, there's an exception. Recently, I got some of that fucking good iodine. I took some iodine to see if it made a difference. Because I've been hearing that iodine makes you feel better. I haven't noticed any difference. I haven't noticed any difference.
Honestly, I don't really notice much of it. Well, that's kind of just how my shit works. It's like, I take it and say, hey, here, try this vitamin or try this thing. It'll make you feel super awesome. And I'm just like, nope, just feel the same as usual.
Iodine can't hurt you. You know, since, you know, you evidently do need it, but you can get it out of iodized salt and you can get it from fish and shit. So I just give myself a couple drops of iodine a week, maybe. I just got it a couple weeks ago, so I'll probably do like 2 drops a week just to see what happens. But I haven't noticed anything.
Zach says, now I'm down the rabbit hole of 70s food and saw fondue. I don't think I've ever had it before, and I want to try it. Yeah, the thing about fondue is that, it's kind of like a punchline nowadays because it was so associated with the 70s, and they even had a fondue pot. My grandma had one, like that orange one, which if you look at fondue pot, that's probably one of the first ones you see. That was the one she had. And, but, I mean, honestly, it's just stuff dipped in cheese, and it's like, how could you not like that? I mean, how could that be bad? That's not bad.
Yeah.
But, you know, it did kind of get associated with shag carpeting and key parties and all the other kind of shit that went on in the 70s. I don't know how common key parties were in the 70s. But it's just something shag carpeting was for real common because I saw that everywhere. But, yeah, Full Metal Nosferatu says, I can't eat Giallo anymore after it was all I could eat before a procedure I had. Yeah, I don't, we used to eat it a lot as kids. We always had, my grandma always had all different kinds of Giallo and all different kinds of Giallo pudding, and she would make different stuff with it. Like, she used to make this cake that was like was it like a white cake or a yellow cake? I can't really remember now. But she would like poke holes in it and then put like green, like lime Giallo, like down in it.
Yeah. And
then have like a lime frosting on it. Like, she used to make that a lot.
Oracle's telling me about her pork tenderloin. Go ahead and read it.
Tommy, probably like the main dish of our supper tonight. Pork tenderloin seasoned with black pepper, granulated garlic, and herbes de Provence.
Yeah.
That sounds
And browned in a cast iron skillet.
Oh, deglazed with a little chicken broth and apple vinegar.
Yeah.
Then finished off in the oven.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds good.
That sounds really good.
Sounds like something I'd make.
I love a good pork tenderloin. Yeah, we make that quite often, actually.
We make that kind of stuff, yeah. You have my cookbook. In the cookbook, I've got a Brazilian version of fucking pork tenderloin with the apricots and the apricots and what do you call it things? Prunes.
Yeah.
Around it. Brown sugar. Bake it like that.
Today we just had, we got it kind of early, so we just had brunch. So we just had like some eggs and turkey bacon. And then like just before the show, we just heated up some chicken nuggets. And some fucking, and some sweet and sour sauce.
Yeah.
Well, you had barbecue sauce, but I like sweet and sour sauce.
Yeah, how'd you know I had barbecue? You saw it?
Because I took the dish. Because I put your dishes in the dishwasher.
Yeah.
And I said, that looks like barbecue sauce.
Yeah, I wanted barbecue sauce. I had a bunch of it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
But I love sweet and sour sauce. I could just drink that shit.
Shit, man.
Yeah, Zach says chocolate fondue looks to die for. Yeah, because they do like a dessert fondue also. And like I said, it's just dipping stuff in chocolate. How could that be bad, right? Just different fruit and like strawberries,
bananas, orange.
Well, he can keep the bananas, but yeah.
I can eat all the bananas for you. I'll eat all that.
He can eat all the bananas.
Yeah.
Other day I think he got them at the dollar store because they were cheap. What were they, like the Laffy Taffy?
Laffy Taffy.
But it was the banana Laffy Taffy. He had like a whole... And then he kept like teasing me about it because he keeps these little bags of this candy like in his nightstand.
Yeah.
And then he just like brings them out at night like when movies are on and stuff, and I'm just like, oh, what's that?
It's boy candy.
Yeah. It's like banana Laffy Taffy. I'm like, oh.
Boy candy.
Want some? No, I don't want any.
Girls don't eat that. Girls don't eat that kind of candy. I was eating the damn nerds. They were actually, what do they call them?
It's like nerd cluster, gummy clusters.
Gummy nerds.
Yeah, it's like a gummy, but it's got like nerds stuck on the outside.
Yeah, it's gummy with nerds stuck on the outside of it. I had a packet of those. They were only $1.
They were not good. I didn't know.
I liked them. I gave Jed one. She's like,
I was like, do I have to?
And then gummy lifesavers.
Now those are okay.
Those were good too.
I mean, I prefer actual lifesavers.
Yeah.
I'm not completely averse to fruity candy. I like lifesavers. I like Starburst.
Okay.
I like Now and Laters. I don't know if they make those anymore.
Yeah. I think they make them.
You know?
Maybe. They probably break teeth. They probably have them. You probably have to.
It's just not usually. It's just if you gave me like a whole candy store and said pick out like 10 things that you like, none of them would be fruit candy probably. I like chocolate stuff or stuff with nuts in it, or stuff with peanut butter in it, or shit like that. You know what I mean? I like crunchy stuff.
Yeah. Full Metal Nosferatu say they're buying pork sirloin now. It's real good.
Huh.
Yeah. We have a little local farmers market type store here that has locally grown beef. And that's just good. That's where we get the steaks.
Yeah, like local cat. Like
they
have. It's like a whole. It's not a whole grocery store, but it's like a market. So they have like regular brands and stuff. And I have to say the prices on their, national brands are even more expensive than Publix.
Yeah, they're high.
But their meat is really, really good, and it's all local. Like all the meat is local.
Yeah, and they'll have kind of like specials going, and it'll be. The deal is that you're gonna have to, if you buy that, you're gonna have to eat it that day, or maybe the next. It's ready for that to go. So if you want to have a barbecue, you run down there and see. You can't tell what it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's all different.
It's gonna be different all the time.
Because we went down there last week and they had a really good deal on stew meat.
Yeah, stew meat.
So we went down there and made like a big old.
Yeah.
I
made
beef stroganoff.
Beef stroganoff with that.
Man, that was good.
Yeah. Had red wine in it and everything.
Yeah.
Dijon mustard. That was really good. I served that with mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
It's supposed to go with noodles, but I like it with mashed potatoes or rice better than with the noodles.
Yeah, I like it with mashed potatoes best. But noodles is second and then rice is third.
Yeah.
Because I like noodles too.
But, it's a whole herd of cattle masturbating. Beef stroganoff.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That was really good. And we ate on that for a couple of days.
Yeah.
It went a long way.
Yeah.
So I don't even remember how much was the stew meat. It wasn't that expensive.
$16 for 2 pounds.
It was like it was like a big.
$16 for 2 pounds. And I was going, I'm either gonna make chili with this or stroganoff. She goes, "Oh, make stroganoff." I said, "All right." So I put it in the Instant Pot and pressure cooked it, so it was nice and tender. And then did the rest of the procedure inside the pan, inside the pot on simmer. I was putting fucking cream in it and everything. Cream, Dijon, mustard, beef bouillon, along with the natural beef drippings in there. I can't remember what else. Oh, I used fresh parsley that I got out of the garden because I got parsley growing out there. Yeah, it's good.
It was really good.
Yeah. And wine.
Yeah.
I had some fucking red wine I put in there.
And I had a glass of wine with it.
Yeah.
Which was awesome.
Served it with wine. That was good. But they also have like filet mignon in there. They had sirloin tips. That was good.
Yeah, we had those yesterday.
Had those yesterday. Did them on a grill.
With a bunch of grilled vegetables from the garden.
Yeah.
Like tomatoes and onions and stuff.
Had porterhouse. Wasn't that porterhouse that we... No, what were those that I bought?
You got a porterhouse
I got a
weeks ago.
Porterhouse. And it was about $14 for a fucking $15 for a porterhouse. They,
which that's not
yeah,
bad.
lots of ribeyes. They have that there. The price isn't great on ribeye though. It's better to get like fucking porterhouse is better in terms of the price. But and I like porterhouse better.
And honestly, it's like I usually have to get the smaller steaks anyway because I can't really eat that much. I can't eat a big ass steak as much as I would like to. I can't really eat all that much at once. or I'll get sick.
But then they had big roasts, beef roasts, and shit.
We've never got any roast there.
Haven't got them
We
yet.
should probably.
That's
get
easy.
one.
You just sear it on the outside and put it in a pressure cooker. That's how I would do it. To make sure it's perfect. It'll be super tender. And then just, then the drippings, make a gravy in there. Maybe throw some mushrooms in it.
Mushrooms.
So, yeah, serve it with rice. Or mashed potatoes. Or fucking sliced potatoes. Sliced potato would be good.
Oh, that would be
Sliced
good too, like julienne or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, I could do anything with that. Well, tomorrow's Saturday. We can go get some. I got to mow the lawn tomorrow, probably, or I can do it Sunday.
You gotta mow the lawn, and our friend is coming over
Yeah, that's right. I got to do lips.
too, to get her lips done.
Yeah, I got to do her lips.
But I'm not sure what time she said afternoon, but I'm not really sure what time she's going.
All
And then we got to do Memento Mori tomorrow night too.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of stuff going.
What are they saying? Today is, of course, Sidetracks. Anything you guys want to talk about, just drop it in the comment section. Talk about old cases. We could talk about anything.
Like I said,
Dating.
probably
Talk about food.
food, dating, porn.
Porn.
Those are
Talk about
those are our favorite topics.
Yeah, favorite topic. Sex.
Yeah, that's easily our favorite topic. Zach says, now I'm remembering those round wedding cookies my grandma used to make for the holidays with the powdered sugar on them.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like those. Yeah, my grandma used to make them for Christmas too.
In Mississippi, my grandmother used to make this thing called cocoons.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
things
yeah.
are fucking great.
Those are good too.
It was like a little powdered cookie. It looked like a little chrysalis or something. Or
Yeah.
little white cocoon. And they were like a butter cookie, kind of like a pecan sandy. That's what they were like.
Oh, I love pecans.
Covered in fucking powdered sugar, and then the butter from it would seep into the powdered sugar, and it would make it kind of like a yellow glaze. It was partly powdered sugar, partly a glaze, and it had pecans in it, if I remember correctly. Didn't it have
Well, that
pecans?
makes everything better.
Yeah, but either pecans or walnuts. I think they were pecans.
Both are good.
Yeah.
See, that's what I mean. That's
Cocoons.
That's my kind of
Yeah,
shit
yeah.
right there. That's what you can keep the fruity candy with fake banana flavor.
Imagine a pecan sandy type cookie, but it was different shape and it's covered in powdered sugar. It was kind of melted because of the butter that was sucking out of that cookie. Yeah.
How could that? I mean, how could you not love that?
Cholesterol, bro.
Well, it's like if you don't eat them every day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like if you just have them as a treat every now and
She used to
then.
pack them in these tall, round metal cans,
Yeah.
like you get from Christmas.
Yeah.
You'd have Christmas month, they'll be packed in there. You reach in there, pop, pull the top up, and get you some of them fucking cookies out of there.
I mean, we always, like at Christmas time, we always kind of get stuff, or we get those big tins of the Danish cookies and stuff like
I
that.
haven't made eclairs in a long time.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You need to, like, make some eclairs, man.
Yeah.
Because those ones you made before, this was like years ago, but you made
Yeah.
the eclairs and stuff.
They're like the size of a huge hamburger. Could you eat one? You're like, oh.
I couldn't even finish
Made the
one.
custard and
I had to cut it like in 4 pieces. Yeah, it was enough for at least 2 people.
Yeah.
It was just like a whole ass.
Kind of got carried away.
You did, yeah.
Kinda
But
got
that's,
carried
I
away
mean,
with
they
the
were
size.
fucking delicious, though.
They were my Aunt Lois's recipes, and she says, yeah, they're big. You can't eat them. I remember when I was a kid. They came out, that recipe came out of the fucking Duncan Hines cookbook I have downstairs. It was my grandmother's.
Yeah, that old
bitch is
Dunkin'
falling
oven.
apart.
Yeah, all the pages are falling out.
It's a great cookbook, though, because it teaches you how to do anything, like how to make ketchup. Recipes on how to make fucking mustard, mayonnaise. It teaches you how to make condiments. It has a
you
lot
can
of
make
good
everything
shit.
from scratch.
Everything was in there. Yeah.
But see, I think the whole thing about that eclair was that you could tell people, "Oh, I just had one eclair."
Yeah,
but what you didn't know, but it was
big.
like this, like as big as a fucking softball.
It's like a 2-pound eclair with chocolate on top of it.
You know what I mean? It's just it's the same principle as those people with those giant wine glasses. I just had one glass of wine and it's like this big. You know what I mean? I think that was the same principle. They were really good though, but they took a long time to make because I remember that being like a several-hour project. But they turned out really, really good. It took us a while to eat them all though, because they were enormous. Yeah, well, hello there said, my mom had an old Chinese cookbook, and almost every recipe called for like a tablespoon of MSG. I didn't realize it was something you could actually buy at the supermarket.
MSG?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, you can. It's a flavor enhancer.
Monosodium and glutamate.
Yeah.
And people have always thought that it was dangerous. It's not dangerous. I looked into it.
Not so much dangerous, but
it can give you a headache.
Gives you headaches, yeah. Because I used to get that. It
only does
not anymore, but I used to.
It only does it to some people, and I don't think it's. I think you can adapt to it. It was actually just invented by the Japanese. It was like a modified version of salt, really, and they sprinkle it on anything. It would make anything taste better. Just a flavor enhancer.
Yeah, that's
used
all
to be in ramen all the time. Ramen packets had.
Yeah, that's because I used to when I was broke and I had to eat a lot of ramen because they're 10 for $1 or whatever, and I was getting headaches all the time, and that's why because of that. But
it's just souped up salt.
Yeah, that's basically all
it is. But it just tastes better than salt.
It does. It has more of that umami kind of flavor to it. Like it's more of a meaty kind of flavor.
Yeah, you can put it in anything, and you're like, oh, all right.
Yeah. It just
there was who was it? Somebody was saying that they started to put monosodium glutamate in military rations, and they noted that they'd eat it even if it was rotten, if it had MSG in it.
That makes everything taste better.
Because it made everything taste better. But the thing is, I didn't think MSG was that old.
Yeah, it's been around.
I thought it was 40s.
I don't know when it first came on.
50s maybe.
Because like I said, they've been using it in Asian cooking for a long time.
Yeah. I think it was. I think the Japanese Army, if I remember correctly, fucking came out with it. They were the first ones to use it. They were started putting it in their canned food, and their canning wasn't that good, and things would go wrong. And if it was rotten, you could still eat it as long as you had MSG in it.
Philomena Nosferatu says, Tom, my family used to take beef and pork drippings and put it in spaghetti with onions and garlic.
Oh, yeah.
And it was so good. Yeah, that tastes really good. That sounds really good.
Well, you're making spaghetti bolognese.
Yeah, essentially.
Same thing. Spaghetti with meat sauce.
Zach says, my grandma's favorite cookie was pecan sandies, actually. Yeah. Now I want some of those. I don't care if they're old lady snacks. I don't care either. I love pecan sandies. And I also love Lorna Doones.
Yeah.
And they still make those because I got some at CVS a couple of months ago before we went to the movies.
Another cookie that I haven't seen in a long time was made by a company called Sunshine. It was here in the South.
Yeah, I remember that.
They were called lemon coolers.
Yeah, I remember those. Oh, they were good.
They were good.
Didn't they come in a box?
Yeah, big green box.
Yeah, green box. That's right.
Big green box.
I remember.
And it was a white cookie that has, it was just like a white cookie covered in powdered sugar. And it had chips in it, but the chips weren't chocolate. The chips were lemon flavored.
Yeah.
And it was in like a vanilla cookie type.
Because I love
the cookie might have been lemon.
I love me some lemon cookies.
I think the cookie might have been lemon too, or lemonized. Man, they were fucking delicious.
They were really good.
If you ate one of them, you'd end up eating the whole box. You couldn't stop eating them. And Sunshine's out of business, I don't think. I don't think they're around anymore.
Don't think so. I'd have to look it up. Like I said, I'm kind of surprised at how what companies are still around that I'm not aware of.
So that's the end of lemon coolers, I think.
Yeah.
Haven't seen them.
Well, they probably have a dupe out there somewhere that tastes kind of like it.
Yeah. You might be able to order them.
Yeah, because there's all kind. I found on Amazon a while ago. There's I can't remember the name of it, but it's some kind of. It's this huge store, and all they sell is just old timey candy that I didn't even think they made anymore.
Yeah, discontinued.
Discontinued shit, and they have a bunch of
Necco wafers.
Yeah, although the thing about Necco wafers is I'm pretty sure who the fuck is buying these, because it's still a viable company apparently.
Yeah.
And they still sell a fuck ton of those. I'm
Necco
who
wafers
is buying those?
Necco wafers were the first American candy, 1800s.
Yeah.
Came in a wax paper wrapper. It was
I'm sad for them that was their candy.
It was a stack. It looked like little discs. They looked like little coins. They were all different flavors. They were covered in powder, so they wouldn't stick to each other. And they were flavored, kinda. It was real.
I don't think I would go
real
that far.
subtle, real subtle flavor. You bit into them, and they just kind of turned into dust.
You could pretend it was that you were getting communion.
Yeah, they were like little communion wafers. They were kind of chalky.
Yeah.
Chalky and waxy, and that was the first candy.
That was back in the days before you could get chocolate. Chocolate was only for rich people.
Yeah.
That was what all us peons had to eat. Just fucking eat your Necco wafers and shut up about it.
Yeah, but I think in Necco wafers you could get a pack of them. They were about that, a roll of them. They were that long. Or you could get it for a penny.
Yeah.
Which was,
which is
That was
still
all
it
people
was
could
still
afford.
overcharging in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's like if you're gonna eat those, it's like I would just rather not eat anything.
The only one that had any flavor was the black one. It was licorice flavored.
So and that's gross too. So
Yeah.
it's just like
They had
none
chocolate.
of I had them before because like some loser when I was a kid like put them in our Halloween things. And it's like when you got to the bottom of the barrel and you're like, man,
Necco
this
wafers.
is the only fucking shit we got left. Well, I
Yeah.
guess we got to eat them. It's they taste like nothing. They don't taste like anything.
Yeah. Well, the chocolate. They had a chocolate one. It was brown.
Yeah, I remember that
It
one.
kind of had a chocolate flavor.
It kind of tastes like a chocolate bar kind of walked past it
Yeah.
and maybe farted on it.
Yeah. They had a vanilla one that was white. I remember. They had a strawberry one that was kind of pink, but it was just a suggestion of those flavors though. It wasn't really.
It's just a concept.
Yeah.
It's a concept of a flavor.
Yeah.
Is what it is. CB says, Tom, what's your favorite porn? I like vampire porn.
I don't have a single one.
Yeah, you like lots of different kinds.
I kind of go through fucking phases, you know. Where
I do too. I'm kind of just like,
Remember-
yeah, because sometimes you're like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
I kind of feel like seeing this for a little while, then
Yeah.
you're kind of sick of that, and then you like watch some other shit.
But I actually like the ones I appreciate the most are kind of like old Gonzo porn from like the late '90s, you know,
Yeah.
fucking Belladonna movies and shit, and just shit like that. It's just, you know, it wasn't really thoroughly scripted, or you know, the more reality type porn like fucking from Shane's World, you know.
I even kind of like those
Shane's
because, like
World,
I said, the two of them are married, and you can tell they're like really getting into it.
Yeah, and they were flying down fucking Tiffany Towers from Canada and fucking her and shit. That you can see her picking her up at the airport and going to clubs with her. You know, you can tell they're friends. You know, and just shit like that. Her fucking huge ass fucking implants.
Tiffany Towers.
Yeah, Tiffany Towers.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, she's still around. She doesn't do porn though, but she's still around.
Tigglytoot says, "What is your kindred spirit animal, Jen?" Ooh, I don't know. An owl, maybe?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought of. I'm not cool enough to be a cat. Speaking of animals, I thought of this
Jen's
earlier.
not animalistic, actually. She's like Spock. Her spirit animal is fucking Spock.
Well, yeah, I
Star Trek.
always joke that Spock is my spirit animal.
Yeah.
Like I said, my ex-husband used to call me Spock, but he thought it was an insult, which I thought was kind
Yeah.
of funny. I'm just like, oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Like, he thought he was being mean, but I was just like, okay, thank you for the compliment.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're a dummy. But, you know what I mean? It was that kind of shit. But speaking of animals, I thought of this when Zach said about the women's boobs changing shape. And then I just randomly thought of our TV goes to like a screensaver if you don't turn the Xbox on or whatever. And it started going to these little nature programs.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of waiting for Tom to get out of the shower, and I'm like, oh, look, a little nature program. And it was about different Australian animals. And there was one about the wombat.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about, I've seen wombats before, but I guess I never really made this connection, because as soon as the little wombat like popped out of his little hole, I'm like, oh my god, it looks just like Pookie.
Yeah.
So we started saying that maybe she was half wombat. But fun fact, I never knew about wombats. Their poop is cube shaped.
Yeah, it's weird.
And they showed that on there. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. It was so weird. I was like, I have never seen that ever. And then Tom's like, maybe in their butt they have like a little car crusher type.
Like, yeah.
I was like, why? Why would they have that? That's so bizarre.
Look how CB fucking spelled pudding. He spelled it pudding.
Yeah, he always spells put. He always
Pudding.
spells put like
Let
that.
me tell you, in the South, pudding means farting.
It says, yeah, poop.
Yeah, you pooted. I'm sitting here pooting.
That's like, well, that's like something that a little kid would say.
A little kid, yeah.
Because they're technically not allowed to say fart because
Yeah, they
it's a
might
bad
get in trouble.
word.
They might get in trouble.
Even though
Yeah.
it's not.
I
But,
pooted.
Zach says, oh no, I just remembered those Milano mint cookies. Oh, those are my favorite. Out of all the,
Yeah.
because all those Pepperidge Farm, the cookies that come in the white bags, the mint Milanos are by far. I mean, all of them are good. I even like the Chessmen ones, which are like the butter shortbready cookies. But the mint Milanos are like really good. I will tear up a whole fucking
Speaking
bag
of
of those.
Pepperidge Farms, I bought some of those coconut cakes.
Man, these are like, okay.
I maybe I should get those and show them to them.
Yeah, we went to like a Dollar General. It was just on a,
What's up, Hook?
See, them putting shit by the checkout counter like totally works sometimes, because I was there waiting in line, and I look over there and they had a box of these tasty cake, little coconut cakes, and I was like, ooh, coconut cake. I haven't had coconut. I love coconut. So I was like, let's get some of these and try them out. There's only 4 in the box, but they're big. They're like this big. They're like a big hunk. And holy shit, those are delicious. So like now every time we go to the dollar store, we get them. We don't eat them every day because they're massive. Yeah. But you know, every few days, we're like, let's have a coconut cake. Yeah, we just randomly pick them up and.
Yeah.
Coconut Juniors.
Yeah.
Why are there
Man,
are there coconut seniors?
These things are great. If you ever had those Pepperidge Farms fucking coconut cakes that used to come out of the freezer, they're just like that.
Oh yeah.
They're
We used to get those all the time.
Just
my
like
grandma
that.
always had those.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There comes 4 of them in this box.
Yeah, like I said, there's only 4 of them in there, but they're very large. Yeah, Tiggly says lemon bars are my favorite too. Yeah, like I said, I'm not a big fruity dessert person, but honestly, anything lemon cake, lemon bars, I'm all about that.
And I got that.
Oh, you got honey buns?
Honey buns.
Those are actually better than the small Deborah versions.
Probably, yeah.
They have more icing on them.
You don't know what a small Deborah is.
Little Debbie's. That's what we call Little Debbie's. Small Deborah's. We're trying to make them fancy. I don't know. Oh, yeah, you did get some small Deborah's because there was oatmeal pies in there.
We'll go grab some more.
Mad Link says, y'all got black and white cookies there. I think it's a New York thing. The bakeries by my house are incredible. You can get them down here, but it's not like a huge thing. I think I've maybe had one, but it was a long, long time ago. But yeah, I know that that's a really big New York thing, and they are really good. But you can. I think Publix has them sometimes because they'll make all different stuff. Have y'all ever seen Type O Negative in concert? No, we have not. The late great Peter Steele would have the largest bottle of wine on stage, and we'd watch him chugging it and sliding it on his bass guitar. That's awesome. I'm not I mean, I like Type O Negative, but I don't think not enough that I would have like paid to go see them. You know what I mean? It's like I'll listen to them if they come on the Spotify or whatever. But let's see. Tigglytude says, my favorite dessert I make is called Pineapple Lush Cake. It's made with golden Oreos, butter, coconut cream pudding, whipped cream, crushed pineapple. It's fucking insane. That does sound actually really good. I like pineapple shit too because I like pineapple upside down cake. My grandma used to make that a lot. And that was really good. Didn't we see something the other day that had something about gooey butter cake? Did we see like a coffee creamer that was... Because I was thinking about my grandma making pineapple upside down cake, and then I was like, oh, she used to make gooey butter cake all the time too, which I think is more of a southern thing. And I don't even remember like how she made it. It's like super, super rich. It's really good though. I should make it one day.
Yeah, Tigglyfoot is laughing. You called it Small Deborah. Yeah.
That's what we call them.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're trying to keep it classy, you know what I mean?
Little Debbie.
They're Little Debbie.
And there is a Little Debbie.
Yeah, she was a real person.
That was a real person. That was the
daughter of the owner.
The owner's daughter.
Yeah. They named it after her.
Yeah.
And I think that was actually the original painting. That was
the original picture was her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Wendy also from Wendy's was her.
Yeah. Yeah, some of those are actually real people.
Yeah. That was the owner's daughter.
Full Metal Dots Fry said there's a lemon Kit Kat candy now. Really?
In Japan?
Wait, yeah. Do we have it here? Because sometimes every now and then.
Japan.
Well, okay. If you go to the Altamont Mall, and there's an FYE, and they have a whole section of Japanese candy, and sometimes they have the
Japanese
weird Kit Kat flavors in there.
Yeah.
But it's like they don't usually... But I've noticed that, like, I guess because so many people pissed and moaned, it's like, why the hell do they get all the cool flavors? Like, all we have is, like, chocolate and white chocolate. So they've started making a bunch of different... I did get some Kit Kats a few months back that were birthday cake. Like, I think they were white chocolate with, like, the sprinkles and stuff in it. And those were actually pretty good. I think I got those, like, to go to the movies. But, yeah, they have, like, a bunch of different flavors, which is good because, like I said... Yeah, I don't understand why all these other countries get all this cool shit and we don't get it.
Well, Japan's crazy. They like to innovate everything. They can't. If you give them something, they're not going to keep it the way it is. They're going to try to fucking change it.
We're gonna fuck
Like
this up.
you send them fucking Kentucky Fried Chicken and they change it. All right. You go to a Kentucky Fried Chicken in Japan and it's a nice restaurant. It's not nice here. At least it's a grease ball. Okay.
It is, yeah.
But you
They
go
have
to-
it at Christmas.
They go to Christmas to eat chicken, and but it comes with stuffing and gravy and shit like that. So it's a substitute for a turkey dinner, but they don't even know that it's originally turkey.
Yeah, they might.
They
not.
think a fucking Christmas dinner is chicken.
Like we all go get a bucket of chicken.
Go get a bucket of chicken. Yeah, I think maybe if they look into it, if they bother, they would find out. But
Yeah.
that's not American.
That's not a traditional.
That's not American
Christmas
tradition,
dinner.
yeah.
Is there even such a? Because I mean, Thanksgiving dinner in America, that's pretty standard. I know that there's like a lot of people that do different shit because some people don't like turkey, or you know they have different cultural traditions or something.
Thanksgiving's pretty much a constant.
But most people do the classic.
It's turkey with pies, stuffing, gravy, sometimes ham.
Usually pumpkin pie. Sometimes
pumpkin.
apple pie.
Yeah.
Sometimes pecan pie.
It's basically a British feast, but it's being executed with American ingredients. Like turkeys were from America; they weren't from Europe. Okay, but they ended up in Europe later. Pumpkins. That's Indians eating that.
Yeah.
You know.
I love pumpkin. I'll put pumpkin in anything.
Indians were involved with Thanksgiving because that was happening in colonies, and the thing that changes mostly in America is Christmas dinner. That's what's gonna change.
Yeah, everybody does different shit.
Anglo-Americans tends to be the same dinner as you'd have for Thanksgiving.
Or so what
Ham,
we
or
we would
turkey.
usually do a big ham.
Something like that.
Although my mom's family would do a big ham and a big turkey.
If you're Italian American, you might have that same meal, but there's a lasagna.
But
in there.
lasagna, yeah.
All right. If you're Mexican, you're probably gonna have tamales.
Yeah.
In there, or with mole. Okay. Now they might have some other stuff on there that kind of reminiscent of kind of like an Anglo Christmas dinner type deal. Like they might have pecan pie, or they might have something like that.
Yeah.
Or
mixing stuff
they're,
together.
They're mixing it
that
together.
Makes it fun.
Yeah.
You're just putting all the special foods together because it's a special
in the U.S., these ethnic groups are not contained in a bubble. There are also cross marriages and shit involved, so you have mixed families. So you're gonna have culinary influences from all different wings of the family.
Yeah, which is neat. I think that's.
But the basic theme remains the same for Christmas. You eat the food that your family was eating, and it's the fancy, hard-to-make dinner.
Yeah.
Tamales are hard to make. Mole is hard to make. Fucking lasagna can become a little bit more complicated than other shit that you'd have for the Italian.
Lasagna
dinner.
is kind of a pain in the
Yeah,
ass.
I love lasagna though.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, we make it sometimes, but it's
Yeah.
a pain in the ass to make.
Who's gonna turn down lasagna?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Lasagna is fucking delicious.
Yeah.
We made it. There was a time like you used to make like 3 big pans because he's like,
Yeah.
look, if I'm making it,
If I'm
I
making
might as
lasagna,
well
make a
make a
bunch
lot
of
of
it.
it.
Yeah.
So it's like he's gonna bake 3 big pans of it,
And freeze it.
and then you'd have to freeze it. So then
Yeah.
like months later, you
You
pull this
still-
big
here-
chunk out of the freezer, like heat it
Frozen
up,
fucking lasagna.
and it's still good. You know what I mean? That's what
Yeah.
That's what you do.
But if I'm Christmas though, I'm usually so stuffed with turkey there wouldn't be any room for fucking lasagna.
No.
But I wouldn't turn my nose up on it for fucking seconds when I come back to the table and say, hey, I'll try some of that lasagna this time.
Yeah, I can't. Like I said, it's like I usually have to make several trips like
Yeah.
over the course of the day.
Americans feast on those 2 days.
So much so that you're just laying around with your
Yeah.
stomach all
And Easter too.
distended.
We're gonna have ham for Easter.
Yeah. Which I couldn't even remember
Glazed
when
ham.
it was this year because I was like, wow, I know
Yeah.
it's really late this year, but I thought it was this weekend, but it's not. It's next weekend.
Yeah.
But we got a ham for it. I just couldn't remember what fucking day it was. Whatever. We didn't and we don't, Easter is not really a big. I guess some people celebrate. I celebrated when I was a kid. Like, you'd always get an Easter basket with candy in it, and you do, like, your parents would hide eggs out in the yard, and some of the eggs were plastic, and they had, like, $5 in them and shit like that. Like, we would do that. Like, I always went to my extended family, but, you know, once you're grown, you don't really do it anymore. But I might go get some chocolate, though.
Some Taco Bell? What?
Some chocolate.
Oh, some chocolate.
Yeah.
When?
For Easter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got chocolate over there.
Yeah.
Dollar store's filled with it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll just get some
bunnies and everything. That's cheap. That's cheap chocolate, but
yeah, it's always like Palmer.
Yeah.
When you never see Palmer chocolate any other time, I don't think.
Easter.
Maybe they make shit for other holidays. Maybe they make shit for Valentine's Day. I'm not sure. But I kind of feel like Palmer, like, they kind of got the Easter market cornered.
Yeah.
And you don't really see much of it.
It's a waxy, low quality chocolate. It's these big Easter bunnies.
Yeah.
They're hollow though.
Yeah.
They're kind of flat on one side. And you look at it and you go, that's not a bad deal for that big old piece of chocolate. Well, it's not solid. Sometimes they are. They do have solid.
Sometimes you gotta look. You gotta
look and read it.
Because they'll fuck you.
But the quality of the chocolate isn't that good.
No, it's not great.
Yeah. Like Hershey's is better. And Hershey's isn't that great. Hershey's is just kind of standard for American chocolate.
Yeah. But like I said, Palmer is what you get. They're the ones that make all the...
It's ghetto
bunnies.
Hershey's.
Yeah. But, like, you don't really see their stuff much.
No.
They seem like they're mostly just, like, focused on holidays and mostly Easter.
And that means little kids.
Yeah. And little kids don't care.
Little kids don't care.
They'll eat anything.
Yeah.
They'll eat anything.
Big eggs. You could break open chocolate eggs. They're hollow.
Now, I used to like the Cadbury cream eggs.
Yeah, that's a different story, though.
Although, you can really only eat one of those because, man, those
are... a million calories.
Those are super, super rich.
Yeah.
Like, they're almost to the point where they're too sickly, but you know what I mean? They're still really good. CB said, Jenny, if you were in a horror film, would you be a final girl or would you become one of the unfortunate ones?
Yeah. CB said the turkey's shit. No, let me tell you something.
No, just you.
British turkey is shit. Okay, I've heard all about it. Fucking English people come here and fucking try American turkey. They go, this isn't.
You guys.
This isn't the turkey we know. Y'all don't know how to cook it.
Well, a lot of people here don't know how to cook it either. To be fair.
Yeah, fucking.
Because for years,
Europeans
like
people overcook turkey. And
it's like, oh, it's so dry. It's like, yeah, you're making it wrong.
You don't know how to cook it, right? Fucking.
It should not be dry at all.
Turkey meat, especially the breast, should be fucking extremely moist, juicy, and succulent. More juicy than chicken breast.
Yeah, it definitely is.
More juicy than and it's cooked all the way through. It's not raw or anything. It's just that you're cooking it at very low temperature for a long period of time in an oven, and it's covered in tin foil, so it's almost kind of like an oven inside an oven. And you want it to be stuffed with dressing, and all the drippings and everything. You're going to save all that. You're going to make gravy with it. So no, people from the UK come here and go to our barbecues. And on those barbecues, there's also fucking turkey, and they're just amazed. Like, this is turkey? Because it's not the turkey y'all eat.
Yeah.
Just like the peanut butter that you guys have is not peanut butter. That's shit. American peanut butter is peanut butter. I said this one time. There was a German girl listening, and when she heard my speech on peanut butter, she got American peanut butter in Germany. She couldn't stop eating it.
Yeah.
She was getting fat, eating the whole fucking... Her name was Sandra.
Sandra, yeah.
She became a fucking... A fucking peanut butter aholic. Asked me what brands. I said, get Jif, get Skippy. Should I get this? You know, she became a connoisseur of the shit.
I'm a Jif girl myself.
Yeah, right.
They're all good though.
Right,
and crunchy.
Yeah,
it's gotta be crunchy.
And here, the reason why British peanut butter is shit because it's not peanut butter. You couldn't call that peanut butter in the United States. It has to have a certain amount of fucking peanuts in it. What you guys have is a very low quality peanut butter substitute that we would call Kugel. You couldn't legally call that peanut. And peanut butter in the U.S. It has to be like fucking 90% peanuts to be peanut butter.
90% penis is what it has to be.
Peanuts, yeah. I didn't say penis. Jen, also all she thinks about is penis. I'm gonna take her on a fucking World Cock tour. I'll be her security. She's fucking look at this one, Jen. What do you think of this one? She's got her fucking magnifying glass, a jeweler's lens. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll have the leap on my eye.
The fucking. But we had. They released a brand here called Kugely Eyes, and it was Kugel.
Yeah.
It was flavored imitation peanut butter. As a kid, I loved it. All right, but I think it was mostly just because it was flavored. It had crazy fucking flavors, and I was a little kid.
Yeah,
My parents would try it and go, "Oh, that's horrible." It had
what the fuck are you eating?
yeah, and looking back on it, it had a really artificial texture to it.
Kids love that shit though.
Yeah, it was just so.
They love fake everything.
But Americans have gone to the UK and seen peanut butter and bought the peanut butter you guys have and tasted it and just went, "Oh, what the fuck is that?" And thrown it away.
That's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
peanut butter.
Yeah, it's not peanut butter.
Yeah, the peanut butter over here is really good.
Yeah, real good.
Like I said, I just like a peanut butter sandwich or peanut butter toast.
Yeah.
Sometimes I would just have that for breakfast.
And our major brands actually have it pretty much perfected. Would it be Jif and fucking Peter Pan? Those two right
and
there.
Skippy.
And Skippy.
Although I don't like Skippy as much.
Yeah, and they have variations. They have creamy or fucking crunchy.
Yeah, and some of them are sweeter than others. Like
Yeah.
it depends on how sweet you like it. Some of them are sweeter, some of them are saltier. You have to kind of.
They have Smuckers. There's a Smuckers.
Smuckers has one too.
That was more of a natural peanut butter.
Planters has one
Yeah, Planters.
because they're
Planters
they
is what
make
I was
nuts.
thinking of. You had to be careful with Planters. It was very high quality, but if it sat too long, the oil would separate from the fucking peanut butter. You had to re-stir
You
it.
get that with the organic peanut
Yeah,
butters.
it was like an organic.
And once you open them, you have to refrigerate them, which you
Yeah.
don't with Jif or stuff like that, which have more preservatives in them. But yeah.
CB's talking about don't bring you to Scotland because my dick would look like an ant's compared to Scottish dick. The thing is, I'm mostly Scottish, man. Most of my blood's Scottish. Okay, so
Yeah, his ancestry.
my ancestry's mostly Scottish. Scots Irish.
Yeah.
Most rednecks are
Yeah.
in the South.
That's kind of where we all.
That's where we all kind of came from. Okay. England, like the northern parts of England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland. The shit UK people that were most of them kicked out.
The white trash.
Yeah, they were kicked out of fucking England. You had to either go to the colonies or you go to jail. Kind of like Australia. That shit was going on here.
Well, yeah, because England would then send their convicts
They sent,
to Australia.
yeah, they sent their convicts to Australia, but like troublemakers, they
That
sent
too.
here. They'd send those troublemakers.
Yeah.
They were people that weren't really guilty of a crime, but they just didn't want them around. They sent them here.
It's like, we just don't like you, so fuck
Yeah.
off. About the horror movie question, I'm not entirely sure. I guess it would depend on what the situation was and what the killer was like. Like, some killers I think would be able to outsmart. But I don't know in some cases. If they're supernatural, I probably don't have much of a chance. CB says, for the first time, the Terry's Chocolate Orange is now available in mint. Now you're talking. Because, see,
Those things are pretty good.
I don't really like the chocolate orange. It's okay. But chocolate and orange is not usually my favorite combo. Like I said, I'll eat it, but it's not, my first choice. But chocolate mint, however, that is one of my favorite things. So, Oracle says, for a while we were having duck for Christmas every year. Yeah, some people do have duck or goose. That's not as common, I guess. Yeah. Mostly people I knew had a ham.
Yeah.
And sometimes they'd make a turkey as well. But most people were just like, man, we just had a turkey a month ago at Thanksgiving. We don't want to make another one. So most people would just make a ham. But, yeah, Zach said when I was a kid on Thanksgiving, I'd always go for the ham. The way my folks did the turkey, it was always like eating damp cardboard. Yeah, and I kind of feel like turkey got a bad rap just because so many people didn't know how to cook it. They cooked it too long, for one thing.
At too high of a temperature.
At too high of a temperature. Like, you have to cook it at a low temperature, and you have
Very
to keep
low.
tinfoil over it for most of the cooking time. Like, you take it off at the end so it can brown.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
and also what I used to do, because
you want it to be stuffed. And in that stuffing, you got to have several fucking bars of fucking butter mixed in with that fucking stuffing. And you want cornbread stuffing. You could use biscuit stuffing, or bread stuffing, but cornbread is actually the best. And it's because when that butter melts, it goes into that turkey. And then it ends up as fucking like drippings that go into the bottom of the pan. So you're not wasting that butter. The drippings in the bottom of that pan are going to be the base that you make your fucking gravy with. So yeah, you know what you're doing. Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
I mean, the first time I made a turkey for Thanksgiving, like at my house with my ex-husband, I did it perfect the first time.
Yeah.
Like, I looked it up and it's like, you keep it covered. And I also, like, painted the whole outside of the skin with olive oil. With olive oil. I used olive oil.
Yeah.
And, I kept it covered for most of the time, and then like took it off at the end, and it browned, and it came out like perfect. It was like super moist, and I'd never done it before.
You got to take the wings and you got to turn them and fold them in on themselves so the tips go underneath. So you're kind of like putting it into a fucking nut roll, the wings. If not, they'll fucking dry out too. And then you got to fucking connect the fucking ends of the drumsticks together to help, and then push the leg up to hold all the stuffing in. If not, the legs will fucking... I saw a Korean turkey, and the fucking legs are sticking out like it was getting ready to get fucked, man. You had one leg going this way and the other leg going... It didn't look pretty at all. You know, like, what the fuck? That's not how... What'd they do to that turkey? But, and they cooked it unstuffed. That will dry the fuck out of that fucking turkey. It's gotta be stuffed.
Yeah, I think people were afraid to do that because of, like, foodborne illness concerns, but...
Well, you're cooking for fucking 6 hours.
Yeah, it's like, it's fine.
Yeah, and the low temperature, and it's covered,
anything.
and it's almost, yeah. And in the end, you're going to fucking take the covering off, and you're going to turn the oven heat up, and you're going to brown the outside of it. It's, you know.
So it gets crispy.
But it is a known science. It'll tell you, and it's going to ask you, what does the turkey weigh? Okay? Is it stuffed or unstuffed? And it's going to say, okay, this is the cooking temperature, and this is the time. And this is when you take the fucking foil off and then move it up to this temperature for how long until it's brown, that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's all you gotta do.
You just follow the fucking instructions.
Follow the instructions, and it'll come out perfect.
American instructions. It'll come out perfect every time.
It comes out perfect every time.
Yeah.
As long as you get the weight and everything.
Yeah, when you start slicing that breast, man, you should see clear fucking juices coming out of that fucking breast meat. Now you should be able to just grab a leg and pull it off.
Yeah.
It'll just come off.
I mean, I'm a dark meat.
She likes dark meat. Yeah.
Person, but I like white meat too. But but I'll eat all too because he doesn't really like the dark meat that much. So I'm like, hey, more.
I like it. I just save it for you, and I prefer white meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because man, like the next day I'll get like some really nice thick bread, put all that dark meat, like all that thigh meat, shit like that on there. Put some mayo on there. Put a little bit of fucking cranberry sauce.
Before the day is over.
Stuffing.
After Thanksgiving, I fucking pull the entire other breast off. I debone that entire carcass and throw all the bones away. I'll have every bit of fucking meat off that turkey in that bottom of that fucking turkey pan. Because you're going to eat every bit of that meat.
Oh, yeah.
If it's little small pieces that have come off the back and fucking places and just scraps that have come off from cooking and cutting and carving and shit, you can make turkey pot pie out of that. Mm-hmm. You got all that fucking stuff in it and everything. The problem with fucking that shit is that you get sick of it.
I don't.
I kind of get sick of it after a couple days. I'm like, man, I want something different.
I don't get sick of it.
So I freeze a lot of it.
Yeah, and then like when you're over it, like you eat later. But honestly, we have, I mean, because we make so much food for Thanksgiving, and it's like we could eat on it for like 5, 6, 7 days.
Yeah.
But I don't get tired of it though.
Yeah.
Like every single day, I'm like, ooh, I get to have more of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't get sick.
Yeah, I make my own cranberry sauce and everything.
Yeah, everything.
You just get frozen cranberries and fucking cook them with sugar and fucking your spices, fucking busting it up, fucking pecans or walnuts, depends on whatever. Family recipes are all different. And you just cook it down and just chill it, and it turns into fucking cranberry sauce, man. That shit's fucking good.
Mm. Yeah, Tiggly says, did you guys ever eat that nasty peanut butter and jelly swirled together? I think it was called goober. Yeah, I remember that.
Goober grape?
Yeah.
I got some.
I
got some in that fucking closet. That was one of my backpacks fucking bug out survival foods, because you got peanut butter and jelly in the same fucking jar. And it'll store for a long time as long as you don't open it. A couple years. But that thing's getting to where I got to use it. Peanut butter does eventually go bad.
It takes a while, but it does.
Yeah, and it doesn't go bad like it's unsafe to eat. It starts to get really bitter.
Yeah, it's not quite as delicious.
Yes, it doesn't taste good yet. But they sell it at the dollar store.
Yeah, I thought that. See, I didn't even think they made that shit anymore. Because I felt like wasn't that like a 90s thing? Or
I'll show it to you. I think it's actually a
thing?
dollar store brand.
Oh, it might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter Pan Honey Roasted is the best, says Tiggly 2. Ooh, I haven't had that kind. That sounds really good. I haven't had any peanut butter in a long time. Now I'm gonna go to the dollar store tomorrow. I'm gonna get a big loaf of bread, and I'm going to get like a big thing of peanut butter. And I'm just going to make some peanut butter toast.
Yeah, that's it right
you
there.
did get some.
Yeah, look at
that. is Dollar Store brand. That's
Dollar Store brand. It's called
Clover Valley.
Clover Stripes.
Stripes. So they can't call it.
Peanut butter and jelly in the same jar.
Pretty.
This is good for camping.
Yeah.
It's okay. It tastes good. It's like candy.
Kids.
Oh, and Papa77 said Jif has a peanut butter and chocolate now. Full Metal Nosferatu said, Tom, my fiance had our dog Rio lick peanut butter on saran wrap over a canvas with paint, and it made a textured landscape painting. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I don't have a dog, but it's like, don't people give dogs peanut butter because it's funny how they just kind of like keep licking the roof of their mouth all the time? He also says Jenny playing the antagonist in a horror movie is the best. Yeah, see, I think I'd like to be the villain, honestly. If I was in a horror movie, I think that'd be a lot more fun.
I'm gonna get another drink here.
I probably need some ice. Oh, my ice
ice
melted.
Okay.
I mean, unless there's not enough ice, then
There's
I'll.
all kinds of ice.
Okay, there's all kind of ice. Oh, he said I actually made a Thanksgiving leftover shepherd's pie. Ooh, that sounds good too. Man, this past year I don't really think we. I mean, we ate just all of it. I don't even think we had that much left. Like my mom used to make.
So this is Sidetracks food edition, huh?
Well, what else is new? My mom used to make turkey soup with the leftovers, but I don't think we had enough leftovers this year because we just like ate. We just ate like several big plates of it, like over the next couple days, and then I had some sandwiches, and I think we pretty much ate. It took us a while. I think it took us like a week to get through all of it because we made a lot of food. We might still have. Do we still have any turkeys in the freezer? I don't think you can hear me. Because I know we bought, because every year at Thanksgiving, you know, Publix will always do this amazing deal, like on turkeys. You can only buy like 2 at a time or something. But it's like some ridiculous price, like $1 a pound or something like that, or $1.99 a pound, or however much it was. So it's like, so we'll always go, like, he'll buy 2 turkeys and I'll buy 2 turkeys, and then we'll go back the next day. Like, he'll buy 2 turkeys and I'll buy 2 turkeys, and then we'll freeze them, you know, and eat them later on in the year, because, you know, they'll last pretty much forever in the freezer. So I didn't know if we had any turkeys in the freezer still.
No, we don't have any turkeys.
We don't have any turkeys?
I gotta go check.
We
might have one.
There might be some in there.
Yeah. Every year I buy extra turkeys, so there's probably one in there.
That's what I was thinking.
Because I know we ate another one.
Mm.
So
I love turkey, honestly.
Yeah.
Like I said, if it's cooked correctly, it's really good.
Yeah. People don't understand here in the United States, turkey for Thanksgiving, it gets super cheap.
Yeah.
Like 50 cents a pound, 45
Because
cents
it's
a
pretty
pound.
much the only time that
It
people
starts-
buy them in
Yeah.
in mass, you know what I mean?
The market gets flooded with them.
Yeah.
So what you do is, but they'll have limits. So it's like you can only have 2.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll buy like 1 or 2. Day after Thanksgiving, you go down there and the shit's fucking on clearance. Go down there and buy 3 or 4
Yeah.
and freeze them. I got that freezer downstairs in the garage.
All kinds
And
of
eat
stuff.
off of them the rest of the year.
Yeah.
There's a lot of protein.
I mean, every now and then you're just like, hey, let's pop a turkey in the...
You got fucking beautiful fucking protein for like 40 cents a pound.
Yeah.
You know, when that shit goes like on half off, it's like fucking maybe, I don't know, what, 20 cents a pound.
Yeah, because after Thanksgiving, they're trying to get rid of them.
Yeah. You can get a huge fucking turkey for like $5. You're gonna walk away from that? That fucking turkey's that fucking big for $5 fucking bucks.
But like I said, we could eat on that for like weeks.
You can make shit out of it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, my mom used to make soup. He's made curry out of it before.
Yeah, oh man, turkey, yeah, curry with turkey in it, it's great.
Yeah. I mean, hell. Oracle said earlier this week I made a batch of boneless, skinless chicken.
It wasn't curry. It was butter chicken with turkey.
But yeah.
It was butter chicken.
So butter turkey.
Butter turkey. Yeah, yeah.
She said I made a batch of boneless, skinless chicken with a sauce made from peanut butter, Thai chili, garlic, and chicken broth.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Man, that sounds really
Like
good.
a satay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
That's the thing about fucking Thai food, man. They knew how to use some peanuts.
Yeah.
Because they put
We need
peanuts
to go
in
back
a
to the
lot.
Thai restaurant.
That's what I was just thinking. I was like, oh.
We gotta go. No, we gotta go to. The Indian spice place. What was that place called? It's not House of Spices.
I thought it was. What the fuck is the name of that place?
You gotta get some more of those Thai.
Spice House, House of Spice, Spice World.
Spice World.
No, that's the movie about the Spice Girls.
No.
It is.
I thought it was called Spice World.
It might be, but that's still the movie about the Spice.
Okay, whatever.
I thought it was called just House of Spices.
No, that's the one I have the card for. That's over on the other side of fucking town. The other one I think is just called Spice World. I think.
I can't remember.
The closer one.
Yeah.
I gotta get those Thai cans of fucking curry.
Yeah.
Thai curry cans.
Yeah.
I only have 2 green ones left.
Oh, okay. And those are kind of hot.
Yeah.
Aren't the green ones kind of hot?
Yeah, they're all hot. They're all about the same.
Well, no, they're not. They're
the
not.
yellow one is mine.
Yeah, I like the yellow one the best, honestly, because I think that's Masaman.
No, the Masaman is purple.
Is it?
Yep.
I could have sworn it was yellow.
Purple can. Comes in a little metal can, kind of like a can of tuna.
Yeah.
Cut it up, and it's got spices already blended. Fry them up. Put a little bit of coconut milk in it. And then all your vegetables, and then your meats, and fucking put all your coconut milk and your fucking fish sauce if you're gonna put that in there. I got to where I don't put the fish sauce in there. I just put soy sauce. The fish sauce does have a fucking good flavor, but not everybody likes it.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I like it both ways.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a good Thai restaurant not too far from us in Mount Dora. It's probably like only 7-8 miles from here. And man, their Masaman curry is like so fucking good. The first time I ate it, I was just like, oh. It was fucking delicious. They have a million things. They have like a massive menu. They have sushi too. Like they have another half that has sushi. And it's like I always tell myself, oh, I should try this and that and the other thing. But it's like when I get there, I'm always like, man, I want that because it's like so good. So I always end up getting like the same shit. You know what I mean? I will.
Dad Lynx has asked me about what I thought of the dire wolf situation. I don't know that much about it. I haven't looked into the details. Evidently, they've resurrected these fucking wolves from another era.
Oh yeah,
they were
something
extinct.
about that.
I don't see how they could actually know. I mean, they got some genetic material, I guess, and maybe they did some kind of gene splicing. How would you know if you got it right? You don't have anything to really compare it to. The skeletons might be correct, but maybe they're the wrong color. There's a lot of things that could be off. You know, I saw pictures of them. They just look like normal fucking wolves to me, other than that they're white. You know.
Yeah.
White is kind of an odd color for a wolf. I wouldn't think that would work out in nature, but maybe it would.
Well, it depends on their habitat, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe it was snowy.
Yeah. Oracle says there's a website called Pups with Chopsticks that has awesome Asian recipes, by the way. I'm going to have to check that out.
What's it called with chopstick?
I think it says Pups with Chopsticks.
Pups?
Pups with Chopsticks.
Yeah, I don't know.
CB said, I think it just got deleted, but he said something about his cousin cooking a turkey with the giblets still in it.
Yeah. You got to be careful.
I bet that...
He didn't find it. Probably had the paper bag in there and everything.
I bet that some people that are not experienced with cooking turkey...
Yeah.
Like, don't know that you have to take the giblets out first.
That would ruin the flavor.
Yeah.
Because you'd have internal organs flavors fucking cooking up into the meat and shit. That would taste like shit. Most likely. I think it would do that. I've never tried it. It'd be similar to cooking an animal that had not been gutted. Kinda. Not as bad because the intestines aren't in there.
Yeah.
So maybe you'd still be able to eat it because everything in that giblet packet is fucking edible. The neck is just meat. There's a neck in there.
Tom has made gravy out of the giblets.
Yeah, and then there's a heart in there, and that's just more meat. It doesn't have a weird internal organ flavor. The gizzard is what you're talking about. That doesn't really have an internal organ flavor. The liver does. The liver, that flavor is pretty
liver
fucking
is a very
strong.
strong flavor, yeah.
That probably would fucking taint the rest of the turkey, I would think. It would taste like liver.
I mean,
some people wouldn't mind probably, but I would be like, ugh.
Well, other than the giblets are like in a bag, like inside the turkey.
Yeah, but you could cook that bag. It could survive cooking, but it wouldn't hold the flavor in there.
No,
it would come out. The bags are usually kind of like a fucking cloth type looking
Yeah.
like a cheap cloth-looking material, like something you'd pack the bottom underneath a chicken with, you know, like a Kotex or some shit like that.
Yeah, like
Something like that.
a maxi pad.
Like a sanitary napkin.
But I could totally see that happening if
Somebody didn't know what was going on.
if somebody had never done it before.
It's a sign that them bitches didn't clean the inside of the fucking turkey.
Yeah.
Because if you clean the inside of the turkey, you're gonna find that.
Yeah, it's in there.
And you got people that don't know anything. All right, you take that turkey after it's thawed, and you put it in a sink, and you get a big thing of Morton salt, and you pour salt all over the fucking outside of that turkey, and you scrub it with your hand, and wash it with fucking salt. And then you open up the open end, the open ass of that turkey, and you pour a bunch of salt in there with your hand. You fucking scrub the inside of that. And then the neck hole, you salt, scrub it. And then you use your fucking your sink sprayer, and you spray all that fucking salt out of there with all the fucking garbage. And there's not much that can survive that fucking salt scrubbing. Yeah, just scrub that bitch out good. And then start working on the turkey. Stuff it. Put it up on a rack and put the rack in the pan. Cover it with fucking aluminum foil. Bake it as directed. Time and temperature. And time depends on the weight. And the weight of the fucking turkey is going to be right there on the label. How much that particular turkey weighed. You got to know that. If not, it's just guesswork. I don't think that's a 10-pound turkey. You don't know. It's going to say there. 1 pound's enough to fuck up your cooking time.
It is, yeah. You got to be real careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, CB said the giblets were in a plastic bag that melted inside the turkey. Oh, no.
Still, I'm going to curse them because they didn't wash the inside of the turkey out.
Well, yeah. But like I said,
Which
maybe
it cooked in its own filth.
Yeah, I guess a lot of people don't know.
Because at the turkey place where they're packaging that, you can't really trust them to clean that turkey off too well.
Yeah, I mean, you should probably clean all your shit.
You gotta clean it
before you cook it.
When that turkey comes, the skin on it, you're going to see discolorations and markings, and sometimes little fucking, it's still got feathers in there, and certain little tiny feathers. You're going to pull those feathers off there. If you scrub on it with salt, you'll see that dirt is released out of that chicken skin. And you're like, wow, that's clean. Because they're dirty.
Yeah.
It's a machine. It's not a machine, but it's a factory.
Yeah.
And they're processing a lot of these things quickly for the season.
I mean,
the turkey season.
They're clean-ish.
They're clean-ish. They won't kill you. Just that the inside of that turkey plant, nasty.
Yeah, you don't know what it's like in there.
Nasty. You assume that it's nasty. I mean, there's fucking turkeys on the floor, dudes walking around, fucking an inch of water. You know what I mean? Okay, put it on there. You know, they were just working.
Yeah. It's
an industrial setting. None of it'll kill you. It's just spiritually that shit's dirty. Wash it off with salt, man. Fucking scrub it. Fuck out of it.
You'll feel a lot better.
You'll feel a lot better about eating it.
And it will taste a lot better.
That turkey, that fucking turkey has probably been on the floor at least once.
And I'm not real squeamish about that kind of stuff. It's just kind of like,
yeah.
I mean, it is kind of better to clean the shit, though. Tetsuo says turducken. You know what?
Turducken,
I've
yeah,
always
good.
wanted to try a turducken.
I've had them. Deep
Are
fried.
they good?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, how could that be bad?
What you do is you take, people don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. This is a southern thing, I believe, because that's the first time.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where the turducken
you take a quail.
Origin story was.
You take a quail and you clean it. You take the quail and you stuff that into a chicken. And then a clean chicken. And then you take that clean chicken and you stuff that into a turkey. And then you tie all that shit together.
Well, no, there's a duck in there.
There's a duck in there too. I forgot. The turkey goes.
I mean, turducken. It's turducken. It's a duck, a chicken, and a turkey.
A duck, a chicken, and a turkey. Yeah. But there's also a quail in there. Or at least the one that we had a quail.
Had a quail in the.
There's a quail in
was that the littlest?
It's the littlest one. Yeah.
You know, it'd be funny if it's just
a quail in there too.
If it had a turkey and then it had like a duck and a chicken, and then it just kept smaller, and then in the end it was just like a peep.
Yeah,
like a marshmallow peep.
Yeah.
Like
there's a hummingbird.
Like a
hummingbird.
A hummingbird. Ew.
So so it's kind of like one of those little Russian eggs.
Yeah.
It's a bird inside a bird inside a bird inside a bird.
Yeah. What kind of weirdo thought of that? I don't know. That's like some
and
mad
you tie it up,
shit.
tie the legs closed on the turkey so nothing can escape. And then you take it outside and drop it into a huge, big fucking boiling cauldron of oil. You got a fucking propane fucking bottle with a burner and a homemade fucking rack to put the fucking big fucking 20-gallon pot. Shit ton of fucking oil. The oil, you get it like deep fry. You use it a deep fat fryer oil. That's what we used because it's cheaper to get it that way. Peanut oil, it's a good one. Deep fat fryer with peanut oil, that works. I don't think it was battered. I don't think it was battered. It was just.
I don't think they're generally battered.
Yeah, I don't think it was battered. You just put it in that oil and it all just. And the temperature's got to be right and the cooking time's got to be right. And it's in a basket, so you can pull the basket back up.
Well, yeah, because you don't want to like reach your hand in there.
You can't get in there.
She'll
Yeah,
boil
it's
your
in a
hand
basket. Or you can just have a wire going from leg to leg, and you
like
can
a
pick it up with a
Batman
hook. You can do it that way, but they had it in a basket. And then they put it in a fucking thing, and then they started dressing it and pulling meat out of there and fucking pulling the turkey out. And it all kind of blends together. It's more of I think it's just more of a novelty, but it was good. Really
well, yeah,
good.
like I said, it's just
really good.
I always kind of felt like a turducken was almost like a stunt.
It's like a stunt, yeah.
But I still kind of want to try one though.
Yeah, it's good.
Zach says so. It's a Mitroshka doll.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. I never heard that one.
it's
Mitroshka, but no, yeah.
it kind of reminded me of broasted chicken.
Yeah.
Almost kind of like broasted was the flavor, but the turkey on the outside is crispy.
Yeah.
The skin's that part's really good. The turkey's was the best part.
Yeah.
The other stuff was just okay.
Well,
I'm
that's
not a
what
big duck fan.
Yeah, it's a little.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind.
And
duck,
and the quail I don't think mattered. I don't think the quail had any impact. I like quail, but they just taste like chicken to me. So
well, like I said,
little
traditionally they're made with chickens.
this one had a quail in it.
Yeah,
They
like
took it the
turkey
extra
ducks.
mile.
Yeah,
Had a
okay.
little
They were
quail.
trying to be special. I
Yeah.
guess.
It's Mississippi.
Yeah.
Alcohol was involved, but planning. They planned that shit out.
Alcohol fueled planning.
My first wife's stepfather made it
Oh, okay.
at the family compound. In Mississippi, you have compounds.
I gotta
Trailers and houses all on the same land, and they all it's like a fucking compound. It's like going in there, like what the fuck? Yeah, you're in a privately owned neighborhood, and everybody's all related. Yeah, and the in-laws are all fucking each other and shit. Weird shit happens on those fucking little compounds.
there's all kind of crazy shit.
Like the people that have married into the family are having affairs and stuff because they're just the thing about the South, especially the deeper parts of the South, Mississippi, outside the South is really like known for like being the Bible Belt and religion and shit, but people don't realize how fucking sexual that place was always. They had religion, but that's where they just met women. That's where people hooked up. The religion was just a facade for getting laid.
Yeah, that's kind of.
That's all it was.
They were trying to make themselves feel better about how degenerate they were, I guess.
I think it was just. I don't even think they were trying to make themselves feel better. I think it was more of a fucking, they were sanctifying what they were doing, just, or it was like they were fetishizing it.
Mad Link says, "Here's an old favorite of mine: peanut butter between 2 strawberry Pop-Tarts."
That would work.
That sounds
good.
pretty good.
Yeah,
I like strawberry Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, that would work.
I'll even eat them cold. I
And you
prefer
want
them
them
heated
hot.
up, but yeah, they
You
gotta
want
be
hot
hot.
Pop-Tarts, and
And
they
then
put
the peanut butter would kind of be
You
melted.
gotta kind of melt a little bit, and then the thing is if you bit into it, it would squirt out the sides. So what you'd want to do is you want to have that with a knife and a fork, crush it, or a spoon.
Eat it all fancy.
Cut it with a spoon.
You
and
put it
crush
in a bowl.
Cut it in a bowl. Yeah, that's
and
how
eat
I
it
would
like
do it.
that.
That's how I would do it.
Actually, hell, put it over ice cream.
Fuck it. Put a little bit of whipped cream on top of that bitch.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Put a little bit of whipped Hell yeah. I just improved that shit. Try that.
Now I kind of
Whipped
want.
cream.
Now I kind of want that.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna get some strawberry Pop-Tarts tomorrow.
That's fucking super redneck. It's a super redneck fucking strawberry shortcake.
Strawberry Pop-Tarts
shortcake
are
with
the best
peanut butter.
Pop-Tarts.
Yeah.
I think.
No, that a lot of
Fight
that shit
me.
was good. I mean, I even liked the chocolate ones. I liked the cinnamon ones.
The cinnamon ones are good too.
I liked the fucking The blueberry ones.
No, I don't like the blueberry.
I liked those too. I liked them all. They had apple ones. They were good.
Yeah, apple ones were good too.
Yeah.
All of them were good except I didn't really like the blueberry ones.
I liked them. I'll eat any of that.
Yeah, Tom will eat anything.
Mm-hmm. I'll eat all of that Pop-Tart bullshit. All those that's a redneck food group.
I used to be so excited,
That is a redneck
like the
food
place
group.
I used to work. Every now and then, they would have like a 2-pack of like strawberry Pop Tarts in the vending machine, and I would get so excited.
Yeah, Pop-Tarts.
Not quite as excited as when there was a Zero bar in there, which there was on occasion.
Another redneck food group was Vienna sausage.
Okay, now those I never got into. Like my dad always ate those.
Yeah, my dad ate the fuck out of those things.
And it's like just the smell of them. Like,
they're
I was
good.
just kind of like, blah.
They're good.
You know, like dip them in mustard.
Yeah, they're not very good cold. They're better heated up.
He would just eat them right out of the can.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad eats out of a can. My dad eats all kinds of fucking crazy.
All of that canned meat, I can't get down with it. I'll eat tuna out of a can. Hell, I'll even eat like chicken out of a can, like if you make something with it, like chicken salad or something. But it's like just eating stuff like meat right out of a can.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't really get down with that.
My dad had me go. He goes, go down there, and he knew the black chick that worked there, big old overweight black chick working at the fucking store. This is down in Heidelberg. He said he remembered her name. I don't remember. Go down there. It was Luann, some shit. Go down there and tell Luann I want one of those pickled pig's feet out of that jar. And two of them eggs. I was like, you want that shit? He goes, yeah.
Yeah, they had those at the 7-Eleven next to my grandma's house. 2 big jars, pickled eggs and pickled pig's feet.
Pickled eggs, pickled pig's feet.
Yep.
Yeah, she knows what I like. Because the stores, those little towns, everybody knows everybody. So you show up, they know what you want. They know what your family members order. So my dad said he wants some pickled pig feet. She want 2 of them eggs. Yeah, give me 2 of them eggs. And yeah, okay. Put that shit in a basket, fucking wrapped it up, and shit. I got some Bluebell ice cream, those fucking things of Bluebell ice cream, and fucking I got something else out of there. The ice cream was fucking dessert. My dad be sitting over there, and he picked that fucking pig's foot out of there, and he goes, "Look at that thing, there's a trotter," and he starts fucking eating that shit, and you can smell it, just smell it, vinegar, super strong vinegar fucking smell. It's like, how can you eat that? And he goes, it's good. It's good. He gave me a little bit of that, and I was just like, nah. It's super, super sour.
Yeah.
Super sour.
And I like pickles. I like vinegar, but
yeah,
not that much.
The meat's texture was real soft.
Yeah.
Not really in a good way.
Yeah, I think I'd be grossed out by that.
Yeah, soft and kind of like, man, there's no way to describe it. Like really soft chicken or something, you know what I mean? But it was super sour.
Yeah, I don't know how I
like
feel
a pickle.
about that.
And it was red, so I think it.
Yeah.
And I expected it to be hot, but it wasn't.
Yeah, that's just what they put in there, food coloring.
I don't know. Yeah.
Because the eggs were like that too.
Yeah,
like it was always like bright red.
Yeah, the eggs weren't as bad, but that was also just super sour.
Yeah, like I said, and that's a certain kind of people like that, like that super vinegar. Like I said, I love pickles, but I don't like anything that's like too sour.
That's hardcore. My dad was a hardcore redneck. Hardcore. He was serious about it. Fucking it's insane, man. He'd take Pepsi Cola and pour it into a fucking. Sometimes. He takes Pepsi Cola and pour it into a glass, and then take a little of those individual packets of salted peanuts and fucking rip it up and pour all those peanuts in the fucking soda.
That was pretty common.
That was some fucking redneck shit. He'd be sitting there drinking that fucking.
I never did it, but I remember a lot of people doing
eating
it.
those fucking peanuts out of that soda. And I said, "What the fuck is that?" He said, "I've been doing it since I was a kid." So it's good. Oh yeah. I tried it. And there was like nothing to it.
Yeah.
Peanuts and soda.
Well, something that you
Nothing
get into
to it.
as a kid, like it has nostalgia factor.
Yeah,
I guess you just get used to it.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, Zach said, I wish I could still eat Pop-Tarts. I don't want to get fat anymore. And Mad Link said, I've always eaten my Pop-Tarts cold. I will eat them cold if I don't have a toaster available. Like, they're fine like that, but they're much better heated up.
Zach, you bitch, you're gay as fuck, and you're getting older. Why aren't you on test? You won't gain any weight. You'll be able to eat like you're a teenager. You're about 30, right? 30, 35. That's about the time I'd go on test, knowing what I know now. You don't have to take a lot. Just take some. And fucking, I'll walk you through it. I'll show you how to get it and everything.
Then he said, I do love those pastry strudel things, though. Oh, were you talking about toaster strudel? Because, man, those are really good. Those are really good. They're like, I don't know how they did it, but you put them in your toaster, and when they come out, they're like super, super flaky.
Yeah.
And then you have the icing separate and like put the icing on there. Oh, those are really good.
Zach, you asked Victor. Victor's in there. Victor's gay. He's on test. If you're gay, you need to be on testosterone.
He says he's 28. Zach
28?
Zach
Okay.
is 28.
A few more years. Just wait a few more years, I guess. Depends on what your testosterone levels are. But no, man, if you're going to be a hit in the gay scene, you're going to have to be fucking jacked. You have to be on fucking test, man. Hell yeah. You know how y'all are. Y'all value masculinity and fucking having a good physique. Fucking accelerate your test levels, man. Fucking bump them up there to like fucking 1,200 nanograms per deciliter. Just ride on that. You'll feel a lot better. Burn off a lot of fat. Pick up some good weight, and then work out some. Your body will respond instantly, especially in those first few years. Then it kind of tapers off. But, you know, you got to work harder and harder. But just what you get for them first 2 years, you might pick up fucking 10 pounds, maybe more. And I'm talking about good weight, you know, muscle weight. You didn't have to work out that hard on test. 2 years, pick up 10 pounds, that's only 5 pounds a year. Yeah, easy. Easy.
Victor also says that his parents used to do the peanuts and Coke thing.
Yeah, weird.
Back when Cokes came in glass bottles here in the U.S. Yeah, like I said, I never did it, but I knew other people that did.
Yeah.
It was a pretty common thing.
I tried it. It was a southern thing, according to my dad. I tried it, and there was like nothing to it. It was like, I thought it would like add to it, like there would be like some weird dimension. No. Coca-Cola down at the bottom of a fucking... It's peanuts down at the bottom of a fucking...
Yeah, it's
Coca-Cola.
like nothing. It's not like you thought it would be super mind-blowing.
It's like,
like,
it's like, no.
It's not like the revelation I had when I had a Lay's potato chip with a little square of Hershey's chocolate on it.
Probably pretty good.
That shit was delicious.
Yeah, 'cause you got...
Well, and that was before you could get salted chocolate.
Yeah,
like now you can get salted chocolate everywhere.
Right. Sweet and salt together, fucking great.
Yeah, but like when I was a kid, like one time I was like, I wonder what these would taste like together, and I was like, oh my god, that's really good. I was like, why don't they fucking sell chocolate covered potato chips? Like now they do, but they didn't back then. Victor says, I'm not gay, I'm a top. And I just started going to the gym, so hopefully I see results soon. I just want to fuck some Edgars.
Yeah.
Jeff Yard says, I'm gay and I'm 47. Should I also go and test? My doctor keeps denying me
Fuck your doctor.
Prescription.
Fuck your doctor. Go black market. Those dudes don't know what they're doing. Most of those dudes are fucking... Their educations are very old school. They're not endocrinologists. They're general practitioners. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Go into the black market. Go online. Go to like steroidify.com and do their fucking... Learn how to use crypto. And buy some testosterone off of there. Contact me on Facebook or something. Tell me who you are. And fucking remind me who you are and fucking and what you're doing. And I can fucking help you. Get a test. At 47, fucking right. That's about when I went on. It made a huge difference.
It did, yeah. And not just in physicality, like in your whole attitude.
Your mentality. I mean, man, I went back to like, fuck, I'm like 20 again. Your thinking is like you're in your 20s. Your sex drive's like in your 20s. You're like, I'm going to do some wild shit today. I'm going to do some wild shit today. We're going to do this and that. Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah,
You'll have fun.
Happy about that.
And you pick up really good weight. Androgenic signaling picks up, so you metabolize the food that you're eating, so it doesn't all just go to fat. You're actually building. You can lose fat. You'll lose fat. Now, at your age, it's always real hard. I'm there right now where it's really hard to lose that last 5 pounds. I'm at probably around 13% body fat, 14% body fat, probably. I want to get into the single digits. Not real low. I'm not talking about like 2 or 3. I want to be like 8% body fat. That's still pretty safe. And I'd have to lose probably about 3 pounds, 4 pounds. And it's getting to the point now where like 1 pound of fat loss visually makes a huge difference. I'm right at the point where the fucking my six pack's just starting to come in. My love handles are almost gone. And at 55, I'm almost 56. That's unheard of. You can't do that naturally. You don't make enough testosterone. You work out, nothing happens. There's no response. Your body doesn't respond to it. You just get tired. I tried. The first 2 years of training, I did it naturally. Jen remembers I'd be sitting there going, oh, wake up in the middle of the night going, oh, not because you just couldn't heal up. You know? I had my fucking test fucking run when I went to the fucking HRT clinic. Go to an HRT clinic. Don't tell your doctor. Fucking get on Google. This is the expensive way, but they'll teach you how to do it. This is how I learned how to do it. Go on Google. Search for HRT clinic near me, and it will fucking pop up. And those dudes will sit for $200 a month. They'll do your blood. For $200 a month, they'll give you some HCG or Clomid, and they'll give you about 200 milligrams of testosterone a week. Okay, so about 200 a month, you'll be hooked up. You'll know what decent test feels like, and you'll see the results, and be with them for about a year or so. And then a year later, go into the black market because you could get better shit for a lot cheaper. $200 a month, fuck, I get fucking 1,000 milligrams of mixed shit of fucking testosterone and nandrolone or steroids. I can get that for $200 a month, $250 a month, along with the fucking Clomid. And then that same place I'll tell you about, like steroidify.com, they're international brokers. They can get shit from everywhere and all these different fucking, some of the shit's over the counter in other countries, but they'll get it to you. They'll smuggle it to you. Well, you can get all your sexual performance drugs there too. Fucking, basically it's generic Viagra, generic fucking Cialis. You can get Trimix there, but don't fucking get Trimix, okay? But that's porn stars buying that. You can get everything. The only thing you can't get are the female hormones. You can't get estrogen. You can't get progesterone. You can't get prolactin, which I was looking for all that kind of stuff. I'd like to give her like a female HRT too every now and then. Fucking give her some estrogen, give her some E, some refresh her up a little bit, because it's good for a woman to kind of get refreshed with estrogen. It slows down the aging process.
Victor says, did y'all ever do the Jolly Ranchers in Zima? We did that in high school in the late 90s. I remember hearing about that. I only ever drank Zima one time because if you remember in the 90s, that fucking shit was everywhere. And like there was commercials for it everywhere. And I was just like, what the fuck is this shit? So it's like we bought some one time and drank it. And I was like, nah.
I was in a club. When that shit was out, I was in the 101st Airborne Division. We were in a club in Nashville. Had some of our Army buddies with me. And the bartender there, she was cute and everything. And I said, "What the fuck is Zima?" And she goes, "Oh, it's a alcoholic beverage and blah blah blah." And I said, "What the fuck is that?" She goes, "It's like Sprite. It's about as strong as beer."
Yeah.
And I said, "Let me try one." So I drank one. I said, "That's pretty good." I said, "Get another one of those." I was drinking a second one, and my friend fucking Wynn, his last name is Wynn, walked by and she goes, "What the fuck are you drinking?" He took that shit from me and threw that shit in the garbage. Drink that shit, man. That's for chicks.
Yeah.
So, all right, give me a beer then. that was the last time I had Zima. It tasted like Sprite to me, from what I remember.
It did, yeah. It did kind of taste just like a. Yeah, CB said, I'm 38. I drink cola all the time to the point I get withdrawal if I don't drink it. That's probably not good.
I like cola too. I drink all kinds of cola.
I'm not a big soda person. Yeah. You know, like I said, on a day to day. If it's not booze, which we usually drink on the show, but it's like, if we're not on the show or out at the club, we don't usually drink booze. But I pretty much just drink water and coffee.
Thank you very much, Papa.
Thank you very much, Papa77. Give us some money just cuz. LOL. Thank you very much. We always appreciate you guys. But yeah, I don't. He buys big. I'll drink soda in vodka. Although this isn't soda. This is actually tea. We made some tea earlier and mixed that with the vodka, but. That's the only time I ever drink it. I don't ever drink it by itself. We have some of those like little flavored mixers that you put in water sometimes, but...
Tetsuya says that Anabolics killed his buddy Lyle. This got to be a joke. Who's Lyle, right? Do I know who Lyle is? Make another one.
Well, that was just his buddy's name, I guess.
Oh, okay. Anabolics won't kill you. Other shit will, but not that.
Full Metal Nosferatu says, Jenny, did you know this year's Valpurgis Night falls on a Wednesday? Y'all should dress up for spring Halloween. I mean, if I remember. I might not. But you know what I mean. Vodka and tea sounds foul. It's not. It's really good. It's actually not. It's not solid tea. It's like an Arnold Palmer. You know what I mean? So it's like tea, like half tea and like half lemon. And they sell that in cans. Like I just saw a fucking commercial for it the other day. That was vodka and tea and lemon. It's not bad. It's good. Vodka's good in everything. That's why we always get vodka or rum. Like we'll usually get vodka or rum. But vodka, because it doesn't have a flavor really, you can mix it with anything, so it's really versatile. I think it's good with tea, but you know. High Desert asks, what should women take when they're older?
Okay.
Here we go.
A very basic one would be like, well, first of all, I'm not a doctor, so I gotta say a disclaimer. All right, even though
disclaimer,
fuck doctors,
don't sue us,
especially American doctors. Fuck them. Foreign doctors know more about this shit, and endocrinologists know about it.
Well, that's their specialty.
That's their specialty. When a woman goes postmenopausal, I've heard doctors. That's a good way to do it. I've heard doctors that know say you want to give a woman probably somewhere around 15 to 20 milligrams of testosterone a week. That's a tiny amount. Okay, very tiny. And that can act as replacement. Because women have a certain amount of testosterone, just not as much as a male. And that helps them keep muscle mass and bone density. And it allows for androgenic signaling and normal cellular activity, which can kind of ease some of the effects of aging. Now, I give Jen a little bit of test every now and then. What's better than that, and I've heard other doctors, that's a good way to put this, I've heard other doctors say that instead of test, you can give them a larger amount of nandrolone decanate, all right, or deca. And we're talking, we're talking, 40, 50, 60, 70 milligrams, depending on how much that woman weighs. That's pretty good. That can stop osteoporosis. That can fucking help the woman retain muscle mass, help with certain metabolic stuff. Now, if she's physically training, she can take more. A fairly strong woman who's in good shape, who has trained a little bit before and is in good shape, like say the shape of Jen, she could probably take about 150 milligrams a week of that, as long as she's training. If there's any signs of, there's always going to be signs of fucking androgenicity, okay, with that kind of shit. If it becomes intolerable, you want to back off or stop, depending on what you're looking for. Usually when a woman starts to get into her 50s, some of the things that would bother a girl in her teens or 20s don't bother a woman in her 50s. Like a little bit of a rougher voice, bigger clit. It's not going to bother a fucking older woman, That's more of a bonus. A lot of these fucking girls that you're seeing in porn, I know, because I know who they are, a lot of them are on steroids. All right? It's just not a lot in their training. My friend's wife's on it. She's in porn. They just may not be on it all the time. So a lot of these cooches that you're seeing with these fucking nice big juicy clits and shit, that's a nandrolone clit. All right. They're still within female boundaries, you know what I mean? Fucking, you can see women of different races. Their shit's fucking all going to be different sizes and shapes and shit. It's just the way humans are. Bumping up a woman's fucking androgenicity, if she's under training, increases her physicality. All right. Her shape's going to be better. A lot better than an old woman's shape. The thing is here's the real problem. The real problem with all this is that in the Western world, and actually probably most of the world, feminine beauty standards are based upon teenagers. How a teenage girl looks. That's what they're saying. Well, that's the way a woman should look. No, that's the way a teenager looks. Okay? Grown women can never look that way. The ideal body shape and body style of a fit older woman, 40s, 50s, 60s, is what you would call a cougar. Okay? Like you see in porn, a cougar. They're in great shape. They've got implants. They've got fucking lips. They're on shit. They're training. They have a bigger muscle mass. They don't weigh 110 pounds. They're going to weigh more. 140 maybe. And that's just the way it is. To me, it's sexy. You know, fucking, there is a sexy mode for every age group, if you know what I'm talking about. I think it's not really fucking real, and not only is it not unrealistic, it's unhealthy. I think, or fucking, it's kind of insane to focus the appreciation of the female body only on teenage girls.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Nah. There are women in their 40s or 50s that are fucking amazing. They're not shaped anything like a 15-year-old girl. But for some reason, especially in the East, like in China and Japan, they want all the women to look like 15-year-old girls. They fucking starve themselves. Look, little bitty, skinny, frail looking women, no curves. I like curves. Bombshell. And a middle-aged woman can have a bombshell figure. Yeah, hell yeah. Show that. Okay.
My phone made a noise.
Yeah, yeah. So it's all point of view, you know. You're gonna have guys in their 20s. They might look at a woman in her 50s. To me, she's amazing, but to him, he's like, oh no, that's an old woman. You know, why isn't she skinny? You know, or some shit like that. It's because dude's fucking 17 or 18. He's fucking looking at 16-year-old girls, 15-year-old girls. You know, he's 17. So what does he know?
I have noticed that because of
porn.
Because of porn.
Yeah.
I do kind of feel like younger guys nowadays have more of an appreciation for older women, because it does seem like a lot of the older women porn is like more popular.
Yeah. Young guys are getting into fucking MILF, not MILF porn, cougar porn, which are women in their 40s and 50s that look fucking hot. All right. And there's things that there's a certain look that they're looking for. It's usually big boobs, kind of muscular, but big ass, small waist, legs, high heels, lips, hair, long nails, all the little things, and fucking sexy fucking clothes. You know, usually like some kind of skirt suit thing when the scene starts out. Fucking the main market for that is young guys.
Yeah.
Young guys with older fantasies of older hot women.
Madlink says, what is it called, Tom? My wife has pre-osteoporosis.
Nandrolone.
Yeah.
Nandrolone it's on the 19-nortestosterone branch. Nandrolone is a family of anabolics. I'd recommend one called Deca. Decadurabolin. Jen takes Decadurabolin and also just Durabolin, a blend of both, or blend of NPP and Deca. That's another way to put it. She takes about 50-50 mix, 150 milligrams a week. But if you're taking that much, she built up to that. You can't just fucking throw a woman into that much. You got to kind of introduce it slowly into the body over a period of months so she can adapt to it. And here's the thing, don't take my word for it. Do more research. Look at women and Deca or Nandrolone. Deca is one of the Nandrolones. And it's been around since the 60s. It's just it's the testosterone. It's basically testosterone, but they've rearranged it so it's less androgenic, which means that it has less masculine properties. It's not going to signal masculine properties as much, and it signals more about building muscle and bone mass. It's 25% stronger than testosterone in building things, building muscle and building bone. But it's only about 30% as androgenic as testosterone, so you can give a woman can tolerate that.
Yeah, you can take a lot more of it.
You can take a lot more of that than you can testosterone.
Weird side effects.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't really had too much. Some of the stuff, like this, my voice getting deeper, that wasn't this stuff. That was Winstrol, wasn't it?
A long time ago, yeah. Winstrol.
And it hasn't really...
And she didn't take that much.
No.
Just a small amount.
And it just did that. It just made my voice a lot deeper.
Yeah. And Winstrol is not a mass building... and it was injectable Winstrol. It wasn't any kind of pills or anything like that. Winstrol is mostly... I loved Winstrol. But it didn't do anything physically to change me. It's weak when it comes to muscle building. But what Winstrol does is it gives you a fantastic fucking endurance. Man, I could run all fucking day long and just do things all fucking day. I kind of miss it. Maybe I'll get some and kind of throw it into the mix.
What are you doing, Pokey? She's trying to climb on my chair.
Winstrol is mostly used by endurance runners. And a lot of times what it can do to a woman is fucking kind of give them kind of a, under certain circumstances, kind of a fucking shredded, kind of more of a leaner look. But it didn't work that way with Jen. Every person is really different.
Do much.
It didn't do much.
Like I said, it lowered my voice, and that was
about all it did. And I didn't give her that much.
Yeah.
Small amount of it.
But, you know, like I said, I haven't really had that many. And like I said, the lower voice thing, that was a previous one that I took.
It was a long time ago.
And that was a long time ago. And it just never went back. But, you know, like I said, I don't really care that much about it. And,
well, part of it is also age, too.
It could be that, too. So, like, I do slightly have more, like, body hair, but not a lot. You know what I mean?
It's nothing unmanageable.
No, it's not, like,
it's still within...
crazy.
And it's still within female parameters. Because women that don't take any of this shit have that hair problem. So it's
I mean, every woman I know, like, hair grows on their face.
Yeah.
Like, you have to wax it or shave it or something like that. Like, I have more of that now, but it's not a lot more.
And it's not within male. It's not within male parameters. It's what I'm saying for you guys, she doesn't have like hair follicles, like where you get a 5 o'clock shadow where you see the. She doesn't have that.
Oh, Steroidify is the name of that website.
Yeah, steroidify.com.
Steroidify.
Yeah, that's the best one. Their guys are great.
Yeah, he gets stuff from them all the time.
Your first order, they're going to be suspicious of you because they've never taken money from you. You can pay with Zelle sometimes. That process is a little more... And they're kind of convoluted because they're foreigners. So their English is okay, but... They'll help you. They have online help people that'll help you do it. It's just that their program that is kind of convoluted. All right.
Yeah. Because they're operating in some places where it's like gray legality. So.
Yeah, gray legality. They're bringing you over the counter stuff from other countries. They're gonna, and if your shit gets seized, they'll just send you another one.
Yeah.
So don't worry about it.
Although we haven't had any trouble.
Never had any trouble with them.
We never had any trouble.
And I could tell by the comments, because dudes are fucking commenting on their purchases, that some of those dudes are cops.
Yeah.
That's where the cops are getting their shit too.
I mean, it's not
cops and professional athletes.
They're just like hormones and stuff. It's not like any fucking...
Yeah, you're not going to get any trouble.
Nefarious.
You're not going to get any trouble. And as long as you're not selling.
Yeah, I don't really think they can.
Now, if you buy with crypto, they're going to give you bonus points.
Yeah, he gets bonus.
I get all kinds of bonus points, and some of that shit adds up to like a bonus $50 a month.
Yeah.
Like I spend $250 in shit, but I get 50 bonus points a month, and that goes to buy other shit.
Because that's what they're hoping.
Yeah, and the more you buy, the better the prices. In a way, the site is kind of set up for you to become a dealer at your.
It is kind of
at your local.
Because like the more you buy, like the better deals you get.
Yeah, and they start going, okay, here you go.
And they'll give you all this free shit.
Just keep selling.
Hey, we'll send you some Cialis. Hey,
I get all kinds of free shit, free Cialis, free fucking Viagra.
Yeah, like they'll send you free shit. So. But yeah, we've had good luck with them, and Tom's been using them for a long time. So.
And they're better than an American HRT clinic. But if you want to start with an HRT clinic, it's more expensive. But they'll do blood work for you. And
but they'll figure out, figure out like what your test level is, and it's like they'll monitor you for a while until you can figure out how to go out on your own.
And you'll have the ropes. You'll know what's right and wrong, so you can go out on your own later, about a year later, maybe. and it's a lot cheaper. And they have nandrolone. They have all these other things, at least here in Florida.
Yeah, the one you went to had all that.
Yeah, they had nandrolone. They had every fucking thing. They had growth hormone.
Yeah.
But they wanted to charge you a lot of money for it.
Well, yeah, obviously.
You know, it's like, and they word it fucking very carefully. So, you know, are you having any performance issues? Would you like to, you know, maybe fucking accelerate fucking, you know, your physicality? You know, they're trying to sell you nandrolone.
Yeah.
Man, you just, once you know what you're doing, and there's,
and once you know how different things, like, you react to different things.
Yeah, and once you know how
what
things
shit to
feel.
get. Yeah.
When they give you fucking testosterone cypionate, and you can trust the source, you know, because, you know, they've tested it or whatever, and you inject that shit, and then the next day you're like, oh, okay, this is what that is. The shit I was getting from Steroidify, I'll inject that same 200 milligrams of the same shit, and it's more. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, this is better.
Yeah.
This is about probably 50 milligrams, probably stronger than the other shit. Or the other shit was kind of watered down that they were giving me at the HRT clinic. You didn't know a way of knowing. But you know the feeling. You go, yeah, that's testosterone.
Yeah.
I know the difference between all the feeling. I can inject and go, man, that's tren.
Yeah.
I can feel that upon injection. As soon as I inject tren, I start coughing. And I feel these needles. It feels like black pepper falling out of the sky hitting me. Bah, 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 bah. That's fucking tren. NPP will do that sometimes, but because they're related. But as soon as I inject tren, I fucking know. It feels like you're in a rainstorm of fucking black peppercorns hitting you. There's no way to describe it. It tastes like black pepper.
Yeah.
You're going, and you're like, whoa. And then a couple of minutes later it passes, and then you're like, if you ever see fucking fucking Batman, you know, fucking what's his name, Bane, with his fucking venom steroid, it's like that, man, fucking like.
We got another super chat from Papa77.
What's up, Pop? What's he
So
saying?
here's another $10 because Shaby is missing the show today because she's at a wedding.
Okay.
I'm sure she would be giving it herself if she was here today. And then the Shaby comments underneath, I'm still here listening, I just can't watch.
Oh, okay.
Well, hey, Shaby, what's going on? Tetsuo says, mustaches on a woman is a deal breaker. Well, I hate to break this to you, but most women do actually have hair on their upper lip. It's just that most of them remove it, obviously. So every woman I've known had hair on their upper lip and a little bit on their chin, too. So, I mean, I'm sure there's women out there that don't have that, but every woman I've ever known had that. And you had to pluck it or wax it. Most people wax it or plucked it. But, you know, it's just, we're mammals, yo. We have hair. You know, dudes tend to have more hair than women do, but yeah, I have to. That's one thing about like Tom being on all this shit. I have had to start shaving his back, which I didn't have to do before. Because man, that shit. I don't really notice it. Like I'm not bothered. Really, by body hair. It is kind of nice having like not having hair on like the balls and stuff. Like that's kind of nice. But I'm not bothered by it. I'm not grossed out by it or anything. So I don't usually notice it. But then. Like a few weeks will go by and then he'll be like, man, you need to come shave my back, and then I'll look at it like in the light and I'm just like, oh my god. Yeah, but I don't notice it like from day to day. Like it doesn't really bother me.
What you talking about?
Hair, like your back hair.
Oh yeah. You have to put things in perspective. Female pro bodybuilders are probably taking 3-4 times what Jen's taking. They're training harder and their resistance has been built up. Some of these girls that are fucking bodybuilders are fucking amazing. They're not what you would think. When you think of bodybuilder, you're thinking this basically a woman that looks like a man. No, some of these women look like fucking panthers. They're fucking gorgeous. Okay, and they're all muscle. Like Bakar Nabiva, fucking, I think she's awesome. I can show you guys a picture later, but it all just depends on genetics, what she's taking and how she's working out. But a lot of the pros and semi-pros and the famous girls off of Instagram, they're taking a lot more than what Jen takes. But Jen doesn't need to look that way. See, that's another thing.
Yeah, I'm not going into like competition.
Yeah, she's not getting into competition. She's not fucking making money off Instagram and doing all the weird kinky shit that those girls do. A lot of those girls are escorting.
Yeah, I don't do that.
They're escorts to bodybuilders.
Yeah.
So at least they got good clients. You know what I mean? At least he's not a fucking fat boy or whatever, you know what I mean? Fucking, but bodybuilders will pay to sleep with a famous fitness girl.
We got another super chat.
Who's that?
From Mad Links.
What he was
Said good combo, thanks. He was the one that asked about because his wife had pre-osteoporosis and was asking me about.
Look at Deca Durable, and then if you have X, go ask Grok 3 about postmenopausal women and Deca Durable and Deca, how much they normally give them and what it does. Grok will tell you all about that.
I thought it was funny. I think you were in the bathroom, but Tetsuo said mustaches on a woman is a deal breaker, and I said, pretty much most women have hair on their
Yeah,
head.
most women have. They just keep all that shit under control.
They just take it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always had that. Everybody I know had that.
Yeah, and they'll have them from a young age.
Yeah.
But so it's not as. There's been a pretty significant black propaganda campaign against the anabolics and testosterone and hormones, and it's because the patents have run out on that. There are good solutions to a lot of modern problems are actually just found in some of the regular hormones like testosterone. You can get those from doctors, but they don't make big commissions on them, and they try to pass all these laws. The drug companies that own the medical industry and own all these doctors basically tell them, no, if they complain of this and this and this, you must give them this new drug that we have because the patents haven't run out on it and we make a shit ton of money off that. So you're talking about a situation where you're going back to the 1800s where you got a fucking guy on top of a fucking wagon selling patented medicine. You know, my snake oil, you know, drink. So most of that new shit that they're selling people is an inferior version of something that already existed. You know, it's not. Just because it's new doesn't mean it's better. A lot of times it's extremely risky. The good shit that actually does work came out of the 1950s and the 1960s a lot of times, maybe 70s. And it's not, and the patents have run out and it's now cheap, you know what I mean? There's generic versions of it everywhere. And it would fucking solve all kinds of problems. Testosterone is really one of the main solutions. If you're healthy, well, okay, look. Testosterone is one of the main solutions for fucking things like obesity and, what do you call it? What's that shit? Diabetes. All right, fucking, if you're taking tests, the chances of you getting diabetes kind of go down. But there's a lot of caveats with that. You can't take an overweight dude who has diabetes and give him a bunch of tests and cure him. But if you gave it to him earlier on, before he had diabetes, you could possibly prevent that because he would never pick up the weight. Now, here's another caveat. What's this dude's diet like? You know what I mean? A lot of times the diet is shit. My dad had that.
Yeah, you can't eat garbage your whole life.
He got most of it from fucking... He wasn't overweight. He was skinny.
Yeah.
But he got diabetes from just eating fucking sugar.
Yeah.
Fucking... Since he was a little kid, lots of it.
Yeah. He didn't get fat, but he got diabetes.
Got diabetes, all his teeth fell out. And it made him fucking unable to fight off cancers, and his fucking lipids were fucking... His lipid profiles were fucking insane. It burned his heart up. Had you given him tests early on and fucking cleaned his diet up, he'd probably still be alive.
Probably.
Yeah. But they're not really in the business of fucking making you healthy. They're in the business of selling you medicine. You can't sell medicine to a fucking healthy person.
Well, I certainly don't.
I go to the VA and I look around and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? Because these dudes are all walking corpses, just these old men and shit like that. They're broken down going into the VA, and I'm looking at them. I'm going, I'm older than a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
And they just look
They're
like shit.
in very poor shape.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, like I said, a lot of it's diet, just sedentary lifestyle.
Yeah.
They don't. A lot of dudes like that won't go to doctors to prevent things because that's a wussy thing to do, I guess.
And then the doctors don't help them. They go, look, man, fucking stop eating all this bullshit. Fucking here's get you on test. Let's get you more fucking positive mindset. Get yourself in the gym. Get rid of this fat. Fucking stop eating this bullshit. In 5 years from now, you'll, not even 5. In fucking 18 months, you'll be a new man.
They won't do it though.
But they won't do it because, and
it's hard.
And here's the thing is that I've seen this happen. You'll take a dude like my fucking buddy who's fucking... Dude that wants me to fucking take him to Thailand so he can get fucked by a fucking tranny. Not a tranny, a fucking ladyboy. What's his name? Is Scott.
Yeah.
Scott was seeing me. Scott's younger than me by a couple of years. We look like two different species. Okay, fucking when we stand next to each other. Okay, I love Scott, but Scott looks like shit. All right, and I think he always looked like shit. His weight is a fucking problem. All right, and his physicality is just fucked up. He showed a picture of me to his doctor and says, "I want to look like that." He's on test, and she just went, "Oh,
well,
But she gave him the test.
Yeah.
Actually, no, she didn't give him the test.
She was probably, let's manage your expectations.
I got him some test. He did it for 3 months and then stopped. He got better.
Yeah.
He looked a lot better. He felt a lot
He did, because I remember he came to Barbarella when it was at the pickleball place.
He looked bigger. He looked taller.
I almost didn't recognize him when he came in. I was like, wait, is that Scott?
Carrying himself and shit like
yeah,
a
like
man.
the way he was walking, it was like different.
Yeah. And I said, why the fuck did you come off this? Well, you know, they don't have the fucking stick-to-itiveness. Oh, I felt better, but then, I felt good, so I don't need it anymore.
Right.
No, you gotta keep taking
it.
And then he goes, the thing is, though, man, fucking my balls started to get smaller. And I said, what the fuck you talking about? I pulled my balls out in a club.
Yeah, he did.
I pulled my balls out. I don't give a fuck.
As one does. I pulled my nipple out at mannequins the other day to show Heather my nipple piercings.
And she goes, damn, your balls are bigger than mine. And I said, did you take Clomid? She goes, no. And I says, I told you to take fucking Clomid.
It'll stop your balls from doing
that. Yeah. And fucking, he goes, oh, I didn't know that. And I said, bitch, I fucking told you. Over and over again. And the average dude doesn't have the discipline or I wouldn't say he's not an unintelligent guy. He's a business owner. He makes a lot of money.
Yeah, he's quite wealthy.
The average dude doesn't have the fucking... The average dude doesn't really have the type of intelligence. That's a good way to put it. To stay on top of yourself and to understand and to learn about endocrinology and how all this shit affects and why you're taking something and how to fucking counteract side effects. They want it to be some kind of easy fix. You take one thing and that's it. No. When you're dealing with this, man, you're going to take a stack. What we call it a stack. All right? It's layers of different things. Because what you're doing is you're basically giving yourself a synthetic endocrine system. Because your normal endocrine system, when you're older, it ain't there anymore. You know what I mean? So you have to fucking replace it with synthetic versions of it. That's why it's called hormone replacement. Your hormones aren't there anymore. They have to be replaced with something. You can either put those hormones back in there or you can put improved versions of those hormones in there. And that's what I do. Nothing I do is within normal human parameters. I have 3 times the testosterone of a 20-year-old. Not once. 3 times the testosterone, most of the time, of a guy in his 20s. Because that's what it takes. When you're older, that's what it takes to turn the clock backwards. If I had just regular testosterone of an old man, nothing would happen. I'd just be an old man. If I had the regular testosterone of a 20-year-old, I wouldn't be able to catch up with all the fucking shit. The years, you know what I mean? Nothing's going to be fucking pushed back, you know? Because you got all this backlogged maintenance going on at the cellular level. Now you need like 3 times. And that's why you're giving an older woman like 3 times what natural levels would be. And it's something that's like an improved version of these hormones, nandrolone. So the clock can kind of move backwards. Jen looks younger in the body, younger than she did. Okay, who's that dude? The Kennedy. What's his name? The JFK? RFK? You seen that dude? He's fucking shredded. He's in his 70s. He's doing all this fucking... You think that's normal? He tells you, I'm doing hormone replacement. Yeah, that's not all. Okay, he's on test. He's probably doing what I'm doing. He's on nandrolone, probably. HCG. He's on steroids. They want to legalize all this. All right, the drug companies are like, no, don't do that. They should just do like other civilized countries. Make that shit available over the counter. If you don't want to take it, you don't have to. If you're too stupid to manage your own fucking stack, then don't take it. But if you're smart enough and you know what you're doing, take it. If you're dumb, what'll happen is you'll just inject some shit and it'll fuck you up. And guess what? This is a free country. Fuck you. You should have fucking known. You should have asked. You should have done the right thing and learned. Just don't inject some random shit. They would inject random shit in high school back in the fucking 70s and 80s. They didn't know what it was. Decadurable. And yeah, let's just inject that. He'd get fucking jacked in a month. Then he'd run out of that shit and get fat. Because they didn't understand anything about fucking backlash, man. Your fucking testosterone levels were fucking killed by injecting that shit. It takes months for your fucking normal testosterone levels to come back. So you had to take testosterone and fucking Deca. And you really, once you start fucking with this shit, you can't really come off of it. Not really. Like, there's no... When you're young, you can slowly wean yourself off of it and get your normal production levels back. But your normal production levels probably aren't enough to maintain that amount of muscle that you built. You'd lose 4 or 5 pounds to go down to the size that you really can maintain. And in my case, I don't fucking make natural testosterone in any fucking amount. So I'm on the needle for life. But it will probably buy me another 10 years of life. People think, well, that's going to fucking kill you. No. It's saving you from obesity. It's saving you from fucking suicide. It's saving you from a lot of other risk factors that happens when you have low testosterone and you get old.
So this was a long time ago, but did you address the super chat from Jeffy Art?
No, what did she say? What did he say? What's Jeffy say?
He's asking him, he's like, thanks for the test tips, looking into it as we speak.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask this quick because I know you'll go off on another thing and I won't be able to answer all these other questions. But he said, also, I missed voting for the chimps. Will you bring it back in the voting roster? I always bring things back in the voting roster. I'll put things in the voting roster. If it doesn't win, I put it back at the top of the list. And then, you know what I mean? So I have like a bunch of stuff, but it'll eventually like turn up in there. CB said, I don't care what a woman looks like. If she turns me on, I will have sex with her. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of the same. Full Metal Nosferatu says, yoga has increased testosterone for me. I really need to get into yoga. I've been interested in it. But Jeffy Art is saying, how many milligrams of Clomid?
Oh, man, I got to look at it. I don't think it's not in milligrams. I think it's in micrograms. It's already... I don't really have to compute it anymore because the way they give it to me is on little pills. And I know I just have to take 1 pill a day. I can go over there and see what it is. I think it might be 50 micrograms, or 50 milligrams. It might be 50 milligrams. It's a little pill. It's not big.
It just essentially keeps your balls from shrinking.
Yeah.
And also ensures that you're still firing live rounds, like I said,
yeah.
if you're not shooting blanks.
What it is, it's more like a hormone blocker. Okay. And what or a receptor blocker. It goes into the receptors like in your nuts, and the receptors that are sensing how much testosterone you have, and it blinds them. So your system can't see any testosterone. It goes, shit, I must be low because I don't see any testosterone in there, even though you're fucking injecting. You got a shit ton. So your nuts are going like, there's no test in here, so I have to make some. So your nuts start making tests, and then it'll make sperm and all that other shit at the same time too. But you don't have to take that. You don't have to.
Yeah, it's not required.
It's not required. You can just inject test, but you'll be on birth control. It's just like a woman. You won't shoot.
But you might want that. I don't know.
Yeah. Now what will happen is that when your nuts shut down on birth control, they can come back. They'll come back on their own naturally if you stop injecting. But I'm never going to stop injecting testosterone. I'm on it for life. So the only guys that come off testosterone are young guys who make testosterone. A lot of it. All right? I don't make enough of it to maintain the physique that I have. It's just like implants. If a woman fucking buys big old fake titties, she's gonna have to keep big old fake titties in her fucking body in order to have big titties. You got to think of it that way. It's not like I'm gonna have the boobs put in. Oh, okay, I got big boobs now. I can take these boobs off. No, the boobs will be gone. Same thing with testosterone. Okay. And size. You get fucking decent size, you're gonna have to have testosterone to back it up, and I can't make enough to back it up. I'm too old. All right. At 55, I should be in the withering phase where you're getting smaller and weaker over the fucking decades, and then you die. I'm trying to avoid that. I will eventually die, but I've studied how dudes like me die. They all die strong. They look good when they die. They die in their 70s, but they look about like I do. For real. Look at fucking RFK. He looks a little better than me in the body. He's leaner. Now his face, he looks older. He looks older than me, but not so much in the body. And that dude will live a long time. Jeff Bezos, richest man in the world, he's on that shit. All right. And they're rich. They got good medical advice, not shit medical advice that normal people have. They know how to fucking hold themselves together.
Well, they have the time and the resources.
Got the time and the money, and they got the fucking information.
Which the rest of us losers don't have.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, well, like I said, it's just a question of, even when I was younger, I just never wanted to be one of those people that just got old and said, fuck it. I don't really want to do anything, or I don't want to be into cool shit anymore. I don't want to, because, it's especially, you get that, like, a lot, like, in the goth scene and stuff, because, like, your parents and shit will always tell you, just like, oh, you'll grow out of that, like, looking like that and all this other kind of shit. But I'm here to tell you that in many cases, that does not happen.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people that are still going out to the club are, like, our age, are older, and they're still going out every single weekend.
And most of them still
drinking, dancing, and they still look good, they dress good. Yeah. You know what I mean? And they got their shit together.
Me and Jen get crazy. Fucking driving back, getting wild in the car on the way back. Fucking chicks making out, chicks running up and kissing her and shit. Fucking, just weird shit happens, man. Fucking, it's wild. But that's just the lifestyle that we have, And looks have a lot to do with it. You're fucking judged by how you look. Jen didn't look this way. If I didn't look this way, it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same. We wouldn't attract the amount of attention that we attract.
And like I said, I think we kind of have the perfect thing of, still looking good for our age, and being at an age when we don't really give a shit what anybody thinks anymore, because we've got our shit together.
Yeah.
And we kind of know who we are. We know, what I mean? That's kind of one of the better things about getting older, is you kind of know who you are. You don't take any shit from anybody anymore and stuff like that. And you're a lot more secure in yourself. You're a lot more confident in yourself. Because like I said, it took me a long time, like my whole 20s and 30s mostly, I was real insecure. I just don't... I always think I had a pretty strong, like, sense of my own identity, but I wasn't confident enough to, like, portray that to other people, because I thought they'd think I was weird or something. You know what I mean?
You didn't push your own potentials either.
No.
I saw a lot in Jen. I fucking pushed her to become a writer. I said, you're going to become a writer.
Well, I mean, I wrote before I met you, but...
Next thing you know, she's got fucking books and fucking we're doing shit. We're going to fucking... conventions. And I think that's when Jen realized that, I'm a real writer. She's at a convention, fucking signing it, I'm selling all her books and signing shit. It was just like out of the movies.
Well, I always was kind of like apologetic about it. It's just like I was always like really anxious about people reading my shit and everything like that, because I was just kind of like, oh, what if they think it's stupid? And now I don't really give a crap anymore.
No, Jen's shit's good. Yeah.
But I used to get really anxious about it.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times, like I thought the shit was good, but I thought everyone else would think it was dumb.
And this was during a time when Jen would go to offices and work. Man, those guys were unreliable. They'd hire you in at fucking good salary, and then fucking 6 months later, that business would go out of business. You know what I mean? You just couldn't depend on them.
Yeah.
And I said, Jen, you're going to work from home. This is before fucking people worked from home. But you see, I was an independent contractor for sales for a long time, and just on my own, selling products and shit from a company that I dealt with as an independently contracted salesman. I said, you could do it. It's weird when you're not working with a safety net. See, and most people...
It is, yeah. It is very stressful. It's still very stressful.
But you got used to it, though. You're good. You never didn't make it. We always made it.
Yeah. Like, some months are way harder than others.
A little tighter, but,
tight.
A little tighter, but it's okay. Yeah. And, but now we have remote working, so she's got remote jobs.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of jobs should be remote Most
Most
jobs,
of them can be.
they
It's
don't
just
need to be in offices really.
until maybe the boomers die off, because they have this weird mindset that it's like everybody has to show up at an office for some reason because they have to be monitored.
Well, for some jobs they do.
For some, obviously
things.
some jobs you have to be present for, but a lot of jobs you really don't need to be there, especially like nowadays.
They can just give you assignment over your computer. And
yeah,
you do
it's
it
like
on the
as long
computer,
as the shit
and
gets
that's what they're
done,
doing in the office anyway.
That's what I mean. As long
You're
as
in
the shit
in the
gets
office
done,
cubicle and they send it to you. The cubicle doesn't have to be in the office. The cubicle
yeah,
can
you
be
can
here.
just be at you be at your house.
Right.
Like I don't really.
But some people you got to have them on hand. But they tend to be like manager thinkers and types. You know what I mean? Or people that are fucking running around and having to do things. You know what I mean? You don't need that from graphic designer.
I mean, there's absolutely no reason. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason
Graphic
for me
designer
to
stay
have
home.
to go someplace.
Yeah.
Because honestly, I can just go on fucking Slack,
Yeah.
and they send me a message. Hey, I need this, that, and the other thing today, and I'm like, okay, and then I just do it, and then I just send it back. It's like it's super easy. They just pay you through PayPal, they pay you through Zelle or whatever, and it's just kind of like it's super easy. But like I said, some months are harder than others. My sister, I was talking to her when we were at Disney last week, and she's a graphic designer too, but she works at this big museum in Atlanta, and she is the art director, so she like kind of runs she's got a couple people under her, so she's like their supervisor, and she's a bit younger than me. She's 7 years younger, so she's in her 40s, and she was kind of talking to me. She's like, after I'm kind of working here and it's blah, blah, blah. But she's like, I really kind of want to go freelance and like just kind of work from home and stuff like that. And I said, I do prefer it, but it is a lot scarier because you never know. Like from day to day, I never really know, is anybody going to send me any work today? Because some weeks will go by and like you don't really hear much of anything. It's like you get like one little job or something, and I'm just like, well shit, this isn't good. But I mean, I do have one very large client who, pretty reliably like sends me a lot of work, and they like pay decently. So I do have that, which is good. And I have like 3 or 4 other like pretty regular clients that send me stuff every week or like every other week or something like that. So I usually come out okay, but some months you never know. You know what I mean? Especially around January was kind of a bitch because there wasn't a lot of shit going on. So it was after the holidays and everyone was just kind of not doing anything. You know what I mean? So that was kind of rough, but it's kind of picked up a little bit.
Check this shit out.
What happened?
It's raining outside.
Yeah, it was like I knew that.
Check the front door. We got all these fucking boxes.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah, that's right, because they said it was going to be here before 10.
Yeah.
All mine it's shampoo, conditioner, and there's treats for the kitties in there. I got a big one.
Yeah, you got 2 big ones.
Did I?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Both of those are mine?
No, this one's mine.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I only got one thing. I only got one thing.
Oh shit.
You all right?
Yeah.
Holy crap! Thought he like fell out the door or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I'll get into. I do want to get into yoga at some point. I know I say that like a lot, and I keep forgetting about it. But I need to do something like that. Like I do shit with weights and, I have an exercise bike that I use sometimes, but I don't know. I feel like yoga would probably be good because when I was a kid, I used to do dance. I used to do ballet, and I used to do like acrobatics. I used to do all that kind of stuff.
What you talking about?
When I was a kid,
Oh yeah.
I used to do ballet and stuff. I was pretty good at it too, but
Try to get you back into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's
You have the
because he was saying
physicality.
about yoga.
Jen's fucking squatting 220.
I don't remember how much.
220, yeah. Oh, this is good.
Papa said Tom just carried off his new sex toys. LOL.
No, it was a.
We got that the other day.
It was a cat waterer.
You got another cat waterer?
Yeah. Hold on. Look at that.
Oh yeah, those are nice.
They're smaller than I thought they were going to be.
That's good though. You don't
Yeah.
want them big and huge because.
I like them big and huge. Though.
Yeah, but they're gonna catch on everything.
Okay.
Like it's not very practical.
Okay.
You got me some new nipple rings.
Yeah.
They're like
moons.
they're like half moons.
Yeah.
We'll try and put those in tomorrow.
Yeah.
If let's see, the bars
They're
are usually
bars with fucking little half moon, little gothic half
Okay.
moons.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah.
Because I have rings in now, and the curved stuff it kind of hurts a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because the bar never really hurt. But the only thing about that, like, because he saw them the other day, and he was just like, "Hey, these are really cool. You want these?" And I was like, "Yeah, those are pretty cool." But then I thought, man, they're gonna catch on everything. This little boon thing, so I'm gonna have to be super careful. Like, shit that I wear and like drying off with a towel like after. Because a couple times, like before I got used to them, when I had the bars, because I had these bars that had like they didn't have like little spikes like that, but they had like a little moon of like pearls underneath. And it's like every now and then, like you'd be drying off after the shower, and like one would like catch like in the nap of the towel, and you'd be like, you know what I mean? So it's like you gotta fucking watch. Gotta fucking watch. No, I was gonna say the sex toys came the other day.
Yeah.
The big, that big fucking thing that you got.
These motherfuckers.
Putting all the fucking dildos away.
Yeah.
That's what we probably got to do that tomorrow before she comes over. Although she probably doesn't care.
Oh no, she fucking love that shit.
She doesn't care. She knows all it. She knows.
She knows all that shit.
She knows all that stuff.
She's freaky too.
So, because I was kind of like, I have like the.
I showed her the doll. She goes, "Oh, that's awesome. I need."
Oh,
one.
really?
Yeah. She goes, "I need one of those."
Yeah, because I know you like showed her some other
Yeah.
stuff, but
Just showed her some of the stuff that was around the house.
yeah, because it's like I
She
have
goes, "That looks real." She goes, like, "Wow." She's bi.
yeah
She goes, "God, she's gorgeous."
yeah.
She goes, She goes, "I need something like that."
It is fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, but it's because I have like a in the nightstand, and the nightstand has like 2 drawers.
That's all sex toys. Yeah.
But the drawers are so
Yeah.
packed with sex toys that it's like we have 2 big huge ones, or actually 3 big huge ones that will not fit in there.
Yeah.
So they're just kind of out.
When we were making videos, we needed like props.
Yeah, and we liked ones that were like weird looking or
Weird
like
or
super
big or
colorful or
fucking-
like
yeah.
super big, or there was something like
Yeah.
like visually interesting about them.
Yeah.
So I have a couple that are like realistic.
Yeah.
But the other ones I have like weird monster shaped ones and like bright green ones and like an alien looking one.
They're mostly just for looks.
Yeah, like we just get them for
grabbing
that.
them and fucking licking on them and
Right.
shit, doing shit like that, and you're like, yeah, you're just talking
We got ones
bad.
that just like looked pretty.
Yeah.
But
And shit I can threaten her with. Some of that shit I could never get that in there.
no, okay, yeah, because
one of them is-
believe me, we've tried.
One of them's a fucking like horse dick. It's like that.
Yeah, it's like that
It's
long.
like fucking that long, man. It's laid that
And
shit
he's
across
always
her
just-
back like on
Yeah.
her back like that.
Because it's not going in
It can't go in. It's like
the
that
intended
big-
area. It's not going in there.
Yeah,
It's just it's too large.
It's just like a visual gag. It's
But,
something-
yeah.
we were gonna make a video with it.
Yeah. Tom enjoys like just slapping it across my back or
Yeah,
watching me like my
Yeah.
hand doing like that. Like,
yeah.
he's into
Just
that.
anything that's hot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because he likes wrong shit. Like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. If it's not naughty, then it's not any good. You know,
Yeah,
it's
he
just
likes
I don't
wrong
like any
shit.
pedestrian shit. I like fucking sideways shit. I like you.
Like shit that you don't want anybody knowing about.
Yeah,
you know
right.
what I mean?
But the thing is that those are popular videos.
They are, yeah. Well,
Very fucking popular.
yeah. I kind of feel like
Because
a
they're
lot of people.
fetish niche videos, you know.
Well, and like I said, the thing about porn, I think the thing that a lot of people enjoy about porn is that, like I said, it's like a fantasy thing. So it's like you might not ever be able to do this in real life,
Yeah.
but you can like watch other people do it, and it's transgressive, and
Yeah.
that's part of the allure of it. Is it's not something you're quote unquote not supposed to be doing.
People that have never made any or known any people that do it for fucking like professions and shit, you know, because I know people into porn locally here in the porn thing. They do that shit for real. Okay. Gangbangs, the whole 9 yards. When you're seeing it as an observer, it looks much more subversive, and you're like, oh, this is destroying society. For some people, it might. I don't know, but
It's not that
when you
bad.
know the people that are doing this is like people that have joined the circus. They don't really take any of that shit seriously. To them, it's a gag. and they're just trying to make a good video because they're making a movie.
And to be honest, people like that seem a lot more normal to me than people that
when you get to know them.
Yeah, people that deny. It's like, ooh, we can't do this or we can't do that. Like I can't. Like those kind of people don't seem like.
Yeah.
normal.
Now, some of these people that are in this come from pretty rough backgrounds. All right, fucking unstable homes, kicked out of homes. Fucking some of these girls that are famous, actually pretty famous, especially in maybe like the amateur scenes. If you actually know if you were to know the details, you're like, oh, she was homeless for a little while.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And fucking, okay, so she had to do survival prostitution for a little while.
Yeah.
To get on her feet. That type.
Well, shit, man. You gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta
yeah, so, yeah, she had a drug problem, maybe. You know, got kicked out of the house when she was a kid. It could be shit like that.
Yeah.
They're not all like that. I'm just saying that usually there's some kind of story behind it. All right?
Yeah.
And because they had a rough time when they were younger, they kind of like, it's almost kind of like fucking breaking their virginity or something. They became more resistant to, I guess you could say, shame. I guess it'd be a good way to put it. They just like, do this, you make money. It ain't no big deal. Everybody's upset about it. They don't care about it because it's maybe better than some of the other shit that they had to do before.
Right.
So it's just and
it's all relative.
They call y'all civilians because they don't see themselves as civilians. They see themselves as kind of like carnies.
Well, I kind of like the French have a term called demi-monde, which means like half world.
Half world, yeah.
And that's kind of what they call anybody that's into like fetish scenes or sex work or anything like that, because you're in the real world, but not really. It's kind of like a subculture.
Subculture, yeah.
But yeah, that's
subculture.
That's what they call it, though.
Yeah,
or that's what they used to call it. I don't know.
That's definitely it is a subculture.
Yeah.
Now, fucking, I listen to everything and everyone. Fucking, I heard a lot of these, Manosphere guys talking about it. A lot of their takes on porn are fucking pretty sideways. They don't know what they're talking about. These are young guys in their 20s that are talking, and they
don't know anything.
They don't really know what they're talking about. Okay,
20-year-old dudes don't know anything.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of them don't like porn because they're jerking off to it all the time. So it's keeping them from fucking going out and finding women. Then they find a woman and they like her and they go, oh, she's got an OnlyFans. And then he's
but that sounds like a them problem.
Yeah, it's more like that's more of a problem with you in a way. Cause
that's not porn's problem. It's just there. You don't have to watch it.
Yeah, yeah. And then like it's destroying society. Only if you let it. Okay, no. It all depends on how you look at it. It's just entertainment. And it's entertainment that's out there. Then they'll say, well, these girls on these sites, you know what I mean? They're only averaging $150 a month, $200 a month, and they're selling their souls. No, they're not. They're at home fucking rubbing one out with fucking toys and shit and fucking
making some extra cash.
Making some extra cash.
Maybe they could pay the electric bill with that.
$150 helps them make rent.
Sure.
If something else comes along,
don't knock it.
They stop doing it. Like me and Jen haven't done anything in a long time because she's too busy. She's got another job right now.
I don't have time to do it.
Yeah, we don't have time.
I still kind of want to do it because it was fun.
Yeah.
Mostly I'm more interested in doing videos because the live streaming was fun, but it was mostly just kind of boring.
Yeah.
And like you never really knew what they were going to ask you to do, and you were like, you didn't know.
It was on the moment.
Yeah, and you didn't know if like somebody was going to ask you to do some fucked up shit.
Yeah. It's not as fucked up as you think.
No, it was still
stupid.
It was mostly fun, but some of it was kind of stupid.
Yeah, it's just not like.
But honestly, I kind of like the idea of making videos better because we can control the content.
Yeah.
But I liked making videos. I wasn't doing it.
I
would probably do it for free. I mean, it's nice making money on it. But
we do it mostly like kind of like street cred, and it's fun. They're fun to make.
Yeah,
they're fun to make.
That's all.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I don't know. This is another thing. Like I said, I think probably like 20 years ago, I don't think I ever would have fathomed. Doing that. Because not so much because I thought it was bad, because I didn't. But it's just I wasn't confident enough.
And the technology wasn't there either.
That too. But I'm just saying, even if it had been, I would have been too insecure, like too anxious,
Right.
like to do it. Because I was telling him the other day, because I was just kind of like, I was like, why would anybody want to watch a video of me doing anything?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was that,
Yeah.
and I don't really have that
But,
as much anymore.
But when it comes to kind of like what some of these fucking manosphere kids are talking about, I understand what they're talking about, fucking, and a lot of what they're saying is true. But their reaction to it a lot of times is kind of like, no, that's not really how you should look at it. That's what I'm looking at. For instance, I was never a normie, though. I was fucking either in the military or in some goth club. I was always in a subculture. People don't realize the military is not opposite of a goth club. We had goths in the military.
Yeah.
All right. My fucking squad leader for a while, fucking Sergeant Smith, was he was a goth. He fucking loved Christian Death and fucking, fucking
Death is a great band,
the Cure and fucking, you know, this, he knew all, fucking, what was Joy Division. So he knew fucking post-punk and goth and everything, and he was my fucking squad leader. We were out in Egypt together, you know, and he'd fucking dress me down and fucking cuss me out, but we were friends. Even though, you know, he's higher rank, we're still friends. We'd go to the club together. And, but because of Army, goth scene, fucking, this started off in Detroit before I was in the Army too, though. A lot of the girls, the goth girls that I fucking really liked were strippers.
Yeah.
So it was just because, you know what I mean, a lot of the cool girls were strippers.
Yeah.
So I never had any kind of like negative opinions of them because I didn't know them from their work.
Yeah.
I knew them from the club.
Right.
They were cool. You know, other guys were paid to hang out with them. And I'd fucking hook up with them.
For free.
You know, we'd hook up with them. Now, the normie dude thinks, well, she's a sex worker. All these dudes have run through her. She's a slut, this and that. Yeah, she's experienced. I'm going to say that. Yeah, they're experienced. The thing is, though, is they like you. They're loyal to you.
Yeah.
Because they have problems with finding guys that they like.
Yeah.
They're surrounded by all these dudes, but
They're
they don't
all-
like these dudes.
No,
This
of
is
course
not
not.
for them. Fucking these dudes are too
Look at-
old or
look at the
overweight.
fucking
or
dudes
they're
that-
normies. They just
That show up at strip clubs and stuff.
Yeah,
Like that.
that's not what you know.
Nobody wants to date those.
These are just
That's why they're at strip clubs.
they're just customers, you know. And they want to be with guys that are like them. And so I never had a problem with them. And fucking never crossed my mind, like I'm dating her or she stays over at the house and we fucking hook up or whatever, go to the club together. And it wasn't anything like real serious, you know, most of the time with those girls, but they were just friends, you know, and hookups. But it's not like a normie hookup. They're part of our community. I never had this thing where it's, yeah, you know, she's working on, you know, all these other dudes are looking at her. I'm jealous. I never felt like that. I was like, yeah, those dudes are fucking paying to see a girl that fucking comes over and hangs out with me, and you know, for free.
Yeah.
Who, you know, bought me lunch last week, that type of shit, you know, because they had money,
Right.
you know.
Like I said,
So-
that's one thing you seem to not really have a jealous bone in your body.
Not in that way.
Not really.
Not in that way. Yeah, I have jealousy.
I mean, I
But
guess
not
like
over
everybody
shit
does.
like that.
No.
You know what I mean? Fucking, it's like that one porn star said. I don't give a shit if you bust a nut on my fucking wife's face or anything like that. That's all cool. I can hold the camera and everything. But if I catch you all fucking eating ice cream and holding hands and fucking talking to each other's
Yeah.
ears, I'm gonna fucking get pissed
Like
off.
I said, I
You
get
know,
it.
like that.
Yeah,
That's
we got because, like I said, it sounds weird, but if you think about it,
yeah.
particularly if you're in porn,
Yeah.
like I said, that's their job.
Yeah.
Like they just fuck people all the time. It doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
So you kind of get desensitized. But like I said, that kind of shit, like going out on dates and
Yeah.
doing that kind of like affection or intimacy.
Yeah, that's a threat.
That is definitely that's a
That's
threat.
a threat to your relationship. But
Well, that's why a lot
but
of
it's to a normie. They're like, yeah, but dude, busted. These are two paid models.
yeah,
They were paid to have sex with each other
yeah, they don't really care about that.
on
one.
camera. Yeah,
Yeah.
And fucking, she's married and he's married, or he's got a girlfriend and their girlfriend doesn't. You know what I mean? Yeah, they had fun, but they're not trying to start any kind of relationship.
Right.
And maybe they didn't have fun. A lot of times, the dude, you know, the fucking chick doesn't like the dude,
Yeah, and they're just like,
and the
"All right,
dude
let's
is just,
get
she's like,
this
hurry
over
up, hurry up, let's get this over with.
Yeah.
Come on, I gotta go. I gotta answer my text, shit like that. And this poor dude's fucking trying to hold on. Let me finish. He got to bust his nut, get his money shot for the camera. they're editing out all this fucking talk and shit. Come on, we gotta go. I'm running out of time.
Like, hurry this up.
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
I got another scene I gotta do. I gotta get ready for it in an hour.
Remember how I said it's just kind of like a lot of women. Like I said, I don't want to generalize, but because I kind of feel like I would be equally mad for either thing.
Yeah.
But a lot of women are more upset if their husband or boyfriend or whatever had what is called an emotional affair.
Yeah.
Even if they didn't have sex with the woman. But, I mean, if they did, obviously it's worse.
Just flirting with her.
But,
yeah.
But, like, just the fact that you're being affectionate or you actually seem to care about that person, that is, like, because obviously that's way more threatening than just banging a hooker. Like I said, I don't like either thing, but obviously it's kind of on a spectrum. Like, if your husband just paid and, like, went to an escort and didn't ever see that escort again, that's bad, but it's not, it wouldn't be the same as, like, banging the same woman that he's actually kind of in love with for several months or a year or whatever. That's obviously a whole different level. So I can see that.
Yeah. But there's also kind of like shades of gray. You know what I mean? Like fucking, look at me. You know what I mean? I go to the club, right? And fucking, what's her name? Angel shows up, right? And she'll fucking hug me and fucking we'll kiss each other and shit like that. You know what I mean? And fucking I've known Angel longer than I've known you.
Yeah.
You know, and I care about Angel. I love Angel. Would I sleep with Angel? No. Not really my thing.
She's married too, though.
She's married too. You know
is she married or?
Yeah.
I mean, they've been together a long time.
And we have a lot of
friend.
female friends that are real friends of mine. You know what I mean? So, but there's no reason to get threatened by that. You know what I mean? So it depends on what you're talking about. You know what I mean?
Well, it's not really the same.
If it's some strange chick you don't know who this is, and fucking you're constantly talking to her and fucking creeping and fucking, you know, that's
right.
different.
Yeah, that's totally different.
That's different. Yeah.
But like I said, you have a lot of female friends.
Yeah.
But you're not secretive about anything. You're not hiding anything.
You know everything there is to know about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And I know them too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if there was anything untoward going on, someone would tell me.
Yeah.
So.
If anything sideways when it happened, I just look, man, we're gonna have to hit this.
That's what I mean. We're gonna team up.
She's ready. Team up. You guys are thinking that's fucking crazy. No, Jen be out there dancing, and the fucking girl we just mentioned earlier just fucking went, she's gonna kiss me. And Jen kissed.
I was like, okay,
just do it again, and I missed it. I wish I'd have seen it.
I thought you saw it.
No, I didn't see it. I was distracted at the time.
You were kind of over.
I'd have thought that shit was so fucking hot.
I know, right?
That chick's trying to hook up with you.
I know.
She's trying to get in between this and Tom and Jen's sandwich, probably. But she's cool. She
no, I like her a lot.
She's just seeing what's possible. I think but she's respectful.
Yeah, well, like I said, she's our age. It's not like she's some young.
And she dates all these dudes. She dates and fucking
she's single
dudes and fucking We might have her on the show one day, depending on fucking scheduling. I gotta do her lips tomorrow.
Yeah, she's coming over tomorrow. We gotta do her lip injections.
Yeah, gotta do lip injections.
Because Tom Centers, he's like, he did mine, and she's like, oh yeah, I like that. So she gave us some money, and we bought some more
filler for her.
Filler.
Yeah.
And we got the gun set up. So.
Yeah, I didn't do it real extreme. It's not.
Well, I didn't want it real extreme. I don't want it to look fake.
It looks pretty natural.
You know,
there's not a big difference.
Like if somebody didn't know me,
they wouldn't know.
Like, I'm sure, like, people that know me would probably notice, but it's just kind of like, I kind of feel like if people didn't know me, I wouldn't want them to be like, hey, look at...
Now that I know how to do it, I see it on a lot of girls on YouTube.
Yeah, well, a lot. It's very, very common.
It's
a lot of
super common.
And especially it's common now that you can do it yourself with the pen thing that we have.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like you can buy it on Amazon, and you can do it to yourself. Like, I wouldn't do it because I'm clumsy and I couldn't do it, but...
I could do it with the needles too. It comes with needles.
Yeah, you can do it either way.
I could do it with the needles. It's just that you wanted to do it this way.
Yeah, I wanted to see what it looked like before you were sticking needles in my face.
I got the training. I don't have the experience, but I have the training. I got experience with needles, putting needles in myself, so I know what it is I have to do. I could do it with the needle.
Well, and me. You give me shots all the time.
It's the same. It's just that it lasts longer. Instead of 4 months, you probably get about 7 months out of it. 8 months.
But honestly, that's not really...
Not a big difference.
No.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's like... And honestly, the pen thing... I think I like that, but it kind of hurts, but not...
Not that bad.
It's not that bad. It kind of... Like I said, you said that you saw somebody... A girl that did it.
Yeah.
And she said, oh, it feels like somebody's like snapping a
rubber band
on your lip. And that's about what it feels like.
Okay, yeah.
Because it is actually going into... Because your lips bleed.
Yeah.
Because it's going into your lips, but it's just kind of like a little...
Yeah.
Like a little... They're
If
little
I were
like
to-
micro needles, kind of.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of going in like with a compressed air or something.
No, it's not a microneedle.
It's not?
Nope. It's a mechanical piston that's driving a blast of high pressure filler right into your lip.
Oh, okay.
Just pow.
So like I said,
It's a syringe, right?
Yeah.
But instead of a finger pushing it, it's a fucking piston, a mechanical piston that
It just
goes
goes
pow, and it squirts it out through the front. And the syringe doesn't have a needle, but it's made out of glass. And the hole in the syringe has got basically they've cut a nozzle into it to fucking shoot a jet, a really small jet.
Yeah.
You can control how much will go through that jet by how much, I guess it's by how far that fucking plunger pushes on the back of that syringe. Pow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I was only putting in 2 bars, which is light. I could have put that up to about fucking 7.
I will say that the top lip hurts more than the bottom lip.
There's more injections there.
Well, and just because it's harder to
Yeah.
get hold of it, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because you have to kind of put a
push
towel
it, yeah.
underneath and all this other kind
Yeah,
of
you
stuff.
got to be able to fucking pull it.
And pull it out.
You
But the
gotta
bottom
seal
lip
it.
is like a lot easier.
You have to totally cover the zone up. I was putting
He has a
flesh marker.
Yeah, like to mark
for do
you.
surgeries and stuff.
Yeah.
Where the
We
injections
have
are
one of
going to go.
This fucking DIY surgery.
But if I was gonna,
you can do it though. It's like
Yeah.
like I said, it's cheap.
with needles, there's less injection points. You're using a different technique, so you don't go in as many times. You're going sideways with the needle underneath the skin.
Yeah, I've seen it
And
now.
put it in there. But if I were to use needles on you, I'd get lidocaine and numb your lips
Yeah.
first.
Probably.
That's how I would do it.
But honestly,
That's how
like I said, it's kind of painful, but it's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah. The thing is after the fucking, if you use a needle, it's more damage to the tissue. So for the first couple of days, your lips are pretty fucking swollen because the needle's been going in there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Fucking
And that's
digging
what I'm
around.
saying. It's like I didn't want because honestly,
Blowing it in there is less traumatic. That's a good way to put it.
yeah, because honestly, like you did it and it kind of hurt.
Yeah.
But it didn't swell up. It didn't look
Right.
weird. It didn't look like once I put lipstick on, you couldn't really. My lips just looked bigger, but that was
Yeah.
like it. They didn't look all fucking fish.
Papa's
looking.
in there said that being in a Tom and Jenny sandwich would be off. Yeah, it is. It is. That's the swingers. That's the swingers in the fucking poly. That's the
Yeah.
poly. That's the poly crowd.
Yeah.
Fucking talking about it.
Well, like I said, we have had a lot of offers along those lines.
Me and Jen are popular.
So
My ex girlfriend and her husband fucking tried to get in a sandwich.
yeah,
Yeah.
that would be like a double decker,
Yeah.
kind of. Papa also said the most downloaded porn is in Utah. Yeah, I kind of feel like places that are a little more, I don't want to say backwards, but
Repressed.
Yeah.
Well, they say like Saudi Arabia and some
Like
of
they
the,
download a lot of
Yeah,
fucking...
Saudi Arabia, UAE, evidently
A lot
they're
of
doing
porn.
a lot. Most of those Muslim countries, they fucking lots and lots of porn, and it's given Western women such a horrible reputation because a lot of them people think that all Western women are like that.
We're all such dirty
that
stuff.
they're all a bunch of hoes. Yeah,
Even if we were,
yeah,
I'm not worried about it.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Papa says not swingers, just poly.
Yeah.
You want another drink? What time is it?
Yeah, why not? Quarter to
It's
11.
almost 11 though.
Quarter to 11.
You want to go a little bit longer?
Yeah, why not?
All right. I
I
think
mean,
we got
I'm-
plenty of fan
I'm
funny
having
today.
I'm
I
having
think,
a good time.
I think. Let me see. I think Papa fucking sent us a shit ton of money, didn't he?
Yeah,
And
quite a
Mad
bit.
Legs
And
did.
Jeffy Art sent us some, and Mad League sent us some.
Yeah, we did a good 40
Yeah, that's right.
today. That's pretty.
Oh,
good.
CB said, Jenny, what's the one piercing you won't get done? This was from a while back. I probably would not do a clit piercing.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. You'd have to pay somebody else, a pro, to do that. I wouldn't touch that.
Well, no, I wouldn't want you
Yeah.
to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just feel like, I don't know. Like, the nipples were painful enough. Probably the clit would be like way worse. But, you know, never say never. But probably not. I probably wouldn't get that done. Other than that, I'm like not real averse to any other piercings. I do want to do my nose at some point, but I can't really decide. I kind of wanted one in the middle, but Tom's like, I don't think that would look good. Like, you should get one on the side. I wanted one in the middle, though. I don't know. I do kind of have a big nose, so I don't really know how that would look. I'll get a fake one. Let's see if the fake one looks good. I do have a couple of fake lip rings. Like, I got this set, or Tom got it for me, that are like the kind of the fake, like the snake bite piercings that go in like your bottom lips and stuff like that. Which they look cool, but it's like you can't.
They move around.
They kind of move around too much, and I think one of them fell out.
If you wanted that, we could do that.
Yeah.
Just get that.
But like I
That
said,
look good on you actually with your new lips.
yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it. Like I said, at the moment, I just have. Yeah, at the moment, I just have my ears are pierced. Actually, my ears are pierced. I have one in one ear and two in the other ear, and I did those myself a long time ago. And the nipples are pierced. That's the only piercings I have. Shae got her clit ring ripped out while getting waxed. Oh, we never put it back. Yeah, see, I'm just like really, I'm really scared about that kind of stuff. The nipple rings, I kind of got used to it because at first, like I said, it was just because I wasn't used to them being there, so they would catch on stuff, and I'd be like, oh, you know what I mean? And it would just like this. Make this chill run down your spine, you know what I mean? Because it's a very sensitive area. But I kind of got used to it. It doesn't really bother me anymore. The ones I have in now are very small rings, so they're like really unobtrusive. But I do like those ones that we just got. I'm just kind of hoping they don't catch on everything. I'm sure they will, though. That's like horrible. Madeline said I couldn't tell. Your lips look great. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we've done, we did kind of 2 sessions. I don't know how much of it he put in there, but he put some in, and then like several days later he put more in. And then, but like I said, I didn't want it to look super weird. And it's better with the pen because it's not as, it doesn't make your lips like swell up really bad. Like the first day they kind of hurt, but not bad. Like, and honestly, when he did the second one, like by the end of the day, I was just kind of like, oh, they're fine. Like, I didn't really feel anything. They do look better with lipstick on, but, you know. Oh, Mom said it was done by my girlfriend at the time. She felt horrible about it. I can't imagine. Honestly, I can't imagine. Like, I know a lot of women get their bikini area waxed, but I don't fuck with waxing, man. One, like, it doesn't really work for me, and two, I don't know, it just seems like too much trouble. I've bought like the wax strips and stuff like that, but it just seems like it doesn't work. I just shave everything. Much easier. It's much easier. Yeah, he said that Shae's clit ring was pulled out when they were waxing her.
Oh
pussy.
shit! Probably killed.
I can't imagine what. I'm just like, oh, I'm thinking about it. Not like thinking about it. So she ripped out my favorite jewelry. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like my clit the way it is. I don't know if I want to.
Leave that shit like that.
I don't want to fuck with it.
If you're gonna get any piercings, I'd try, like you said, like the little lip, bottom lip.
Yeah.
Piercing, cheeks maybe, the little studs in the cheeks.
Yeah,
that might be
maybe.
cute.
That's kind of cute. I always kind of like
yeah.
that. Kind of looks like you have like little dimples.
Little dimples, yeah.
I kind of like that.
Like I'm not sure I'd get anything with your nose.
You don't think?
You'd have to try it and
My
see what it
nose
looks
is too big?
We have to try it and see what it looks like. see if it fucking accentuates.
I do have a very
or,
wide nose.
You got a wide nose. Yeah.
I do have a very wide nose, but
you have to see what it looks like.
I don't know. It used to bother me, my nose, but it doesn't really bother me anymore. I'm not bothered by it. A lot of things about my body used to bother me that don't bother me anymore. You know?
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to show you guys, and I'm telling you about women and steroids. I'm going to show you Bakar.
I gotta pee again, I think.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Full Metal Nosferatu said, I remember this was a while back, a defunct radio station that would beat visitors to the show with a large rubber dong. They nicknamed it Tommy Lee. Well, I think the one we have is a lot bigger than Tommy Lee's dick. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah, this is like a horse dick.
It's a horse dick.
Yeah.
Okay, that girl right there, that's Bakar Nabiva, and that's what steroids in females look like. Okay, when it's done right. Okay.
Let's knock your shit over.
Okay. Okay, let me see if I can get enough. That's what her face looks like. But that's steroids. And she admits it. She's got a voice kind of like Jen, a little gravelly voice. Yeah. Okay. So it's not like back in the 80s, the female bodybuilders of the 80s that look like men. This is how they look now, a lot of them. Now she's a little kind of aquiline, her body shape. I'm going to show you what kind of a shorter woman, kind of like what Jen's body style would be like.
Still freaking out about that clit ring story.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Because I have thought about getting a clit piercing. I'm like, wonder what that would like. That would be like. But like I said, the nipple rings hurt so much that I was just kind of like, I don't know.
This is Carrie June. That's what Jen would look like, fucking roided out. About the same body size. Now
I have bigger boobs.
She doesn't have big boobs. Okay.
But that's about what my butt looks like.
Yeah.
But I have way bigger boobs.
Yeah. Okay.
My midsection is not skinny though.
That's Miss Carrie June. She lives here in Florida. So does Bakar. But that is not natural.
Well,
That's not natural.
obviously.
Oh, well, some people think that that kind of shit's natural. They see that and they go, oh, just work out and you can look like that. She works out. She's a fitness trainer. She's a pro. All right. She's also a millionaire. She makes a shit ton of money selling supplements and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of those influencers
Yeah,
do.
she's got a lot
They
of
have
female
sponsorships
fans.
and stuff.
But she is not 100% natural. She works a lot, but she's had some assistance.
Well, that's just how you do it.
Yeah.
That's
Trying
how
to
you
see
do
her,
it.
trying to find a picture of her. Yeah, okay.
Papa says, sorry, I traumatized you. Well, it's funny because I was just thinking about a clit piercing the other day. Not that I would necessarily do it. I was like, I wonder what that would feel like. Because I know what the nipple piercing feels like. I don't think the clit piercing would hurt as much. I could be wrong about that. But I was kind of like, I don't know. It would look kind of neat, but I don't know if I want to do it or not. I don't think so. Tetsuo said, crush a watermelon in her thighs.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the goal, isn't it? I would love to be able to do that.
Yeah.
How fucking cool would that be?
Jen's getting her legs are pretty strong. She's pretty strong. She hasn't been training squat machine for very long. She's already doing 220 in a few months. The way she's going, she'll be doing 250.
Well, I told
She
you
got
that
300 in about a year.
even when I didn't
Yeah.
lift weights, I always had really strong legs.
Yeah.
Like my thigh and calf muscles were always really strong.
Some of the videos that we've sold really ain't shit compared to the way she looks now. Sometimes I'll have her fucking thrown up and she's got her fucking legs curled up and I'm fucking diving that shit and the fucking bottom of her thighs are just like teardrop shaped. She's, you know how when a dude fucking flexes and he's got a fucking bulge like this? Jenny has that on the back of her thighs now. Fucking, she looks great.
That's quite
And and each month it's just like she's hotter and hotter. I fucking roll over. Oh, God, I'm trying to climb on this thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's looking fucking good. We're gonna unveil that shit in a fucking once you're done, maybe a couple
like I said,
more.
we need to do some more
Maybe 3, 4, 5 months, something like
videos.
that. We're gonna see we'll make a good video. Show you off.
Because we got all kind of
I'll
new.
hot wife the fuck out of you on video. Be like,
we
would
got
you
all,
guys like to take a ride on this? Look at that shit.
we got all kind of new toys and all kind of fun shit we could use.
We'll make a good video.
We still haven't made any with the doll yet either.
We haven't made any in a car. We made some and then never published them.
Yeah, that's true. Well, they didn't come out that good.
They didn't come out
like
the
I said,
lighting
the
wasn't that
lighting
good.
wasn't that great.
Yeah.
So
I got that big old fucking Grand Marquis. Get in the back seat of that thing with all that leather,
That's what I
leather
mean,
material. Fucking just, yeah.
we need. It's like
I like public stuff.
I do too.
Outside.
I do too.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, you need that kind of danger. Like you might get
you
caught.
can get caught. Yeah.
Because like he was showing me one the other day about this. I don't know if it was set up. I'm sure it probably was, but it's like this chick. She's she does hot wifing
She's from Florida here.
with her. Yeah, it looked like I couldn't tell where it was. I think it was maybe Tampa, although it might have been South Florida somewhere.
Yeah. You
Because he thought it was Orlando. I'm like, that's not Orlando.
it might be Tampa.
Like I think it might be Tampa.
My friend knows her. He's worked with them. She got suggested to me through like connections and through X. I mean, so fucking Bill in Quinn Studios. So in some ways they know each other. Her name's fucking Hot Wife Katrina.
Yeah.
And fucking dude takes her out and has these black dudes run through her. It's fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, it's the whole thing.
It's good. And they fake it like they're in a sports bar and she leaves with random dudes and fucking goes out in the back and out in the back alleys and
She just
fucking
like gets fucked by two random dudes in the
ran-
alley
yeah.
behind the
They're
restaurant.
not random though. They're
Well,
local.
of course
talent.
not. But
they're
like,
local
yeah.
talent.
But
yeah.
they're making it seem.
They make
like
it seem like it's
she
random.
just met these two random dudes at the bar.
They're
But there was one that he showed me yesterday.
Yeah.
That was like, she was like, it was in a mall parking lot.
Yeah.
But they were in the bushes.
In the
Like
bushes
to
of
the
the-
side of the mall parking
Yeah.
lot. And he was a construction worker.
Yeah.
And she had brought him McDonald's.
Yeah, black
I was
dude
like, well,
construction worker.
that was nice of her.
Yeah, and she says, "I brought this for my king," and she's got it writing down.
And he has whole videos of her like wearing all of these crazy shirts about how much she loves black cock.
Yeah, walking around.
And like these half shirts with like the bottom
Boobs
of her titties
hanging
sticking
off.
out. And like she'll be in her like in the grocery store.
Yeah, and the dudes are like,
And dudes are like
what
following
the
her around
fuck?
and stuff,
Yeah.
and he's in the dudes filming it.
Yeah,
like
the-
look at all these fucking.
The husband's like surreptitiously recording it, so it looks
Yeah.
like she's by herself.
Yeah.
And these fucking white dudes are like, "What the fuck?"
And they're all like
she's
ganging
got-
up and like
she's got a
following her,
big
but trying to be
booty.
sneaky, but not sneaky.
Yeah,
at all.
yeah.
It's super funny.
They're like looking at her while her back's turned, and it says fucking like on the back of her shorts, her fucking ass hanging out. She got a big ass, little short girl, big ass. She looked good. You never see her face because they got her face pixelated.
Yeah, she doesn't want. She might have to have some kind of job where
She might be a teacher or some shit like that.
She might get in trouble.
Yeah, but she'd wearing little fucking booty shorts with her booty hanging out. It says BBC only. Fucking, and all these white dudes are looking like, what the fuck? Another when she goes to the laundromat and she's doing her laundry.
I haven't seen the laundromat
And
one.
she I showed it to you.
No, you didn't. I saw the grocery store one.
Oh, okay.
And the mall parking lot one.
You must have been watching TV because I scrolled through it while I was next to this. Look at that one.
Oh, I wasn't. paying attention.
She's doing the laundry
I was watching Ray Bradbury
at the
TV.
laundromat, and she's wearing a T-shirt that had fucking all kinds of Queen of Spades and fucking BBC.
Oh, so was that the one where she was showing all the T-shirts?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
she
I saw that.
And there's a
bit.
dude in the background, fucking black dude in the
I saw that
background, going like, "Oh, what?" the
I didn't
fuck?
realize
You
that
can
was a
see it.
laundromat.
It's a laundromat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the shirt she's wearing, the underarms were cut way down, so she had like massive side boobs sticking out on either side, and she'd like and it was short, so she'd move and there'd be nip slipping like crazy. And she's in a laundromat with fucking the black dude in the back loitering.
Like, whoops.
Loitering, looking at her,
Hoping to get a glimpse
and
of that shit.
she's got the camera or the phone hidden or something. It's up on a little table. She's doing the laundry. And every fucking shirt she had some fucking wild sexual.
They were getting more and more explicit.
More and more explicit about black cock and shit. And then there's black dudes walking around.
Because like I said, if you had one, okay. So if you had one that just had like the Ace of Spades on it. Like
Queen of Spades.
Or the Queen of Spades on it.
Yeah.
And then just said BBC. Like, I feel like a lot of people would know what that was, but some people might not.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, you'd have plausible deniability.
One of their shirts says, I bent over for black cop.
Yeah. And then it had, like, a woman, like, I'm like, okay, well, that one's, like, pretty obvious.
Yeah. So it was all just this big mind fuck.
Yeah.
You know. They do that, but the first videos that they did was her walking around dressed like that in public.
Yeah. Like with super, super slutty, like, outfits on.
Yeah.
Like I said, these half shirts were, like, basically, like, it was just, like, shirt was, like, here.
Yeah.
So, like, the bottom of her tits were hanging out.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Hot wife Katrina. You can find it. She's got.
But like I said, you never see her face. It's always blurred out.
It's always blurred out.
So, like I said, she must have some kind of job where she's afraid she's going to get fired.
Yeah.
So she's just doing that on the down low, which is, like, pretty funny. Tetsuo says, body count? Are you asking what our body counts are, respectively? Is that what you're asking? Tom probably lost count.
Yeah. By the time I got out of high school, I was at least 50.
Yeah, so it's like, and it'll only increase after that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be hundreds.
100. Over 100. Maybe 150, 200, something like that. It slowed down as I got older. But 20s and 30s, I had no problem with women. Easy. And all good looking, pretty much.
Well, and you were single for a lot of that time. Like, you were married, but for a short time.
Months,
like, for 18 months, 2 years, something like that.
No kids from that.
Yeah, but most of the time, you were single and dating, so it's just kind of like, so you were just always kind of...
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I was in clubs.
Yeah.
You know, even when I was stationed in Korea, once a month I went to clubs, and there was fucking club girls in there, you know, Korean hookers, you know, like.
Yeah, that's when, and then,
So
like I said, when you were in the military, like, you would go.
So
you didn't have a girlfriend or a wife at that time, so you were just...
No, you only have 24-hour pass.
Yeah, so you'd go...
Maybe once or twice a month.
Hill.
So you just go to a place called Hooker Hill. They had that back in the day. And they just had Korean girls working out there. They were fucking...
Yeah, and everybody would just
different themes and shit. I dug up a documentary about that place.
Yeah,
we
watched it the other day.
About what was happening there. It was government, the Korean government backed it, and so the American military was involved in it. It was military prostitution. Just that they did it kind of surreptitiously. But the girls were all inspected and kind of licensed, and fucking our medics were in there checking them. They had a fucking kind of like little approval badges going down fucking each little brothel. And it was just American military went in there. It was... Although they had some Korean military guys going there too sometimes. And Korean MPs. I don't know where you were going. That was Itaewon. But also was going to places called fucking Tongdushan, where that was outside Camp Casey. That place was kind of a pit. And then I found one outside Camp Howells that we used to go to every now and then. It was called the Paradise Club, but we called it the Parasite Club. I have a picture of it. Remember that? I showed you the picture with the outside of it? It looked like a castle. Yeah. So, the thing is, though, as I add that up, that was maybe only 20. Maybe.
Yeah, Papa77 said, fuck boys, don't keep track. LOL.
No, I didn't keep.
Yeah,
I wasn't counting.
He has no idea.
I wasn't counting. I did an estimate one time after I graduated. But you see, I didn't count. Women, the way they count funny. They say, well, I didn't like him, so that don't count. Or I was drunk, so
I don't
that didn't
count.
count.
I don't count like that.
A lot of them will count like that. No, if I busted a nut, I counted it. That's
no matter how it happened.
No matter how it happened, whether through head or fucking hand job, it was. But usually there was more than that. It's just sometimes that's all you got. Maybe some head. You know, you didn't see her after that. You know, you might have saw her at the concert. You got some head at the concert or something. You don't know. You know, it was all kinds of random shit. And you know, I don't have any children that I know about, but there could be children out there.
Well, that's what I was speculating about. It's like, I'm sure I would bet money,
statistically,
not a huge amount of money, but I would bet a small amount of money that you probably have a kid out there.
Statistically, there's probably one out there.
I bet you probably do.
Yeah, probably.
Me, I feel so like inadequate because I think mine is maybe
Jen's low.
8.
Yeah,
I think it's 8.
Yeah, Jen's real low. Jen's a good girl. I made her bad though.
Well,
I made her bad. No, just.
It just was, like I said, I went, and most of that was after I got divorced, like in my late 30s. Like, because I didn't really get to slut out too much, like when I was a teenager in my 20s.
And I was there for most of it.
Because I got married when I was young. So, I was only 22 when I got married, and I didn't cheat on my husband.
Yeah.
And I was married for 14 years. So after I got divorced, I kind of went a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I was there.
Not super crazy.
We were friends during that time.
But a little bit crazy.
Yeah.
So that's where most of that count comes from.
Yeah, I was one of the dudes.
Well, yeah. Because like I said, we had hooked up before when we were still dating other people.
Yeah. And she pulled down some good dudes. Fucking the main one was that fucking 6 foot something dude. I liked him. And we'd hang out all night. Fucking so no, Jen's successful. She can get hot dudes.
Yeah.
He just wasn't. He was divorced also. He just wasn't ready to get
like
married.
I said, and he was a lot younger.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
than me.
The match.
And he was not. He honestly had just divorced his wife, and that was his first one.
Yeah.
So he was
kind of like you
because he got married real young too.
Yeah.
Well, that's like I said. That's kind of what we bonded over.
Yeah, he wanted to be single.
So he wanted to like kind of play the field some.
Yeah.
So it's like I know he was hitting at least one other chick when he was hitting me too. And I knew her; she was cool. But
yeah. See, this is the thing. Fucking a lot of these youngsters, everything they do is just over these little internet fucking devices and shit. Fucking, we never did that. Everything was face to face, and you saw your exes, you knew your exes' boyfriends, the people you were dating, you knew who else they were dating too. They're all coming out of the same place, and we liked it like that. I don't think young people can handle it. They're fear of failure, or exposure, or something like that.
Well,
to us, we didn't care. I like to know where the woman came from. Who else was she pulling? You know, what was her status? Was she popular or not popular? You know, just because it adds to their clout. You know.
Yeah.
Jen would see me date some hotties, and I think it would add to her clout. But also, she'd get frustrated. She's like, "That was not good enough for that kind of. Don't fuck with that one. That one's fucked up." You know, like I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. You know.
He didn't listen to me.
Yeah. No, I listened to you. I knew. I was like, yeah, she's fucked up, but I'm gonna fuck her anyway.
Yeah.
That was just dudes do that.
Yeah, I know.
You know, just for a little while, because I wasn't taking any of it seriously. You know.
It made me mad, but I knew that eventually you would come around.
Yeah.
And you did.
Yeah. Well, we were dating other people, at the time. What ended up happening is that over time, our friendship kind of fucking rose to the top over all that. So, even from day one, all we did was hang out with each other.
Yeah, he just wanted to hang out with me all the time.
Yeah, it's not like we met and then slowly started to hang out. No, we met and instantly started to hang out. And we would date other people.
Yeah.
Sometimes we'd hook up and then we'd go back fucking dating other people. And we'd hang out. And then our significant others or the people we were dating would get pissed that we were hanging out.
Yeah.
Because she was like a good buddy. You know, me and her, mentally, we just...
We used to go to the club together all the time.
Yeah, it was just immediately she was my best friend. Yeah. Pretty much.
And like I said, we hooked up a few times, like in the beginning. But we mostly went to the club together. I would sleep over at your house.
Oh.
Or you would sleep over at my house.
Yeah.
Because we had, I had my own apartment at that time in Winter Park. And so he would sleep over there sometimes, or he'd come over and cook for me or something like that. Mm-hmm. But it's just like, we would just...
Eventually we're like, you know what? We're a thing.
Yeah.
And people are like, finally.
Well, it was just funny
Everybody else was like, well, fucking finally.
I remember when this happened.
Yeah.
It was summer of 2011. And we were at Venue 13 at the place that later became a Chinese restaurant on Lee Road. That was on Lee Road, right?
Yeah.
And we met a new person. I don't remember who it was.
Yeah.
But you introduced me as your girlfriend.
Yeah.
And that was the first time you'd ever done that. And I didn't say anything at first because I was like,
Yeah.
Did he just say what? But after that person left, I was like, you realize what you just said, right? And you're like, yeah. And I was just like, so are we a thing now? Yeah, I guess so. That was how it happened.
Well, it evolved into that.
That was how it happened.
There
was no big conversation or anything. It was just like.
I heard that fucking. I was listening to guys that lived in Japan and fucking had Japanese girlfriends, and they evidently had problems with Japanese women for that same fucking thing. All right, that's kind of typical, evidently. In Japan, you meet a girl, you confess your love, and then you're a boyfriend and girlfriend. Then you start sleeping together. It's not the way it is in the West, and it fucks Eastern women all up. That you hang out and get to know each other and have sex off and on, and get to know each other over a period of time, and then you become boyfriend and girlfriend.
Well, that's how you know that you're compatible.
You know that you're compatible, but a lot of the Japanese and the Koreans, that really fucks them up. The Chinese, they can't, because the woman cannot be in limbo for months or years. Because we were in limbo for a couple of years, I think.
We were, yeah.
Yeah.
Like a year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, they can't handle it because they have to tell their parents and all kinds of. There's all these weird extended family things that they do, and
yeah, I think that's really weird. It's like I don't really think that your whole family should be involved in.
Oh no, you marry a Chinese girl.
Creepy.
You basically married her mom because her mom's gonna come live with you.
I mean, I know that like if you marry a person, obviously you're gonna have to interact with their family, and it's like you have to meet them and stuff like that. But it's just like I feel like, particularly in the West, like you don't want your extended family too involved in your fucking.
If you marry a Chinese
life.
girl, you've married her family. You're gonna take care of her mom and her dad.
Yeah, I know.
Just fucking crazy shit like that.
I know. But like I said, it's just I don't know.
They don't have.
That seems a little creepy.
They don't have Social Security there.
Boundary step in.
They don't have Social Security there, so the daughters are kind of like the fucking.
That seems like
the backup plan. The daughter's husband is the backup plan.
No kidding. Oh, Shavy says, getting the clip piercing wasn't painful at all. It was just shocking. When she ripped it out, I just said, did you just do what I think you did? Okay, so maybe it's not as painful as I'm thinking. Because I'm imagining it. I'm imagining what it would feel like.
It doesn't go through it.
No, I know. And like I said, the nipple piercing was very painful. And I say that as someone with a very high pain tolerance. Yeah. That was very painful.
That's why I won't do piercings.
Probably that was one of the top 3, top 5 most painful things that I've ever experienced. Yes. So the clip piercing can't be any more painful than that. I just can't imagine. I would probably just pass out.
The thing is, though,
I almost passed out when he did these.
An experienced piercer, though, especially he's going to have all the equipment. He can probably do that fucking quickly and a lot more painlessly than I could. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I mean, I was willing.
That was my first attempt.
That's what I mean.
Fucking, look, those fuckers look awesome.
They do look.
I've had professional piercers goes, oh, you did a good job.
You did do a good job.
They're straight. They're in deep.
Yeah.
They're not through the nipple
I mean, like
itself.
I said,
they're more
you
like
probably didn't do it as efficiently as you could. But like I said, it was your first time.
I didn't go through the nipple. I went through the areola.
Yeah.
Behind the nipple.
So
you got a nipple.
So they're far back.
Yeah. So you got a nipple, and then on either side of it, you got a fucking steel ball with a bar. You don't really see the bar. You see the balls.
Yeah.
You see the balls. Yeah. So
I see the balls.
I'd show you all a picture, but I'd probably get demonetized.
We will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's funny.
I think I got a picture of
we were at Mannequins last Saturday, and we hadn't been there in like a year or something. They were like, "Where the fuck have you guys been?" Yeah. And we said to Big Tom, the guy that owns it, his mom works the door, and she loves us, and she's like, "Where have you guys been?" Yeah. And she's like, "You guys go to Barbarella, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "They're closed tonight, though." And she's like, "Man, thanks a lot." Like that was the only reason that you came there.
Oh.
I was like, "Well, yeah, they're closed, so we came here instead."
Although I had a good time.
I did too.
We should go back.
But like I said, but our bartender Heather, who's a friend of ours, we hadn't seen her in a long time. She was like, "Holy shit! Like, where have you guys been?" Blah blah blah. And we were talking about the nipple piercing. We got into it like later on, and we're just in. And Tom's like, "Well, sure." I was just like, "Okay," you know what I mean? It's like I don't care. I wasn't drunk or anything. I was just like, yeah, okay, look, nipple piercing. I would do it on the show, but like I said, it's, you probably get fucking demonetized. Tetsuo says, I was married but had a stripper girlfriend who danced at the Wild Goose in Gundo. I'm not sure what that is. We got married right out of high school. It didn't last. It doesn't usually, if you get married that young. Love or lust?
You don't know who you are.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I didn't... And I was kind of more self-aware, I think, than a lot of people were in their teens. But even I look back at me in my late teens, early 20s, and I'm just like, man, I didn't know shit about shit. Like I said, I didn't figure out anything until I was probably almost 40 years old. So... But I will say that I did get married very young, 22. Not as young as my mom got married. She was 18. But I don't regret it, though. You know what I mean? Because honestly, it kind of got shitty, like, in the last few years. But, like, the first 11-ish years were actually really good. Like, I had a good time. We had a good time. We traveled a lot. And it was really fun. But, like, after that, it just kind of started going downhill. You know what I mean? So, I don't regret it. But I was probably too young. And I didn't really have my shit together. I didn't really know what I wanted, I guess.
Nobody does at that age.
That's what I mean. Nobody does. That's why I think it's a bad idea to get married that young. I feel like you have to be at least almost 30.
The problem is that most children come from marriages that fucking are people in their 20s. That's where most of them come from. When they get older, you almost get too smart to have kids, and then the fucking birth weight fucking plummets, and then you can't run an advanced civilization because you need a lot of people to do it. That's the problem. Unless you're going to start using synthetic wombs, which that could be a possibility.
Yeah, I
you
can
just start fucking
doing that.
Taking genetic material and just start making people. You don't really have to give birth to them. You just fucking
that sounds nice.
Make them and then they come out.
You don't have to squeeze them out your vagina anymore.
Yeah.
Tear your body up.
Yeah, and inject some prolactin to get your fucking lactation going and fucking then nurse the kid.
That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
I probably would. Well, I was gonna say I probably would have had kids if you do that, but I don't think I would have still. Because it's like after the kid's there, you still got to take care of it for for that many years.
Well, got to remember how we grew up back in the fucking 70s, man. We were free range children.
True.
They just let us run around.
Yeah, we're like out in the woods setting fires and shit.
Yeah. Free range children.
Later on, it's like, why are you setting fires out in the woods? Knock that off.
They're helicopter parents today. They fucking we can't go anywhere. It's dangerous. Shit. They were like, go out and have some fun.
The ironic thing was it was a lot more dangerous.
It was more dangerous back then, yeah.
There was a lot more serial killers wandering around. Yeah. I knew several children that almost got kidnapped.
Yeah.
Like people pull up in cars, hey, get in the car, I've got puppies. You know what I mean? It was that kind of shit.
We knew all about kidnapping. Me and fucking Jimmy were fucking standing out in front of fucking somebody's house. I think it was Tony Cantu's house. We were like maybe about 8, 9. And a fucking car slowed down and some dude says, hey, they told you not to talk to strangers, right? We ran. As soon as he says don't talk to strangers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know what that dude wanted.
It was probably nothing good, I'm sure.
Yeah. And then we split up. Ran in different directions. Just, fucking we knew about that. But
stranger danger.
I was living in California at that time. You used to go to the fucking flood control system. All right, that's what you saw in the Greece, the fucking concrete fucking river with the river in the middle of the concrete.
Where they did the drag race?
Yeah, where the ants live, where the giant ants live.
Oh, yeah, in
them.
Yeah.
You ever seen a 50s movie called Them?
1954, I think that was.
Giant fucking atomic ants.
Yeah. That's a great film, actually.
We would walk all the way down there. That was behind our school. So you had to walk a couple blocks to get to it. Dominguez Elementary at Carson. We'd get down in this fucking flood control system. And man, we'd have a fucking time. We'd try to go in those tunnels where the ants were. Fucking, we were making torches and all kinds of shit out of stolen gasoline. That we stole from
my brother did that.
Yeah,
he set fire to the backyard.
Dad's fucking garage. It was for the fucking lawnmower. We never could get the torches to burn though. We didn't know about fuel oil, and you need tar and shit. And we didn't think about flashlights, So we never could go too deep to find the ants. We were scared, man. We would walk as far as we could into the darkness. We just turn around and look. You can see the fucking entrance. Okay, we gotta go.
Yeah, the giant ants are coming.
The giant ants are coming. Yeah. But then they had a little river that would run down the middle. it wasn't very wide, maybe fucking 20 feet across. And we were scared of falling in because, you know, it warned us, hey, man, the currents can get you down there. You could be in there, and the next thing you know, water can rush out of those pipes and drown you. So we thought that could happen at any minute. It's not how it worked. Wow. You know what I mean? And it never got deep. Well, that little river in the middle, we thought that shit was deep. Okay, we imagined it like 20 feet deep. We found a fucking piece of styrofoam that was the packing for a fucking refrigerator. So it was the size of a refrigerator. It was about a foot thick. We put that in. We took that to the fucking LA River and put it in there and got on it. And fucking just started going down there. And we had no idea where we were going or how long we were going to be on it. So we were riding down the little river on a raft. It was maybe moving at walking pace. All right. And we were on it for maybe like 3 or 4 minutes. It maybe went like a couple 100 yards. And we started to panic. It's taking us to the ocean. So we tried to figure out how we were going to get off of it. We didn't have any paddles or anything. So we were fucking kicking our hands and trying to get it to go up against the fucking concrete side of the little river. And finally, we fucking started jumping off to get on the side, to get on ground. Fucking, I slipped when I was jumping. When somebody jumped, the fucking piece of styrofoam, you know, went deeper out, and I fucking scrambled to get over it. It was only like about 9 inches deep.
And I bet you all
couldn't see.
Really stupid.
Yeah, it was like only like 9, maybe a foot deep.
Man.
Yeah, we thought the shit was fucking
you could just
super
walk
deep.
Out at any time.
Yeah, I could have walked out at any time. It was fucking shallow, but you couldn't see.
That's what I was gonna say.
It was like fucking maybe like 9, 10 inches deep.
It's like fucking not even a river, really. It's
no,
just kind of
it was a fucking puddle.
Yeah,
it was
like somebody left the hose on.
Yeah,
like on the sidewalk.
yeah, exactly.
Like
it was just like that.
Just kind of like that.
But we imagined it being really deep. You couldn't see the bottom.
Yeah.
And, you know, we thought it was a threatening environment, but no. It was probably about 9 inches deep. I mean,
it's a lot more fun to think that.
It went up like maybe halfway my shin, you know?
Yeah. So. Victor says China has Social Security and a mandatory housing fund that goes.
I wouldn't believe anything
China
says because they say that they don't have Social Security. That the kids have to take care of their parents when they get old.
Maybe they just tell them that to force the kids into doing that shit. Tetsuo says we skateboarded there in the LA River, I guess.
LA River,
yeah. I think a lot of people
flood control system. Yeah.
Mad Link says I was 22, chick was 20, got pregnant, got married. After 6 years, we hated each other and split up and destroyed our son's emotional well-being. Disaster. That's what I'm saying. I kind of feel like I'm not, I don't think they should make it illegal or anything like that because that's dumb. But it's just kind of like, just maybe put it off for a few years. Like I said, I didn't have a bad experience. Yes, I got divorced, but we were married for 14 years. And really only the last 3 years were kind of... And it wasn't shitty. It was just kind of like, you know what I mean?
That's a long marriage, though, when you think about it, especially for the age group that you guys were in back then. And, and it just petered out. There weren't any children from that marriage. That's part of it. And you guys kind of became different people over time.
Yeah, I think that's all that happened. We just kind of drifted apart, and like, it wasn't anything he did. I don't hate him. I don't talk to him anymore. I haven't seen him in like forever, but he lives in another country now. But
he went back to Wales.
Yeah, he went back to Wales, as far as I know. Yeah. So I don't even know what he's doing now because I never check. But but like I said, I don't regret it. I just don't really think about it anymore.
It got to the point where fucking, he's openly telling her, there's a girl at fucking work I'm in love with. And then
and it's just like, I didn't, and that, to be honest, that blindsided me.
Yeah.
I think that the weird thing about it is I think that he thought, like, he blamed me for it later on.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he didn't remember that or if he thought it wasn't a big deal or something like that, because I'm like, you started this, because it's just kind of like everything was fine, and then suddenly you said... There's this woman at work that was also married.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in love with her. I don't know what to do. And I was just kind of like...
He might have been trying to get you to...
What do you want me to do with that information?
He might have been trying to get you to, like, buck up and fucking
That's not how you're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Like if you tell me that, I'm like,
to give you
okay,
some
bye.
competition. Yeah, trying to give you some competition.
You go. You have fun with her then.
Too late in the game. And
I'm not gonna simp for you.
Yeah. He was trying to get
because
you
you're trying to like make me
jealous.
like, oh, I found somebody better, or I'm in love with this
you
person.
have
I'm
to
like,
up your
okay,
game.
bye, fuck off.
Yeah.
I don't play that.
Yeah.
Even back then, I didn't play that. I was upset about it because it kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, and then as time went on, it seemed like he was blaming me because I said, well, if you're gonna do that, I'm just gonna do my own fucking thing. You know. We had talked about separating.
She broke up with her husband and then lost like fucking almost 90 pounds.
Yeah.
She looked fucking hot as shit. I
was like, all right, bye. You go have fun with that then.
Yeah. She starts hanging out with me.
With your married girlfriend.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I was upset. I had a really hard time. But after a while, I was just kind of like, you know what? Fuck him. Yeah. Fuck that. Like, I'm better than this. I can do better.
It just ran its course.
Yeah.
It was just an older relationship from an earlier time, and the situation changed, the world changed, you guys changed. It just
that's all it was.
And it got stale, and it's just.
But like I said, if you're coming at me with that when I think
Yeah.
everything's fine, that's not going to end well for you, because I remember very systematically being upset about it, but then I was like, why the fuck am I upset about it? And then I just very systematically like turned off all of my emotions.
I met the guy. I thought he was all right.
He was all right.
Yeah.
Like I said, he wasn't mean. He wasn't abusive or nothing like that. He was a good dude.
Met him at the club.
He was a
this
good dude.
This is back when they were still together.
He was a little awkward, but so am I.
I couldn't understand a word he was saying. This is before me and Jen were even a thing. When I just
and the
first
thing
met
about
him,
it is, like, if you go to Wales, his accent was like not thick at all.
Yeah. Oh man, I couldn't understand a word.
Like if you met his family members, you would have no idea like what they were saying. Like I understood them, but but his accent didn't seem all that strong to me.
Well, in the club, he was yelling because you had to yell.
Well,
it's
music. Loud in there, so you can't really hear.
I really could only understand maybe about half of what he was saying. It was just like, sometimes I had to have him repeat it again.
Yeah, he did not like you.
Well, he didn't like me later. He thought I stole you.
Yeah,
I didn't though.
He told other people that too.
Yeah,
I found out through other channels. But like I said,
he was just trying to make you look bad. That's not what happened.
Well, the hilarious thing was he would tell other people that kind of shit because he was trying to make me look bad, like I was some big slut or something.
Yeah.
But everybody knew me and liked me better than him, so nobody believed it.
By the time me and you hooked up or made friends, by the time me and you made friends and were hanging out, you were already separated.
Yeah.
So I didn't,
Like, because what happened was me and my ex-husband lived in the same house still. But we slept in separate rooms. And I was actively looking for a job in Orlando. Because I lived in Daytona. We lived in Daytona. And I found a job in Orlando, and so I started getting another apartment over there, and I bought a car and all this other kind of stuff. So it's like he knew that I was leaving. But we parted on okay terms. Like, he knew what was coming. He was mad about it, but he didn't get too... He got a little butthurt about it, but not that butthurt. But like I said, he kind of started it. Even though he tried to make me think that he didn't. Which always pissed me off. You know what I mean? Like, he just acted like that shit didn't happen. Like, with him and his coworker. Like, he acted like that didn't happen. Like, I was just imagining stuff.
You regretted saying anything about it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
To make sure it didn't happen. You was gaslighting.
Yeah, and I hate that.
Yeah.
That makes me so fucking angry. Like,
he gaslighted you regularly, from what I remember. He said, didn't he gaslight about a bunch of bullshit?
Well, yeah.
Yes,
like I said, I mean, anytime...
Don't. I wouldn't go off into that, man. Fuck that shit. Don't even worry about that shit. That was a long time ago.
I know it was.
That dude's living another life.
Yeah, I don't even know what he's doing now. I haven't seen him for years and years. The last time I saw him, he left. He was moving back to Wales, so he left the car that we owned.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to leave it at the airport, and you can come pick it up. So I came pick it up. I drove it for a while, but then I sold it because I got another cheaper car. But I didn't even see him then. He was already gone.
Yeah,
Like, me and you just went there to pick the car up, and then we drove back.
We probably should have kept that car. That was a Honda Fit, and it was pretty new.
It was a 2013. I bought it new.
Yeah.
Like, off the lot.
Boy, when
Back in 2013.
When we got that car back, that car stank to high heaven. I mean,
I think he'd been living in it.
Reeked.
Because here's the thing.
I had to hose the damn car out to sell it and shit. Fucking, I cleaned that shit up. It smelled like feet.
When I went back to the house... Because I thought I had, like, some stuff there, and it's like, I wanted to go check and make sure that I had got all my stuff out the house. And I went in the house when he wasn't there, and the place was fucking trashed. There was, like, shit everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, there was just stuff. It wasn't, like, like trash. It wasn't, like, hoarders or anything like that. But it's just, like, there was just stuff all over the place.
Yeah.
Like, he hadn't cleaned or he hadn't straightened anything up, or... I don't know what the fucking deal was.
You should see how funny it was when she was trying to sell that fucking car. She sold that car over eBay. Wasn't it eBay?
No, it wasn't eBay.
You put it up on some kind of a car site or something.
I don't remember if it was eBay. It might have been Craigslist. Honestly,
something like that.
This was like a few years back.
So
Nobody uses
she was
Craigslist
saying
anymore.
like she had it up there like fuck was it $3 or $4 grand or best offer type. She had or best offer is what she said on it. First dude that showed up was some fucking weasel. They ride it around the neighborhood real quick. He comes back. And fucking, he goes, so how much you want for it? And I said, $3 grand. He goes, or best offer. And I says, oh, no. That's a Honda Fit, man. I'll get $3 grand for that. Easy. Fucking, he just turned around, walked off. And the reason why he did that is because he thought that he was going to bamboozle a fucking woman.
A girl,
yeah. He was going to bamboozle that girl.
I knew how much that
when he
car
saw
was
me,
worth.
As soon as she showed up and he saw me, he's like, oh.
Yeah.
Because he thought he was going to bamboozle a girl. I said, oh, no, I'll get $3 for that easy.
Even if it was just me, I'd have been like, told me to go fuck himself.
And I knew
how much that car was worth.
Yeah, he was going to say, oh, that car. He was going to try to do some bullshit. And then,
fuck me over.
yeah, he's just a
like
weasel. And then, and he wasn't from Florida. That was an out-of-state dude. He looked like he was a fucking New Yorker. I think wasn't he from New York?
No, I don't remember.
He was from up north. Well, 2 days later, sold the shit for about $4 grand.
No, $7 grand.
$7 grand.
$7,000 or $7,500.
Yeah.
It was
full price.
Well, and they were from out of state too.
Yeah.
But there's like, we're going back to wherever they were from, and we're buying this car for our son.
Yeah.
They were buying it for their son.
Yeah.
And they were all going to drive back together because they were vacationing in Florida, and they bought it for about what I was asking. I think it was $7,000.
$7, yeah.
I think is what I sold it for.
Which
is about what the Blue Book.
It was a good amount of money. It was the Blue Book.
Yeah.
And the car was in great condition.
Yeah, it was. Like we cleaned it all out, but the outside of it.
Yeah.
Was in really good condition.
Yeah.
It still had like really low miles.
Yeah, but that's right. Because that wasn't 3, then it was like 7. So I said, that's a Honda Fit. I'll get 7 for that easy.
Yeah.
And the dude just walked away.
Well, it was one owner.
Yeah, one owner.
I bought it new in 2013.
Yeah.
Off the Honda lot.
Yeah.
And we were the only ones that drove it. My ex-husband drove it and like kind of trashed it because all his shit was in it, but we cleaned it all out.
In those days, that 2013 fucking Fit was the shit. All right? That was a hot car.
It was red.
A lot of people were looking for that car. Very popular. I drove that car. All right, and fucking we went to fucking Tampa in that car. This is after having that Mustang. I had that fucking SN 94 Mustang.
What was that? A 96?
Well, my Mustang?
Yeah.
No, 96.
Yeah, I thought
it was souped up. That Fit would fucking leave my Mustang in the dust.
Yeah, it was fast.
It was looked like a little bitty economy car.
It weighed like nothing.
It weighed nothing. It was
when
like
you went over an overpass, you felt like you were gonna like launch off the side.
It was like riding a motorcycle.
It used to kind of freak me out a little bit.
Well, we'd be talking, going to fucking Tampa and that shit, and we'd be bullshitting the whole way. And I looked down, and I'm going 110 miles an hour.
Oh, I did that many times.
Whoa, shit!
Because when I was driving to work.
Yeah.
Like, I used to work. I lived in Orlando, but I worked in Daytona, which is about an hour-ish drive. And I worked at night, so I would be coming back on I-4 like in the middle of the night, so nobody else is on the road. And I would, if I didn't pay attention, I'm just like driving, listening to my music, and yeah, I'm going like 120 miles an hour without realizing. And I'm just like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Well,
and if
I never got pulled over though.
with my Mustang, fucking taking it up to 90 felt like you were fucking Han Solo in the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, it was just like
asking to make the jump to hyperspace. And
it
shit.
was like that, yeah.
It sounded like
that car was very heavy.
Yeah, it was a heavy car.
I drove it a few times, and it's just like I felt like I had to keep I was pushing my foot down the gas. I'm like, go.
Yeah.
And it was only 60, and I'm like, come on.
Yeah. It's like you're in molasses. It's a torquey car.
It was, yeah.
But it was
because, like I said, the fit you could just go like that, and you were going like a motorcycle 90.
Yeah.
Like I
and
said,
you looked at it, it looked like a fucking station wagon.
It was a tiny little
station wagon. It's like funny. That bitch was fast, man.
It was very fast. Well, like I said, it didn't really weigh anything.
Yeah.
But like I said, it was a little scary. Like when you went over an overpass or something, just like it felt like you were just gonna go wee and you're just gonna go flying right off the fucking shit. But yeah, I did end up selling that for, I think it was $7,000. But yeah, they were really nice. The people that bought it. Like I said, it was a couple, and they were buying it for their grown son, and they were all gonna drive back to wherever they were from together. They were just vacationing down here. And, so that worked out. But that was a nice car. I did kind of wish I'd kept it, but I was like, man, I really could use the money. I really needed the money. And I ended up buying a cheaper car, which I think was a Nissan. Yeah, I had like a white Nissan for a little while that I bought outright for cash. And then we kind of fixed it up. Then I had that for many years. And then I got in an accident. And it was totaled. Thankfully, I was fine. But that was the only accident so far that I've ever been in. They didn't fault me because of the circumstances. But I ended up rear-ending someone. I was on my way to work. This was probably it wasn't that long ago. I think it was 2014 or 2015. I was on my way to work in the morning. And I just went into the turn lane to go down this one road toward where my work was, and there was an SUV in front of me, and I guess there was a car in front of them, but I couldn't see it because SUV, so it was like this huge, it was blocking all my vision, and I wasn't going fast, but the light was green, the arrow was green, like the right turn arrow, so everyone was going, and apparently the person in front of the SUV stopped short, but I couldn't see that, you know what I mean, because I couldn't see them. So the SUV stopped short, and I didn't hit the brakes in time, and I rear-ended them. It did not damage the SUV, other than the man's coffee spilling all over the thing. That's pretty much all that happened. But my car was not destroyed, but the whole front end, just according the
insurance totaled it.
The airbag came out and everything. Yeah. And everything.
It hit you, huh?
Huh?
Did the airbag actually hit you?
Yes.
What did it feel like?
It kind of felt like being punched.
Okay, but it didn't break your nose, though.
No, it didn't break my nose.
Yeah.
I think when my mom was in an accident, I think the airbag did break her nose. Okay. I don't know. I have to ask her. But she was in a Buick. I want to say she was in a Buick. But yeah, it wasn't. Thankfully, it crushed the whole front end of the car was accordioned. It was just like that. Yeah. But the SUV in front of me was not damaged at all. And I wasn't even going that fast. Maybe 35, 40. That's as fast as I was going. Because I was going to the turn lane, so I wasn't going super fast. But all I remember from that, I remember just seeing this fucking SUV suddenly, in front of me. And I remember screaming for a second. And then, pat! Yeah. And then this thing just, blew up in my face. Yeah. And, what you don't realize is that those airbags, they smell really weird. It's this weird chemical smell. So it's so it pops me in the face, and then this whole thing fills up with all this weird chemical smell.
Well, it's all the gases.
Yeah, and I was like, what the fuck? And then
it's using an explosion to make the gases.
Yeah, so then the cops came and all this other kind of shit, and we had to pull it. And I had to call my work and be like, hey, I was in an accident, so I'm probably not coming in today. Yeah. I'm okay. I was fine. Yeah. I wasn't hurt or anything. But then I had to call Tom and wake him up and be like, hey, I just smushed my car.
Well, Jen, I'll tell you what. It's about time to shut it down.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, we did a nice long show. Gonna be midnight before you know it.
Yep.
So we gotta start getting ready for bed. We got shit we gotta do tomorrow.
That's true.
So might be time to shut it down.
All right.
Go ahead and shut it down.
All right. So we are gonna shut it down for this evening. We've had a very good time hanging out with you guys tonight.
Nitrogen gas. Yeah, it smells like kimchi.
Yeah.
It smells like kimchi. Yeah.
That's what it smelled like.
Kimchi. Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't realize, because I'd never been in an accident before, and so I kind of came to, and like there's powder everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
I was living in Korea.
What's that smell?
They live in Korea. They'd open up them kimchi jars and you smell, and you go,
Ooh, it smells just like it's nitrogen.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, thankfully nobody was hurt, but car was totaled. But you know, I'm Progressive, and they did a good job, and they gave me like a big old check, so I was able to get another car with that. That's when I got my Ford, which I do not have anymore because we traded it for the car that we have now. So you know, it's our Mercury Grand Marquis. But yeah, so we're gonna wrap it up for this evening. Thank you everybody for hanging out with us. Thank you for your super chats. They are always greatly appreciated. Have a good weekend, everybody. We're going to go out and have a good time. Hopefully you guys do too. We'll be back on Monday for a movie review. Again, I have no idea what movie it's going to be. We'll figure it out. But yeah, hopefully we see you guys again on Monday night. Good night.